Hey everybody, thanks for being here. Um, yeah, hope you're doing well. 8 Clark 5, thanks for being around. You're on Twitch. Hey, so how you been? I've been wanting to ask you, where's Polar World? Is he not streaming anymore? I missed some of your panels. Yeah, Polar is, he's, in college, so doing college stuff. So, and it's just kind of the nature of this. I'm a person who likes things to stay the same. Uh, I, you know, I have I'm progressive, so like I want things to change for the future, But like, just my personal life, I want things to stay the same. But in this particular role on Twitch, it's gotten me very used to change, and so people, their interest in this thing that we do wanes. It's just gonna be the this is kind of how life works, of course, right? They have their interests and then they move on to other things. And so yeah, that's what the cast of people who come on for All Black Everything now is completely different from when it was at the start. Like completely different. Like no one from the original cast is left. Yeah, no one. So yeah, it's kind of how it works. You just find new people and continue on. But yeah, but not in shock to Polar. Hope he's doing well in college. I enjoyed his company as well. Yeah. You got one person here. Man, these Negroes, they be late. All right. Hopefully, you guys can't hear the noise outside my window, but we'll find out. Hey, Fanatic, what up? Can you hear me? Okay. Well, I guess he's AFK.
I had to fix my mic. I'm here. What's good, bro?
Oh, what's up, man? Nice.
Check. You hear me?
Yep, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Yeah, I had to fix my mic. That was it.
Yeah. But yeah, nice to have you around.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Should be a good one.
Hopefully.
I'm doing great. I'm doing really, really great. You know what I'm saying? I'm excited. Living. Loving.
Is he loud? Okay, sorry guys. I'll turn him down. Like sometimes I don't know what happens with my computer. Like this has happened like many times in which like I have the mic level set. Like I originally would have everyone had an individual mic level, and then I would just adjust that on the fly. But then sometimes like the something happens for the audio and everything changes, and so like I have to raise it up to 100 for everybody across the board, and then it'll change again, and I have to drop it back down. So there's a point where I have to readjust everyone's mics. I don't know. I've made no change, but it happens all the time.
Just wait until everybody else is in, and then see, because maybe my mic is just messed up.
No, it's not just yours. I know. I've been readjusting other people's, so your mic is fine.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm good then, too. Blessing us with your presence today. Praise God. What's going on?
I don't know. Prime is in a good mood today. I don't know, but I mean, he always here. What are you talking about? I'm excited about the topic. That's all.
Yeah, excited to have you. Nice to see you broadcasting from the deep black void space.
Oh yeah. I'm in a temporary room, man. It's gross. I don't like the setup, but I ain't got no choice.
Okay.
He's currently broadcasting from my heart.
Okay. Dang, it's a deep void, bro. You gotta get that checked.
I had this is like a nothing story, but like I'm gonna tell it any which way. Earlier today, a few hours ago, I had to call the hospital that I usually go to for primary care, and I was on a scheduled appointment, right? And this appointment, I need to get blood drawn. And so I called them and I talked to like apparently like a scheduler, like just like that's what they just do for their job, just scheduling. And I said, hey, I want to go to my usual spot because there's like a different like outpatient areas, not just like one main hospital, but like lots of like outpatient branches. So like I went to go to my usual spot, but like I wouldn't be able to get an appointment for weeks, right? And so to get an appointment like next week, which is when I really wanted it, I'd have to go to a different spot. That's okay. So we're in the process of scheduling this thing, and I asked this lady, hey, what time does the lab close at that location? Because I've had a situation where I've gone to get this like blood drawn, and then the lab is closed, and they told me, oh, well, you can go to a third-party clinic somewhere else to get your blood drawn. But I'm like, that's what I came here to do. Like, why even schedule the appointment if I can't do it here? Like, what is this? And I know you can do it because we've done it many times before in the past. And then, like, some doctors seem to understand that, and some doctors don't. I don't know what the fuck is going on. But like, it's simple. Like, I would just like to schedule my appointment at a time where I get my blood drawn, because that's the only fucking reason that I'm going.
So, what did you need your blood drawn for?
I like a routine like cholesterol type of thing, right? So but it's like simple. It's not like a big deal, right? Like it's not like an emergency, but I just don't want to make 2 visits when I'm there to make 1 visit, right? Mm-hmm. Any which way. And so like I asked about this other location, and she's like, oh, I gotta go check, right? And she puts me on hold for forever, right? And it's like a really annoying hold like sequence where those ones where they keep talking to you constantly, like the same message, just about like all the locations they have that you can go visit, right? And just going constantly. I hated it. Anyway, finally comes back, and then she tells me this bullshit about like, oh yeah, you like we never draw blood at these outpatient sites. I'm like, yes, you do. I know you do, because I've done it many times before, right?
Right.
And then she's like in the middle of talking, and then the phone cuts out. Right? Like the phone cuts out, and I'm like, all right, I guess she's gonna call me back. She doesn't call me back. She
doesn't get paid to call you back. What are you talking about?
No, okay. But then here, like the next part is that like, so there's 2 different locations. I called my usual spot, right? And that's how I got in touch with the scheduler. But then there's this other spot that she had told me before, because we didn't finish the appointment, right? We didn't finish scheduling it during all this. So I called that second location. But then what I quickly found out is that like it's all part of one big network, and there's a scheduling office that handles all of this. So when I call back, it's the same fucking woman, right? It's the same woman.
She has like line?
Yeah. I called a different number, and it was the same woman, and like, but she has a high pitched voice and an accent, like it's like an Indian sounding accent maybe, but like whatever, right? But it's very distinctive, and I called this lady. I'm like, hey, is this the lady from before? And she's like, no. She's bullshitting me.
Before what? Right. Like, you know what I'm talking about, bitch. Like, I don't even cuss. I'd have had to cuss her out.
This chick hung up the phone on me. That's exactly what happened previously. She hung up the phone. I know she had the power to call back, right? She hung up the phone, but she's like, no. And then she starts asking me the questions. There's like a whole series of questions you have to ask me in scheduling. I get that, right? But she starts asking me everything again, like she doesn't already know. Oh, what this is a visit be for? The cholesterol, you know this.
Yeah, she was playing you. Definitely playing you.
She don't even work there, to be honest. I'm just gonna be honest with you. She just sat at the desk and started picking up the phone.
That'd be funny.
This is a crazy one.
Yeah, like she, and then like. And she goes down this whole thing like, oh yeah, but when would you like an appointment? You know when I want an appointment. And so anyway, we're done. We finished with the scheduling, right? And she's like, oh yeah, was there anything that else I could help you with? I'm like, well, I don't know why the hell you hung up on me before, but thanks anyway. And then I ended the call.
Oh, like, so you called her out?
Yeah, I called her out. Like,
she deserved that.
This is definitely you. And I think I told the story to someone else, and they're like, yeah, she was afraid of you calling her supervisor, like for hanging up on you. Because that's definitely what happened.
Yep. But did you actually call the supervisor?
Nah, man, I'm not trying to.
Brown's black. We don't do that. We don't got time. We got listen to
No. I'm calling the supervisor. I'm doing it.
So you got time? You going? You just like?
I'm gonna have that time. It depends on who, whatever. Now I'm not gonna lie. Most of the time, I'm gonna talk to the supervisor while I'm on the call with you. Now, what I will tell you is, I remember when during COVID, it was right after George Floyd's death. We were like, I was buying a new bed set because I had just moved to where I am now, and I remember I was like buying a new bed set, and I was calling them, and they had declined my credit card. The thing was, I had just moved, and so the credit card doesn't match where I'm living, like with the billing information. And so then they just have a policy of automatically rejecting any credit card in that situation, which I think is really stupid, because if I wanted to buy like a furniture set for my parents or for my child or for my sibling or for, you know what I mean? There's a billion reasons why I would be buying something for a residence that I don't live at, but for them, it's just across the board. So we ran into all these problems and all these complications, and they were telling me, yeah, you got to come into the store. And it's like, no, y'all need to deliver it. And so I pulled the as a black man card, and I was like, listen, you're asking a black man right now to go down to whatever city it was at the time, where there are active protests happening as we speak, over the murder of a black man, and you're asking me to go down there in the middle of a pandemic to show you a credit card that I'm telling you is approved. Like, and he was like, as a black man, I understand exactly where you're coming from. And I was like, hey, oh, my bad. I didn't realize you was black. Okay, yeah, going about your day, bro. And I just let it go. I had nothing else to say. I was like, all right, yeah, you got it. You know what I mean?
Honestly, like I just from my job, and not like because I guess I do some customer service with my job. Like you very, very, very rarely is it something that the person you're talking to has any control over. Like when it comes to these types of things, like usually it's like a system thing. Like, oh, you make an exception? Like, nigga, I don't like, they don't give me that type of authority to make these exceptions. Like the system says no.
Manager can.
All right, yeah, I guess depending, like I said, depending on what you do. But like so I'm generally pretty nice to people over the phone. I always ask if they can, like, go ahead. The most I'll do is like, oh, okay, can I talk to someone else? And then if I've gotten the same answer maybe 4 times, then I accept it. But generally, I'm like, oh, okay, like, is there anyone else?
I
4
had
times. That means you ran that up the ladder. Because I ain't just talking to somebody else. I need to talk to your boss.
Well, I had another situation because I was in Miami not too long ago. Thank you very much, Sigma and Razor. Thank you for resubbing to the channel for 4 months in a row. Thanks so much. But anyway, yeah. I was in Miami, and like I was trying to connect to the Wi-Fi, and I couldn't do it. Right, I never had this problem other places. Like it just wasn't connecting for some reason, but they had a number for technical support because it was a fancy hotel and they could do that apparently. So I called this number, and this lady, like she, like, it was clear, when you talk to like level 1 customer support or technical support, and they're just reading off a script, right? It's like, did you turn it off and on? I'm like, yeah, lady, I did. Yeah, and I'm like going through this, like, I know ITs, like I understand, like I did these steps. Okay, sure. All right, now where can you help me? Well, I eventually got my phone connected, but I'm not sure if she actually even did anything with that one. But I got my phone connected, but I couldn't get my laptop connected, and like she was like, well, there's nothing else that can be done. I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's not the case, right? Because I could see like there was a difference between what she was telling me and what I was seeing, right? And so I'm like, all right, well, can I just speak to someone else? She's like, why do you need to speak to anyone else?
What do you mean, why?
Because my laptop is not connected, right? And she's like, there's nothing else that can be done. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure there is. This woman, I had to like keep repeating information, right? Like, she would ask me a question, I would answer the question, and then she would immediately ask me again, or she would wait like 2 questions later, and then she would ask me again. Like, what the hell is wrong with you? I don't know, but like,
you need to get out.
That's what she should have just said that. Like, I'll be wanting to transfer people. Like, if it gets too deep, like, I try to take care of what I can, but I'm like, all right, if it gets to a point where I don't know, actually, I don't really know. Let me call somebody else and let me see if I can transfer the line. Like, even if you're being stupid, like, I want to get you off my phone. I don't understand what her beef was, what she had to prove to you that, like, there's nothing that can be done. This is the ultimate.
She was new on the job. I'm gonna tell you something though, Prime, all of y'all. I got content that I'm actually going to related to customer service. I went to a clinic a minute ago. I don't know if I ever told y'all this. I went to a clinic This is also during the pandemic. I'm gonna say maybe 2020, like early 2020. Anyways, I had like blood in my urine and painful piss. So I started thinking, oh, I could have an STD or some nonsense, but I don't. I didn't. But I went to go get it tested. I went to a clinic. They drew some blood, fit to figure it out. This is my first time, actually, second time having blood drawn in my whole life, actually, because I did it once for my life insurance, and this is the second time. Anyway, they test everything. Nothing's wrong. Everything's good. The only thing they're saying, my kidney function might have been slightly low. They said extra creatine. Long story short, then they start this company called Quest Diagnostics starts calling me, telling me that I owe them money on a dang like that. I mean that yeah for a test being ran. And it's like no. This is a clinic that I went to, and the clinic charges you for every test, and they make you pay before they do any service. Quest wasn't hearing it, and I had to speak to their supervisor, and I kept telling them, no, I paid this already. I paid everything. They didn't want to believe it. This fiasco went on for 6 months. Guess what? I recorded every single one of those calls until I finally got to like the head lady named Linda, who was just like, okay, fine, we're gonna send this back to Quest and have them pay. And I'm like, I've been telling you all that for this long. I lost it. I've never been so rude to customer service in my entire life. But that was the only reason why I haven't released the content yet, because I'm like, man, it really makes me look like a very bad guy because I said horrible things to those people. Horrible things. But they were harassing me with this thing that I didn't know, and it was for months. I mean, months and months and months. I took down every person's customer ID number. I got their actual full names. I was like, yep, nope, no, we're not doing this. And I told every single one of them, hey, this call is being recorded. Then eventually I had to call on three-way with that Quest Diagnostics and the clinic that I went to, and I called them together, and I'm like, hey, did I pay for that? They're like, yes, you paid this amount on this time on this visit, for these services. I'm like, right. So you were paid. That dude was like, well, yeah, no, we need it in writing. And it's like, Quest is like, we already sent, we don't send anything new in writing. They already have like what, like it was just nonsense, bro. Yeah, I'm making content out of that. I'm gonna lose some fans though.
Quest Diagnostics is where they were going to send me to get my blood drawn. Right?
No way.
I was like, no, like I'm not going to like what? I'm not going to go to this other place, right? Like, yeah, and like pay extra. And pay extra for like, you do this here. Why schedule it if I can't do it here? Like, sorry.
Yo, Quest Diagnostics. And if you Google like on Reddit, there's a bunch of things where they're like, hey, is this a scam? Because I thought it had to be a scam and the thing is, they are open from 8 to 5. If I worked a regular job, I would not have the ability. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
They're open from 8 to 5:30. If I had a regular job, it'd be impossible to talk to them because if you call at 5, they don't answer the phone. So then at that point, you just don't get a chance to talk to them. And they're like, well, we're just going to go to collections. I was going off. I said, if y'all ruin my credit, at the time, my credit score was like 825. I said, if y'all touch my freaking credit over some nonsense that I know for a fact I paid, I'm going to lose my freaking mind. And any lost opportunity I get, a higher interest rate on a car, a loan that I don't get, anything like that, I'm going to sue you for because I know I paid and that's when I was going off. I said, I know I paid my bills. Your credit score is probably in the 5s. I'm in the 8s, nigga. I know what I'm telling you, I was losing it. I was just being a complete cunt about it. But I was so pissed. Like, bro, nigga, it was crazy. I don't, and I know, and clinics are scams, bro. They're scams. I don't really, do medicine as it is anyway. I ain't never been to no doctor or nothing like that anyway. And I already didn't believe in clinics in the first place. And then these niggas scammed me because all they do is they run some tests and tell you, nah, it's not working. They didn't give us anything. They don't diagnose you. And then they refer you to a different doctor. So they sent me to a nephrologist. And I'm paying all this stuff out of pocket. By the time I was done, I paid like $1,400 for no one to tell me what it was. The blood went away on its own. It's gross, bro. They're a scam. Freak out of here. Yeah, no, I'm releasing that footage. I was going off. Literally at the top of my lungs, screaming. It was gross. Y'all think I'm bad on panels, nigga. Oh, you got no idea. That was ugly.
I'm just impressed by this credit score. That's got me. So do you use your credit?
Oh, sure. Only for like I use the credit cards. I use multiple credit cards for everything, and I just pay them off.
That's what everyone I know who has great credit says. I know it makes sense, but I'm not on that side, but I'm like living the Dave Ramsey style of like paying for like just don't go into debt. But my credit score is terrible because there's nothing on it.
Really? Dave Ramsey is an idiot, and that's why because Dave Ramsey he has a lot of money. And when you have insane amounts of money, then yeah, you don't need credit, right? If I can just pay cash for my house, I don't need credit. If I'm just buying my car with cash, I don't need credit. when I'm wealthy enough, literally my income enough would be enough for them to give me whatever the freak I need. That's why he has the ability to do that. If I'm already making ludicrous amounts of money and things like that and have a business income, I don't need credit. I already have my business, I already have my cars, I already have everything I need. Yeah, I don't need credit. But then to suggest that to random citizens is so out of touch, it's retarded. The average
I
person can't live that way. That's stupid.
I disagree with you for one thing. Like it depends on what level of wealth you're talking about, right? Because the when you get higher, they all live off of credit, right?
We're
In
talking
fact,
about
like
the
they
0%, the people
yeah,
who
yeah.
don't have
They get
income.
they get loans for ridiculously cheap, and then they live off of that rather than like an income, rather than like a W-2 or anything. You know what I'm talking
Yeah.
about? But
Yes, but
otherwise,
those are the
but I do
people that
agree with what
have
you were saying. Yeah,
yeah, and those are the people that have so much wealth that they're literally living off of the interest and
yeah,
nonsense, and the interest is going to be higher than the amount loaned. And there's plenty of ways to use your credit to build wealth, right?
yeah, yeah.
Like I think they
Yeah.
were showing me that like there was like crazy low interest rates. I mean like OD interest rates on bonds at the time, and so it was
Uh-huh.
like yeah, you could just max out a credit card on the bond and then like have a time like have the zero like the percentage of interest like where it's like 12 months zero interest and then you
Mhm.
put all of that money on the bond expires in 9 months, so then at that point you just get the bond money, which is going to be more than whatever, and then you
Whatever
just
you
pay
owe.
off the credit card back to zero, and so now you just made all of the interest on that bond for the maximum
Interesting.
amount. There's all sorts of dumb stuff you can do like that where you're
Hmm.
like just flipping your credit to do nonsense, but like again, that's not the average person. The
Yeah.
average person doesn't even have $500 worth of money that they like for an emergency, and you're saying no, you don't need credit. That's crazy. It's literally not smart. Now, I'm not saying the man doesn't know his numbers. I'm not saying that he's not wise in the sense of like you do want to avoid debt and all of those things, which is how I've lived my life, except for when I got freaking engaged. But besides that, like I get that that makes sense. But in reality, like most people, when it comes to specifically buying a car, you're not buying your car with cash if you're buying a reliable car, and you're not buying a house with cash. So then in reality, you're gonna need credit. You're gonna need it. Like
Mhm.
and it
So
just
you
takes
just out of
it takes
touch.
discipline.
His biggest thing is like consumer debt, basically, which is
Yep.
is true. Like the idea of like you probably shouldn't buy a phone with a credit card, like something that you can't pay off within that month. Like, because credit card debt, the credit card interest rates are just like, no matter how good your credit is, credit card interest rates are going to be ridiculous. Like,
Absolutely.
so yeah, it's like that's it's almost like a payday loan. Like you're almost
100%.
like trying to
No, no,
qualify
no,
for
no,
a
no!
payday
Don't
loan.
say that. Don't say that.
Yeah,
Payday
yeah, yeah,
loans are a
yeah, yeah.
different
You're right.
thing.
You're right. No, the payday loans are like literally 800% interest.
Yeah, it's like
Eight
ridiculous. Yeah.
hundred percent interest. That's literally.
Yeah.
I don't know how that's even legal.
It
I
Yeah.
was
shouldn't. I don't think it really shouldn't be. And a lot of people get away with it.
I was looking like I think I don't know about that percent, but I know like I think the average credit card interest rate is like 17%, and like people
Yeah.
with the bad credit gets like what like 30. Like
But what about
Uh-huh.
payday loans though?
yeah, I hadn't heard 800%.
Wait,
I've heard payday loans of like up to 50, which is
no,
crazy.
50%.
never
They've
get
been
payday
higher than
loans.
that. That I can tell you.
No,
They can get higher than
I'm
that.
saying they've been in as high as 800. It's gross.
Yeah, and they can like yeah. That's the ceiling that I've heard. But like I think they have like trip rates where like it skyrockets, interest skyrockets, so you don't pay it back in like a certain amount of time, right? Like and it just like it starts at one rate and then it goes to another rate. It's just utterly crazy. But like it's funny because it's interesting, like you have and this is like an old man talk. Like I feel like this is a super old man talk where you talk about finances. So but
That's where my brain
My-
kind
I
of shut
love talking
off.
about finances.
It's like,
My-
Oh yeah, 780% APR. That's crazy. Yeah.
my father fanatic, you have credit like my father does, like his is like in the 800s. Like my dad like he likes to go to like he likes to like buy cars and help other people buy cars, right? And he loves negotiating with a salesman, right? And so like my mother wanted to get like a new car for herself, right? Not like we're like balling or anything. Let me make that clear, right? But like because their credit's so good, things like and they save so much. So my parents are amazing at saving, right? They can get the things they want, but they're working class. But in any case, he goes to the dealer to like look for a new car, and like the guy is showing him some different stuff, right? He settles on one car, and my dad's like, I don't know, maybe I don't know, I gotta talk to my wife, and the salesman's like, you know what, we've been talking all this time, and I haven't like run your credit or anything, right? Like, that was like, oh, go ahead, here's my information, go do that. he sees my dad's credit score, which is like in the high 800s or wherever is high in there. I forget how high it goes, but
Like
like
850
it's
is max.
yeah, it's somewhere in there, right? And the dealer comes back smiling. He's like, "Oh my God, yes, like we love to serve you." And it's like my dad is like, "Yeah, I'll be back. I just got to talk to my wife. Like, do you want to take the car home? Take the car home. Seriously, like take the car home
Yep.
to your wife and show it to you because you got a perfect credit score."
Yep.
And like they will roll out the red carpet for you for that. So yeah, but you got me. I think you have to beat Fnatic by 100 points. I think I'm 727.
Oh no. I was there. I was there at the time. Now I'm at 725 because guess what happened?
I talked about it.
Can you believe these idiots? They forgave my student loans, and now because they forgave my student loans, all of a sudden my credit score went down.
What
God,
is this?
I'm not complaining. I'm not really
Even
complaining.
makes sense.
I'm happy as hell, bro. I'm
Yeah.
so glad.
I'm so happy. I'm happy for you, but like I hate the way the credit system works. Where
Oh yeah, it's retarded.
you're not in debt
Oh, there.
anymore, and so I guess you'll get a lower score for not
Yep.
being in debt. Unbelievable.
No, it's pure nonsense.
Yeah, it's
Pure
promote,
nonsense.
it's promote some level of consumerism. And the other crazy thing is like for payment history, like you get deducted if you're below 97% on like on time payment history. Like I thought I was like, how often do you have to pay on time? I was like maybe like 80, 85%, like most of the time. But it's like 99, 98, 97. If you're below 97% on time, they are smacking the like F out your credit. They're like, oh, okay, he only pays on time 90% of the time.
I thought it was anything above. I thought it was anything below 100.
No, I mean like there's like
There's a level of
there's
forgiveness.
a level like if you paid something for like 6 years and then you make like one payment like a couple days late, they're not gonna kill your credit score. But if you do it like twice, or 3 times, they're like, hold on, what the hell's going on here?
This is this guy.
Yeah.
Late Andy.
we got a deadbeat dad in our hands.
And it can be something like stupid you don't even like think about all the time. Because I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of things you have on like monthly. Like people have on monthly accounts that they just don't think about. Like, oh crap, that was today. Like I'm supposed to do that today, and then like you missed that day, and your credit's like FICO. They ain't playing.
Fortunately, do even like with most things, they don't actually report that to your credit. Like for example, with a credit card, they won't report until you're 3 months late.
Yeah.
And so you actually have a pretty big grace window. And even cars now, they give you like a 5-day grace period before they charge you. So you actually have time. It's just if it goes beyond that, then they're looking at you like, oh, okay, now this nigga he don't care.
Yeah.
And at that point, yeah, you're screwed.
Yeah, it's I thought it was 2 months, but it might be 90 days. I don't know. For credit cards. Anyway, so I don't lose what little audience that I have.
This is a great conversation.
Razor is gone, and I'll be like,
My brain shut off for finances. I'm sorry.
And we have other people coming, but I don't know when I'm gonna be there. DQ, are you there yet? We don't see you on screen. If you're there, DQ.
Grabbing some things.
I don't think she's.
Well, they're muted, so I don't know.
And what
I'll
about
take them-
Rico? Is he still coming?
No, did you see the thing?
Oh, I didn't. I don't be reading messages. What do you say?
Okay. Well, all right.
I got you.
Let's-
I'll read it.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So we'll get started. And hopefully others will be here soon. This is All Black Everything, and we should do Thursdays 8 p.m. Eastern. We've got a tiny group of guests here, but hopefully more will be here soon. Because we all know Negroes cannot be on time. It's just fact of life. But anyway, thank you all for being here. And if you're enjoying the content, if you're enjoying your talk about FICO scores, then hit that follow button. We don't do that often, okay? We don't do that often. But hit the follow button or hit the subscribe button if you're on YouTube. And thanks for being here. Anyway, I'm going to introduce these guys and we'll get started from there. So we'll start with my man, Bam. Bam, how are you?
I'm doing absolutely fantastic. Yeah, nothing to report. Oh, I went and seen Barbie. It was pretty good.
Oh.
Yeah, not otherworldly, but it was pretty good. Like, recommend.
Okay. Yeah, that's the one I wanted to see. Okay, I'll check it
Mhm.
out. Thanks for that. Let's go to Razor Sharp. Before that, hey, I did because you hadn't asked me. I'm surprised you didn't. But that anime you told me to watch,
Mushoku
Musen
Tensei.
Tensei. Yeah,
Hmm.
Mushika Tensei. It was all right. It was all right. I'm like 8 episodes in. It's all right.
Okay, see, there you go.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's
Um,
not a typical isekai. It's very different from what you expect from the like. It's not lazy.
Is
yeah.
that the one? Mushoku Tensei. Sorry, my brain like froze for that. What was that one?
Mushoku Tensei Jobless Reincarnator.
Oh, that one. Okay. Yeah, I need to watch that too.
Okay.
It's really good.
So Razor, thanks for being here. How are you?
Uh, I'll fully admit, somewhat tired. The past week has been just hell on me for some reason. We just with my job, we ended what basically is hell month of uh of everything, especially with all the heat and everything. I literally have been coming home, falling asleep, waking up at 9 o'clock at night, and then having to go right back to sleep to wake up at 4 in the morning. So a lot of shit has been happening. Other than that, I'm fine. Just happy to be here, be able to get my brain more stimulated, have conversations about fun little topics like this. So again, thank you for having me on, like always.
Thank you so much. DQ, you there?
Yep, I'm here.
There you go. All right. Well, DQ, thanks for being here. How are you?
Assalamu alaikum, salams, hello. I am the debate queen, or call me queen. I'm doing very well tonight. Thank you for having me. I do panels like this on Wednesdays and Thursdays. So yeah, come follow me and subscribe.
Yeah, thanks so much. And last but not least, Mr.
He's
Fanatic.
back.
Yeah.
Fanatic
The
being
champ is
so
in.
kind to join us after quite a bit. We always miss him. But he reached out. He wanted to talk about something, so we're going to talk about it. Yeah, how you doing, man?
I'm really blessed, man. I'm like super duper excited to be here. I think this is such an important topic. I mean, anybody that knows me knows this is kind of in my wheelhouse already. So I'm expecting great things from this one. Yeah, I kind of fell out of love with panels because but I got into like just my own just doing content. I actually just recently put out a video today. It's about what's his name? It was Tommy Sotomayor. Him and I had a conversation. He got embarrassed, of course. And yeah, then I'm gonna be uploading the entire video tomorrow at noon. And yeah, I'm excited to get into this topic. Legit.
Hey, love it. Okay, so do you guys want to jump straight into the Jonathan Majors thing, or we're going to do free discussion
So
first?
I have a couple of things to
Oh,
bring up free discussion wise. One is like an advice thing that
Okay.
kind of needs semi, and then the other thing is like maybe a interesting mini conversation. Um
I also have an idea for a mini conversation that has to do with something slightly personal that happened, but the overall point I want to see about digging into with everyone. But
Okay.
Bam
Why
usually
don't
has better ideas.
what? No,
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 this is
no.
hey,
Yeah,
work out your stuff.
Razor.
What you got?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay, so uh, about a week and a half ago, I ended up getting a call from my grandmother, of my cousin dying from a brain aneurysm.
Okay.
And the thing is, with this cousin, she basically tormented me for the majority of my life. I hated her so much because of all the shit she did to me. So when I got the news of that, my I kind of short circuited because it's like still somewhat. This is like family members dead, but I'm neither sad or upset about it. In fact, I'm somewhat happy, but also raging about it. And I kind of want to have and I think it could be good to like possibly talk about like people's thought processes dealing with family members that they may have issues with, and is it normal for families that are usually close knit if uh uh it's in order for people with within their families to actually be more happy slash angry or angry whenever someone in their family dies
Yeah.
if they have bad history.
I think this is an interesting topic. Like I think a lot of people might have something to say on this. So yeah, I'll rephrase it a little bit though.
Yeah,
Like
yeah. Please rephrase a little bit on bad
no,
wordings.
no worries, Fraser. And I won't say sorry for your loss. I won't say anything really, but like my condolences.
Is this from the black side or white side?
Black side.
Okay.
I know no one on my white side of my family.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
only know my black side.
So I was just yeah. So like when
matter.
you have a family member who is abusive. In fact, on Monday we actually were talking to someone else on this channel who had an abusive family member, right? When you have someone who abuses you or mistreats you, like yeah, like should you feel guilty? Should you feel sad? Should you feel related or whatever when that person goes? Like does the fact that they're family gives them some special privileges that like are you obligated to feel something for family when you might not feel something for someone else? So what do you guys think?
I would say no. It's not, especially not with cousins. Now, I mean, I'm not saying like obviously people are allowed to feel whatever they want about anyone, but
I'll give a small little caveat when I say that cousin, but raised as almost as if she was my sister.
like grew up really close together.
Yeah, that sounds like my family. Because like I'm really close to my cousins because we all don't have siblings, right? So I get that like that person was raised as your sister and that person was tormenting you. But also I like that really sucks that they tormented you for years and years and years. But I also think that that torment was their way of coping and it fucked up on you, you know? For whatever reason they had some shit going on and then it was on you. But you shouldn't take whatever like issues they had on you. Like eventually you're going to have to let that go because it's not going to serve you in the long run. You know, now I'm not trying to make excuses for your cousins. I'm absolutely not. But
Yeah.
it just seems to me like they may have had something going on that they didn't get a chance to talk about or couldn't talk about. And they just tormented the shit out of you because that's maybe all they knew or whatever.
What you guys heard the phrase "blood is thicker than water"?
Yeah.
Blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb is the entire quote, but yes, I have heard it.
Okay, that's what I was
Nerd.
going to get into.
Yes, sorry.
That is actually the quote, and to me, I think that quote is something that I actually can live by because the other stuff I cannot. I think it's absolutely absurd. Like,
You're cutting
Oh,
in and out.
man, get a little bit close to your
You're
mic.
like going,
Yeah.
you're like lowering.
Yeah.
oh god, it's StreamYard. Whenever I'm in StreamYard, it keeps adjusting my mic, and I hate it. I can't do anything about it. I'll keep manually adjusting it.
Check like for if you have check if you have like auto ducking on or something. There
I
might be
did.
issues.
I turned it off. It doesn't change. It doesn't fix it.
Now you're
Um,
a lot
You're
louder.
Now you're
so
louder.
loud.
Now you're a
Yeah,
lot
just-
louder.
I manually did it. Now it's automatically dropping. Now it's at 62 again. I'm gonna bring it back up to 90.
You're very clear
Okay.
though.
Yeah, it's it drops every time I speak. So like the thing that the reason why I have let me see. Is it? Yeah, auto adjust mic volume is not even on. I can't fix this. This is so gross.
Yeah.
Anyway, look, the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb, and I think that saying is something that I've like had to live by because you have expectations of who family are and what they're gonna do and how they'll be for you and all that stuff, and it's so easy to be disappointed because so many of them can end up just failing. And so for me, I've come to realize that I have friends who are as close, if not closer to me than what family should be. And so then it's like, yeah, I'm not going to just believe into this like thing. I think the generation before us, our parents' generation, they spent all of this energy on like family, when family would be toxic and disgusting and ridiculous and be like, yeah, but it's still family. And I'm not about that life. And I think it's actually really common of our generation to finally be like, yeah, no, I'll cut you off just like I'll cut anybody else off. And
Yep.
I'm with that. I respect that energy, and that's how I'm gonna be. That's how I'd encourage you to be. If somebody's doing you foul, then just because they're family doesn't mean anything. Because I have family members I just don't talk to, because it's just like, yo, you guys are toxic. There's no reason to deal with you, and I'm not. I'm just not going to. I don't know why we that generation just has this belief system that family is all you had, and I do know why. Because when you're in that much poverty as the previous generations were, you knew you had to stick together. You needed some sort of support system. So I get it. That just ain't my life, and I'm not having
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, and unlike nowadays where you can make the more the chosen families used with usefulness of the internet, like we're able to right now have this kind of talk with people from other side of the country, and you like obviously I'm not as close with any of you yet, but like if I were to like become a lot more friendly with Bam and Fnatic, I would consider them brothers. I would consider you both brothers. Uh, and
What about
you're
me?
now
I'm
part of
gonna
a
consider your sister. Oh God,
Yes, you
okay,
are.
just
Yeah,
leave it out. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
yes, you are the lovely big sister.
Oh, he called you
Yeah.
older. Oh, wow. All right. Anyway,
Hey, actually,
Sometimes,
Fnatic,
honestly, Razor, I just want to give you a noogie like you're my little brother. I just want to put your hand on there and just give you a big old noogie. Like,
nah, but this is crazy because Fnatic was here. Fnatic, how tall you think this nigga is?
Who, Razor Sharp?
Yeah,
yeah.
I would think he's average height. I have no idea.
that's what I
Like
thought.
No, give me a number. I'll tell you if you're wrong.
I'd say like 5'8".
uh,
This nigga's huge.
6'5".
Jeez, that's crazy.
And his name is Razor Sharp Gaming 9-6. Like if I was 6'5", everything would be followed by 6'5". Like I would be Black American made 6'5". Like,
I don't
Yeah.
care
Yeah,
about
you
the.
want
I
it.
don't care about the height. I continue like the. I still get told I should play in the NBA. I don't know.
Which is
I don't
terrible
wanna.
basketball trash.
Yeah,
No, but I
but
just
yeah.
really to as far as your situation, I think I'm uniquely privileged. At least as far as generationally, that I'm really close with my family, immediate and like cousins, aunts, uncles. Like everybody, I think my family's fantastic. It's probably like a toxic element I've had in relationships because like when you like two families, but when you get in a relationship, two families become one. You're like supposed to be spending time with each other. Like in my head, I always think my family's better than yours. Like, like
valid.
wow, like we can go hang out with your
That's
family,
fair.
but they like complain like, oh, my family's so toxic. I'm like, oh, okay, so just be with mine then. Mine's not. But I gotta work on that. But I think that, yeah, I do think that if you do have these issues, I think it is something for you to sort out. I mean, if you feel like finding grace in figuring out the why, that's that's your own journey to go to. But I don't think you have an obligation to do so if you felt like somebody
Yeah.
really just didn't,
Oh,
really was like a bad person in your life.
I've been working it through my head ever since the moment I hung up the call with my grandma after hearing that news. I've been working it through my head, and tell me if this is normal to you or not. For me, it feels like it's weird to feel this way, but um, I would say that she definitely uh uh helped leading to a lot of like depressive episodes. The fact that I have had so many bad thoughts and stuff, hell almost like wanting to kind of,
Turn
but
game up.
yep. um and the only reason why I never did it was to live out of spite, to screw with her. Like I wanted to live purely to look her in the eyes one day and tell her I fucking won. Now I can never do that, so I'm more pissed than anything. So
It's on the grave. That might
I
be
mean,
that's
something
just
that's.
to
the,
stop.
and I don't know if that, and I don't feel like that. Somehow I don't feel like that's a healthy mindset to have against people. But
I mean, like I would say it's probably best in the end to let go of your anger, and rather than stew on it. But I don't blame you for having that anger, right? Like, I wasn't there, and so like I'll just adjust the relationship as you're presenting it. But if it's like you're saying, then fuck her, right? Like, you aren't owed anything else as a family member. That like that bond is built on trust, just like anything else, right? You may give your family members more grace because that's what they are, and you'll never have anyone else but them as family, like. But once that trust is broken, or when it's abused, then yeah, fuck them. Like, and you feeling angry. I get what you're trying to say, is that like you wanted to prove to her that you couldn't break me, right? And you want to have that moment, and you held on to this thing, and you're not gonna have that moment, and then you're like angry, and you're like confused, like, well, maybe I should feel more sad because this person really did lose their life, a person I knew my entire life, right? And I should be sad about this, so I'm confused, but like I still have this anger, all those emotions, like the confusion, the anger, and if there's some sadness or something, right? All those are valid, and don't feel guilty about feeling any of those. Just like use that energy in something more productive. That's all, rather than like stewing on it.
And to back it
Yeah.
out a little bit, to make it a little less personal, because I don't want to necessarily go down
Mhm.
your rabbit hole.
That's
I'm
fine.
curious for Fanatic. I know you're not an actual conservative, but like you have like traditional, more so family values, I would say. How do you sort through these two things, like based on your current perspective? Because it seems that you do believe in some idea of like a strong like bloodline family unit. Like you find that to be really important.
Oh, it is. It's like hyper important, but I think people can do things that like pretty much betray that whole thing, and then those people, it's like, yeah, I'm not any more tied to you than I would be anyone else. I would say that, like, I look at it like your your family are the people who you default and you give the most grace to. I do give more grace to family than I do other people, especially like because of like proximity and things like that. But people can display that they are unfit to be your family, and I believe your family are the people you choose, not so much your bloodline. Now, what I will also say is I am a very, very keen believer in forgiveness. Someone said this, and this is true. When you forgive someone, you're doing the favor really to yourself. That is no longer like, you're not doing that like, oh man, this is gonna like for them so that they feel better. You're forgiving them so that you feel better, because in the end it does take energy to remind yourself. I mean, I'm pretty sure you've all been there, even as children, where like you'll be sitting there and you'll be angry at someone or something, and then like before long you're not being angry at that person, and you have to remind yourself, oh no, that's right, I don't like you, right? Because they do some nice things, and you're tempted to just be forgiving and just kind of move on and be like, oh, this is a good person, and then you're like, oh no, you're trash, right? That reminding thing, that takes energy. Like the reminding, the constantly like keeping yourself in that space, that's energy. And it's like, do you truly want to be spending that energy on another person? Like, I don't think you do, and you shouldn't, because there's just more productive things to do. So I'm like one that's really big on forgiveness, because you always want to be progressing, and the way to progress is to move forward, and you can't move forward when you're like constantly looking at the past. So it's just, I would say, try your best to find forgiveness of some kind. And that doesn't mean that you're justifying it, doesn't mean it's right. It's just, I forgive this person for what they did. You can choose to believe that they were going through something, or choose not to, but ultimately you can decide, I'm no longer putting energy into holding on to this negative energy, especially right now when the person is gone. There's nothing you can gain from it. It serves no value besides holding you back in these negative feelings, which don't serve any purpose. So it's probably better just to forgive. Realize, okay, this person was being an idiot. This person was probably going through something. That's what her name said. They're likely like, this is what they were doing to me. But it's not like, and just deciding, one, I'm going to learn the lesson that I will never let a person treat me in this way again. Two, I'm going to learn how strong I can be in learning to forgive past that, because ultimately, I'm telling you, it just does not serve you to hold on to.
I'm gonna be
Yeah.
honest. I'm like, I'm 100% believe in forgiveness, but I am a victim. I fall victim to peer pressure in this one regard. I don't smoke, I don't drink, I don't do. But as far as if you do something to like publicly shame me or embarrass me, I I feel like I can't forgive it, because I get self conscious. Like, oh, okay, like like if I let this go, I'm wondering what other I do care about what other niggas like You let that go? You let that slide? Like, bro, she cheated on you with 15 people and you let that slide? I couldn't be that person. And that's just a honest, like, that's where I'm at in myself. Probably not the healthiest thing, but I know there's a path that's like easier to tread of like, oh, okay, that happened. Like, even if I can let it go, I know that what's going on in other people's heads, and I'm like, F it is
So when I've
never
crushed
going
you
back.
15 times in a debate, right?
Right.
You've never been able to.
Yeah, but thank God that would never happen. It is for this very reason. Thanks for sharing that, Razor. And I'm sure it was a pretty like.
But before we move off of that, Waterkai, maybe they wanted to add something here too. Waterkai, thanks for being able to join us. Always love
sorry
having
for being
you,
late.
friend. Oh, it's fine. So we were talking about family members who have wronged you or and abused you, and like, is it like immoral or wrong or something to have feelings other than sadness when they die? So a person who's treated you badly, your entire life because they're family, and like, how should you feel when they're gone?
So I definitely agree with what Fanatic said, because I had a similar situation with my grandfather. No matter what I did in life, he was still going to look down on me. He was still going to talk trash about me. We were never going to see eye to eye. Even when we seemed like we were on good terms, behind my back, he's telling people how shitty a person I am, all these other things, totally unfounded. So when he was on his last legs, me and my mom had to take care of him. And we had to clean up after him, all these other things. He's still talking trash. So at that point, I realized I need to forgive him and I need to let this go, because he's going to be dead and gone and not be feeling anything. And I'm still going to be carrying that. So I need to put this weight down. And so I went ahead and forgave him, let it go. I wasn't deeply saddened when he went away, mostly because of the amount of pain he caused in life to multiple people. But in the end, he was just a person who wanted to cause harm and chose violence every day possible.
The balls.
He woke up and chose violence.
Every day.
The balls of this motherfucker to
Did
talk
he have
shit.
all like a mental what's the word I'm looking for? It's an A word. When you like lose your memory when you're older.
Alzheimer's.
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 No, he
Yes.
was just
Did he?
mean.
No.
Nah, he knew
No,
it.
I'm saying like later in life, did he get like Alzheimer's when you had to take care of him, or just was he old
He
and he had to
was
take care of
so
him?
ridiculous that in the last days, he decided he wanted to go back home. My mom was staying there with him, and he would grill her about everything that ever happened in life that he wanted an answer to. And when he didn't get the answers he wanted, he told her to leave and never come back. I said, this man has 2 weeks left at most on this planet. He was gone within a week and a half.
Dang.
Damn.
Imagine talking shit about the person literally wiping your butt. Literally
Right.
wiping your ass.
That's real.
It's like you're
Hey.
garbage as like you're doing the backstroke on his undercarriage.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you right now. This is like a bit of a departure, but I mean, I think you guys just gotta understand. And somebody said it, and I think it's all true, 100% true. They were basically saying, it was a very long thread, and they were saying that like what's happening now with dating is that a lot of the men that we've known in our lifetimes were not likable people, and back in the day they didn't have to be likable people, because all they needed to say was, hey, I'm getting a divorce, and then the woman, whoever they were with, were done. Like that was like, oh yeah, you're not going to be able to sustain yourself. You're not going to be able to live. And so as a result of that, men never had this idea of trying to like have to impress women or anything besides anything with their wallet. It was, as long as I make good money, I'm good to go. And so I think that kind of person is that kind of person. That's why you had all these men that were having multiple wives or multiple families on the side, that were cheating on their wives, bringing them STDs and all sorts of nonsense, just terrible with their money, completely like financial abuse. I make the money, so I'll give you $50 for groceries, and that's all you're gonna get. Every other dollar, I'll decide when I want to give you, and all that kind of nonsense. And the way that women were living in those times, it was absolutely absurd. So when now all of a sudden, when you're dating, women have the ability to be like, I don't like you, so I'm just gonna go ahead and move on and find somebody else. Now niggas have a problem with it. The modern these the manosphere niggas are always complaining about how women, women, the modern women, right? And it's like, yeah, bruh, like I can understand if you want to say that some of those things, like there has been some negatives with some of those things, but the idea that like we would ever want to return back to a world where they were just so powerless that they had to put up with that type of nonsense is disgusting. Because your grandmother that had to deal with that man was probably going through hell and just did so silently because she didn't have other options, not because she loved him, not because she wanted to stay. That wasn't a successful marriage. It was just a marriage where people didn't get divorced because it was culturally unacceptable to do so, and they were miserable in those marriages. And people keep trying to push back like we should get back to those times. It's psycho.
No.
Absolutely psycho.
No. My grandmother and grandfather legally separated, just so that way like she could still have like health insurance and everything because they were in the Air Force. That's how they met. And so like, back then, like when you had kids, you got to get out of the Air Force and stuff. So, they had 7 kids within like 10 years and shit. And by the time that they got divorced in like, I want to say like the 70s or whatever, she was able to like buy her own house and shit. Cause like, she didn't like have to like have like her like husband sign and stuff, which was like hard at the time anyways. But like, yeah, like they had to legally separate just because like the kids needed insurance and she needed insurance and stuff, but otherwise like they were done with each other, and he was a shit man from what I've heard. But yeah, I'm sure my grandmother put up with a lot of shit, but she also like gave some shit back to that man. 100% from what I've heard.
After a while, yeah, they was getting it.
Yep. It's like she used to write cursive, right? And like beautiful cursive, but like if you weren't trained to like read it, you couldn't read it, right? And my grandmother sent him a letter, and like he couldn't read or whatever, and like he said something to her, and she was like, fine, I'm not gonna write you then, fine, and she like he hadn't heard from her in like a little while, and so he sent the like Red Cross to go check on her and like the kids and stuff, and you shouldn't have told me not to write you, like, bitch, like.
Why would I do it?
Right. Like, let's not do this again. Like,
Yeah.
But yeah, I know my grandmother gave a lot of shit, but I know she like put up with a lot of shit just because like she was raised in like a abusive family situation. So like, I know that she didn't want to put that on her kids or anything of that sort. So
I respect that.
There was a thing that a question that Queen had asked about like if the grandfather had Alzheimer's or something. That does bring up a possible like caveat to this particular topic. If said family member that was dickish or abusive or something like that, if it was shown to you later that they had a mental disorder that made them be that way, like how would that affect your
If they were
thought process?
fine before that and then just started displaying it, cool. But if they were an asshole from day one all the way to Alzheimer's and just ramped it up to 10,
Not
Sure,
just
asshole.
not just Alzheimer's. Not just Alzheimer's, like any mental disorder. Like
No,
It doesn't matter.
That's
there's
exactly
still
what
stands.
happened to like my stepmom and like her mom, because like I was living with my stepmom and dad for a little bit during the pandemic, and like she had Alzheimer's and she would go the fuck off. Let me fucking tell you, and everyone just knew to just be like, it's chill. Like she'll punch someone real quick. She punched her like daughter one time. Like, she didn't play, but she was also like abusive at the same time, which like how she grew up and like how she raised her children too. So like, yeah, like she went from like a 5 to like 100 real quick, and you just gotta like be like, well, they can't control it.
Well, some mental health
Like
disorders.
it's not something like when you have Alzheimer's, like you just have to forgive that person and understand like they don't have like all the thoughts there to like think about what they're doing or what they're saying or anything of that sort. So like that, give it grace. But like otherwise, like if they don't have any mental like issues and stuff, and they're just getting older and dying, fuck them.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
I
like
think there's a difference. Like some mental disorders, like I said, Alzheimer's is kind of something that happens to you. It's literally you kind of like losing control of who you are. So, like I said, if you're like if you were, there was a point where like, oh, okay, you wanted to be this nice, happy person, but then there's other things like bipolar disorder. Even though you don't necessarily have control, like even though like you have a hard time controlling, like that, it's not something you have. It's who you are. Like that is their personality. It's not something that's like happening to them. It's something. It's a description of a behavior that they have. So it's not them. It's not a fake version of themselves. So I think there's a like difference between having less grace on a situation. Like if they were like this is how they always are, then that was just the person they were. Like
Yeah. I'm not making excuses for bipolar. I'm sorry. I can't do it. It's like, look, if you're going to be the person, because I think just like with bipolar, it's an emotion. It's an emotion. Yes, it's a chemical imbalance, but you still learn things to do and not to do. You still
you
understand the
learn ways to
behaviors.
deal with it.
Right. It's not like when they're going through an episode, they don't know bad behavior. Now, you can't control what you're feeling. You can't control the emotion. So you can't control your disposition, but you do control your actions. So if you decide because you're having a manic episode that you're going to curse me out and act retarded, yeah, at that point, I'm going to take that personal and I'm not going to make an excuse. Yeah, I'm bipolar. I'm not going to use that and then say, oh, yeah, no, it's totally okay. No, you can go ahead and control your actions because I know people with bipolar who, yes, they can get into really depressed states. They can get very, very sad. They can even become angry, but they're not going to sit there and curse you out and disrespect you. The disrespect, I'm not tolerating. I'm not giving you a pass just because you're bipolar. Freak out of here.
I know. Yeah, I know a
I
couple of people who are
I mean,
bipolar who
like
have that kind of thought.
yeah, like I mean, like if they did that, I would be upset, but also like I have the ability to be like, listen, like after they've had like their episode, it's done and over with, be like, listen, like that shit that you said like really hurt my feelings, and like you guys can like have a conversation with it. You don't necessarily have to like give them grace if you don't want to, but at least like talk about it and be like, you know what you should have said was fucked up.
Right.
Like that's
I'm
important just to have the conversation at least afterwards.
sure. I'm just
Sure.
saying. I was just making the distinction on like some people believe that like these like mental disorders are things that happen to people versus it just being a description of a person that's having this like behavior. Like these things aren't separate from the person. They're the same. It's kind of like saying this isn't a mental disorder, but but mental health. But like when people talk about like it's not that you have autism, you are autistic. Like it like
It is
you weren't
part of you.
autistic, yeah, you would be a different person. Like that. Um,
I mean, I
so
hear that.
I actually the first part of what Fanatic was saying actually transitioned in something I wanted to ask about. So you were talking about kind of like people were in a lot of like unhealthy relationship because men aren't expected to bring much like weren't expected to bring anything to relationships.
Literally, just bring money and that's it. That's what it was
Mhm.
in the past. I'm guessing.
Yeah, well, I mean, even a lot now. Like I can think of like I'm sure everyone off the top of their head can think of like three people they know that are in relationships, like guys they know they're in relationships, and you like, I mean, you don't necessarily know because you're not in a relationship, but like you notice immediately, like, oh, okay, I don't see any chemistry here. Like, oh,
Mhm.
okay, like I know you think that person's attractive, but like you know your friend and like, oh, okay, this girl doesn't like you just think she's hot. Y'all don't seem like y'all click at all. Um,
No.
which because I think that a lot of the things that people look for in relationships are pretty surface level. Maybe because people aren't fully aware of themselves and what they want. Like they
Mm.
may know that I want like you get in the face like I want a relationship, but you don't necessarily know what kind of person you find interesting. So you just like look to this stereotypical list of the things that you want. Like, oh, okay, I guess she should be nice. I guess she should be pretty. I guess they should be have an okay job. But like none of these things are like personal. None of these things are like deeper than skin. Um
Oh,
and
you're hitting something crazy. Keep going. Keep going.
yeah.
Keep going.
So my question is whenever you are, and this is like unisexual, whenever you are like in the period of like getting to know someone. Now, I don't believe in the idea of like love at first sight. I don't buy into that concept. But I think I think I do believe in the concept of sparks. I do think that like chemistry can come on pretty fast with someone that's worth like engaging further with. And and I wonder if anyone has sort of a rebuttal or a response to that, because like if I talk to a girl like within maybe 5 days, I'll realize like, oh, okay, like I know some girls are like, oh, this girl's crazy. Like we talk about so much, like I'm really into it. And the other ones are like, oh, okay, I'm going through the steps where we're saying words back and forth, but I can tell that like, oh, okay, I'm not that interested. Like it doesn't feel natural.
It
Um,
becomes just small talk and not a conversation when you're like speaking with them, right?
mhm.
What's the exact question? I
Well,
missed it.
the question is, like do you believe that that's a legitimate do you believe that's a legitimate feeling? Like, am I being irrational? The idea of like sparks should come naturally, and like those are the people you're supposed to like actually pursue, or do you believe that like every relationship, like great relationships, can take time to build? Like,
Great relationships take time to build. It would be my viewpoint. Because for me personally, with my current girlfriend, we met over Twitter, and a lot of it was just me making reply. It was just me doing replies, and she was liking them, and then we end up speaking for a while over Messenger, eventually Snapchat, just talking for a long time, getting more and more friendly with each other, and then we finally met in person, and the chemistry was right there, but we had already built up quite a bit of a thing where it's like, I know what your politics are, I know what you like, I know what's happening, because we ended up having a long time of just like, hey, we're friends now, we're gonna talk about everything. So
sure, but I'm saying, did it start out lukewarm? Like, did it start out like, oh, okay, like there wasn't much there, or was it instantly like some level of chemistry, and then you were like curious to build on it?
in terms of chemistry, like I said, for me it was the fact that like I was able to have conversations with her uh about about basically anything and everything, and it was never felt like small talk. It felt like we were in a deep conversation on every topic we could come up with, and
But
wasn't just a simple like, "Hey, how you doing? I'm fine. That's cool. What are you doing?" It wasn't none of that.
well, see, then that seems like that we go
That
towards the
sounds like
other side of one
chemistry.
thing. It sounds like something you were having. It sounds like something kicked off really fast, even though you didn't. Even though like it got better over time. It sounds like something that initially, like within the
So
first few
it's like
interactions.
probably like a mix. It's not like a mixture, I guess, because it's not like sparks, like hot sparks, but just uh, but it's like it starts out lukewarm, but of course, as anything, when you start adding heat to it, you'll eventually finally start getting those sparks eventually. So I see like most relationships will start out lukewarm no matter what, and if you say there's sparks, the speed differs with each person.
I don't know. Do you even understand the question yet? I have no idea because it's
That's
a
it.
little confusing. Yeah.
I'm good.
Well, I think Fnatic has something to say first, so I'll
Oh,
let
for
him
sure.
go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. I mean, I think obviously it can happen both ways, right? Like, I think yes, you can have sparks at the very beginning of a relationship where it's like, yo, from the very beginning, I can just tell this is a person I very much enjoy. I'm hitting it off with from the very, very beginning. And then there's some people where you don't even realize, like, oh, this is a person I'm into. Like, it takes that conversation like a breakthrough almost. Like, yeah, you're just a friend, we're cool, and so on and so forth. And then you realize, oh snap, I didn't realize you had this in you, and now I'm particularly attracted to you. For me, that thing can be intelligence. Like, I don't just automatically assume people are intelligent. People have to show me that they're intelligent. But then if a person shows me that they're intelligent, then I'm like, oh, I didn't realize. Oh yeah, okay, then yeah, now I'm into this, right? Because until I know it, then it's just like, yeah, you're just a random, you're just a random person. I don't know you from Adam. Like, I don't have any reason to put any faith in you or anything like that. So I think, yeah, that stuff happens sometimes with time, and then sometimes, yeah, it can work right from the very beginning.
Okay.
It just depends.
So it can go both ways. Okay.
Yeah, that's
Um,
what I think.
I would ask Kai, but I know Kai's ace, but I don't know if that affects you romantically. Do you care romantically about people?
Not really.
I got you.
Fair enough,
So
But
buddy.
A-Row and Ace.
Oh, I didn't know you were Ace. That's cool.
Not
I
really.
don't believe in this.
It's infuriating for
I
people.
mean, like, I feel like I've had sparks with people and been like, oh shit, like this is cool. But sometimes the sparks like are just that sparks. And like they don't really go further than that. And sometimes that spark like lasts over years, and you're just like, holy shit. Like, we could not talk for 3 years, and then you come back and talk to me, and I still have the same exact feeling, the same exact sparks for you, like, that happened. But like, I do agree with Fanatic there too.
So I'm gonna say in 2012 I did believe in it. I thought I was. It was just like, yeah, I went through this crazy phase, and I was like, I don't think I want to be with anybody, and I don't even think I really enjoy sex like that. Like, it's just like a thing you do. Yeah, you want to release, but it's like I don't really enjoy it. Like I was just really in a dark, depressed place, legitimately. And I thought I had schizoid personality disorder. This is not like schizophrenia or anything like that. It's a total different thing. But I thought I had that. Of course, it's a self-diagnosis, but it was just what I was going through. And I think it took, quite a few years, maybe like 4 or 5 years or so. I think it really just took for me personally reconnect with God. But either way, after time, then I got back. Everything was whatever, and I felt so much more like present and in love with myself and happy with myself, and that happiness led me to wanting like to be more romantic and things like that. I think a lot of times asexual people, I'm not saying you in particular, Lethe, but I'm saying from my own experience and what I've seen from a couple others is that a lot of it has to do with like depression. Like when people are depressed and you're not particularly like happy with yourself or just with life in general, that can lead to these cases where it's like, I don't even want like I don't have the dopamine necessary to like have a high sex drive or to want to do anything. I'm kind of just in my own world, and I'm just not happy. And I think that's where, and a lot of people confuse that state with being truly asexual, when in reality, it's just, this is a symptom of depression.
Okay, see, I didn't know what I was because I grew up in a very hypersexualized community. So like pretty much that's all it was from the moment we were in school together. It's all girls all the time. School dances, everybody has a girlfriend at all times. Losing virginity like before you're even a teenager kind of thing.
Yep.
I wasn't understanding why they were so fixated. I didn't care. I'd rather just go inside and play video games or work on a hobby or something. They're like, hey, let's go talk to girls. Hey, you know some girls? Hey, we need to go to the mall, meet some girls. I was never interested. And so I figured this is something I need to push myself to do. They're pushing me to do it. I'm pushing myself. And because of that, I became very promiscuous. And it was to probably an unreasonable level until around right after high school. And I chilled that out because after I started doing shows, I was going home with someone every Friday. It just was not the way to live. And I realized this was not fulfilling to me in any way. But I still didn't know I was asexual. I'm like, why am I just not interested? It wasn't a sex drive issue. Like, I could have sex at any moment. It's like a sport to me. It's like saying, hey, you want to play a pickup game of basketball? Yeah, let's go. It's not that I have a strong desire to play basketball, but yeah, I could play. Let's go. So it wasn't until after my first serious relationship, and I was like, I wasn't really romantically connected. I like this person. I like being around this person, but it's like a
Felt like a
female
friendship.
friend. Yeah. And there was, she had sparks. She loved the heck out of me, and I love her, but more as a person. So
yeah, that's what it's supposed to be.
Nah, romance can be different. Romance is a little bit different.
Yeah,
No,
I think
I
it's
think
a
friendship
little
is important.
Romance as
Help
a
me.
person, other than romance as a person versus romance as a partner. I'm guessing is the difference here, because there's like people have those like two dudes have that bromance, like they have sparks, but it's nothing sexual or romantic. It's literally just like we're the best of friends. We're always 100% there. That kind of, I guess that I love you, bro. That kind of stuff, like that kind of love.
No,
right?
I've
I have
had a
different chemistry with
friend.
friends.
Yeah, I've had a girl who
Oh,
was
like
a
it.
friend that I like. We had great conversations, and I could even have sex with her, and it felt awful. Like from a perspective of a friend, like it just felt like, well, because I wanted more than that, and she was like, "Oh my goodness, like we hang out, we do all the things," but like not having that feeling reciprocated felt awful. Like romance is different than friendships.
Yeah, that wasn't real. But y'all weren't being. I mean, like you weren't getting what you actually wanted. That would feel awful.
But I was getting the friendship out of it, and the
But you wanted
part.
more. But you wanted more.
That's what I'm saying. The more is what the more is the difference. That's what romantic interest is. That's what love is. I feel like.
Yeah, I'm saying so. But that's why you felt bad about it. But I think I don't think that sleeping with your friends has to feel bad. I think it only feels bad if one of you guys wants more. And I think that's commonly going to be the experience. It's extremely rare to find two people who are very much just like, yeah, no, I want to sleep with you and all that stuff, but I don't want an actual relationship, because there's very rarely reasons why you don't actually want that relationship, unless you're raised in a cult and all sorts of nonsense, and then you just believe I'm only going to be with other cult members. But anyway, so my whole point being, I think that I need you guys to break down to me what the clear distinction is between loving someone as a person and like loving someone romantically, because I feel like yeah, I'm not going to give my caveats. Just go ahead. Can someone break that down to me?
But you literally was saying when you were answering Michael, you said, oh, you wanted more. I had the friendship. I had the sexual relationship.
Mm-hmm.
We could go out. We could go do the thing. We go to dinner. We could do all of the activities that you would consider a relationship. But there was more that I wanted. What do you think that more is?
Like you weren't an item yet, but you were.
So that was just unrequited love, but it was the same thing. That was, you loved her as a person and you wanted more because you loved her as a person. I don't think
like that's a situationship most of all.
I feel like it's like more of a mutual respect and love for each other, but with none of the wanting to actually partner up. That's just how it is. It's no way. There's no like word for it. There's no like special way I can possibly word it. It literally is just. It's like all relationships are relationships. It's like simple friendships are that. Situationships, as Queen just said, they're all different forms of relationship. It's super hard to like to word it well.
I think Fanatic recognizes it clearly. I think you do.
If I did, I wouldn't say it. Like I genuinely don't. I'm not.
Then why do you? What do you think? What do you think was the more that I wanted? Because, like I said, she.
No, I know you wanted a relationship. You wanted that requited. You wanted her to return those feelings. That's what you wanted.
Yeah, but
your feelings were the same.
The
wanting to partner, the wanting to be together.
Yeah, I think that's what romance is.
So romance is just when two people feel it, as opposed to you feeling it. Because what I'm asking, I think, no, it's not that I'm not understanding. You're not understanding the distinction that I'm asking you for. So let's break this down. You're saying I had these feelings. I'm saying those feelings are the same feelings that we were already describing. You're saying, no, they're different feelings. And so I'm asking you, what's the difference? You're saying, well, the difference is I want her to feel it too. That's not a difference in you. That's a difference in your partner. That's a difference in it being returned. So I'm asking you, what would be the difference between those feelings and just you? If you can't describe the difference between the feelings with just you as a person, then there is no difference. The difference is just when you have two people working together. What I'm basically asking is, what's the difference between training alone and training with another person? For me, there's nothing different. So, but what is the difference? Because it seems like these are the same thing. If you love the person as a person and you guys are compatible, there's no reason not to do it. The compatibility part is about like, okay, for example, if we don't have the same religion, then now when it comes to like kids and stuff, it's going to get in the way. Or maybe there's a compatibility issue when it comes to things like, hey, I know that you need this amount of time and I'm not able to give that amount of time. That's an incompatibility. I'm never leaving the state of California because this is the best state in the union, which is why we have the the highest population, even though the cost is so ridiculous, because we're living in the best state. So I'm never living in another state. But if you're saying you are 100% committed to not living in this state, yeah, we're incompatible, right? So there's all of those kinds of things that would cause, if you get what I'm saying. So.
Okay, I thought so. The thing I was responding to, you were saying, I thought you were saying, the disagreement was like, oh yeah, like a friend, like a person that you love as a friend that you have like physical intimacy with, like, and go on dates with, like that. You say that's what a relationship is, and I was saying that like, no, you can have someone that you consider you a friend. You do all those things and it still not be fulfilling.
I think the only feeling difference is there is no feeling difference. I think the difference is a commitment. The difference is us deciding we together are going to pursue life together. Like, that's the difference. If I love you as a person, there's no reason I wouldn't want to be with you aside from glaring compatibility issues. If I love you, why would I not want to be with the person that I love unless there's a compatibility issue? What would stop it? If I love you and you love me, why would we not go through life together as a partnership?
Well, I mean, like,
unless there's a compatibility issue.
Sure, but I think compatibility issues. I mean, you're not saying this. Compatibility issues doesn't negate the love.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
But that's why. But then the feeling itself is not different. The difference would be if it's unrequited or if there are some compatibility issues. So there is no difference. There is no distinction in those feelings.
I mean, both of those things. I mean, I think that those are significant enough.
Significant enough to not pursue the partnership, but not significant enough to change the feelings. The feelings are the same.
So in the case of my relationship, the first one was about 3 years. The second one was about 8 years. In the 3-year relationship, there was really good compatibility. I didn't feel like we were ever incompatible. I just had no interest in thinking long term or anything on that order with this person because it just didn't mean that to me. I just couldn't get my head in that place. So if the relationship ended the very next day, I'd have been like, well, it was fun while it lasted. And if it ended years from there, that would have been the same deal. But eventually she had to move and that was the end of it. And I really wasn't awestruck about it.
You weren't sad at all. Just like, okay, you're gone.
Yeah,
What
pretty
about your
much.
8-year relationship?
The 8-year messed me up, but it wasn't because of the relationship ending. It was the amount of trust that I had in the person to the point where they knew all the intricacies of my life. And I became afraid that this person could hurt me. Like knew my bank account, knew how to get into my home, like literally knew everything about me. So we didn't end on great terms. And I was shook about what could possibly happen afterwards. We're still friends now.
Did anything happen afterwards?
What do you mean?
I'm pretty sure she
Did
told
she
some crazy
do
stories.
Well, because you said you were scared for like if something was like when the relationship ended afterwards. So did anything bad happen afterwards?
Yeah, any of your
No.
fears, they come true? No, okay.
No, thankfully.
I thought
But I
she stole
stayed
like
shook for like 6
$4,500
months.
from you or something. Or from
Oh no, I've never had a thing like that happen to me.
maybe I'm mixing up stories. It was some story you're telling about some girl ended up taking like life insurance money or something from a family member or something.
Oh, okay. So yeah, this was that same ex, but it was something entirely different. So her grandmother got dementia and she was willing to change her name to cash a check that was in a different name.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but so she showed the behaviors that made you
Yeah.
afraid. Like she's capable of doing some crazy
Exactly.
stuff. That's what it was. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
It was
okay.
capability.
Mm-hmm.
Right, right.
Change
Yeah,
your name.
I actually remember that story now.
Yeah.
But anyway, I guess I'll put my
go.
2 cents in there. So quickly to respond to Fanatic, you had said, and I might butcher your point, so you can correct me. But you said something along the lines of, I don't know if there's anyone who can like have a relationship or like have sex and not want something more, something along those lines. Do you remember what you said?
Oh yeah, I think if two people are sleeping together, one of those people are going to catch feelings. Like in most cases, I think it's particularly women. I think are going to, but I think both people can.
Yeah, I
Plus,
think both
he's-
people can, but I also too can't separate my feelings from like what I feel for you and what I feel sexually for you because they're both very much one and the same. Like if I really like you, then I want to like show you that part of me too, but also like you gotta like be careful with that too. But yeah, I think I've had people like been friends with infants, they catch feelings. I'm like, sorry. And then there's been times where I've been the one to catch feelings. So I think it can happen both ways.
Yeah.
So, okay. So I'm not sure if this negates anything, that you said, Fanatic.
Enemies with
but
benefits work.
I'm currently in a situation with a person who I felt a lot of sparks at the beginning. And so yeah, I did with my last girlfriend, right? But then like soon enough, just a whole list of incompatibilities like showed their face. Just like a whole list. And I don't know with this person. I mean, I like them as a person, and I like talking to them as a friend. But like we fight like all the goddamn time. Like it'll start out nice until something happens, and then we're off to it.
But them
And
titties still tittying, ain't they?
but so like I wanted to start a relationship with this person, but now I don't. Like in fact, I like kind of like concretely reached a conclusion about that, like earlier this week, I think. Uh, Now this person and I still have sex, and that's great. And for me, like I'm like the opposite of DQ. Though I've heard a lot of people talk the way DQ does. I'm the opposite though, and like I don't need to feel anything for a person to have sex with them, like at all. I don't have to have romantic feelings. I just will do it.
Yeah, you're a man.
Not all men feel that way. Not all men feel
True.
that way. We had a guy.
All real men do. No, I'm kidding.
But yeah, but that I guess I was going to respond to that, is that like I'm perfectly fine with continuing the sexual relationship. We have the reason why we even still talk to each other. The main reason is that we have other things that we're doing with each other, like exploring businesses and stuff, right? Like we have other things outside of that, but when we meet up, it's like, all right, let's just have sex.
Yeah, I'm telling you that. Like I said, I do it. I had that same situation. Like I said, I wouldn't joke when I said like, oh yeah, like friends with benefits can't work, enemies with benefits can. There was this girl that I promise you, like when I seen it was on site, like it was like just didn't get along at all, just super not there. And then like one day she was like, like I think she actually like come to my room. Like this was back in undergrad, and I was like, why? Like, what's wrong with you? She was like, I'm horny. And I was like, and it was like on one of those like college weekends where a lot of people have gone home, like it's like a holiday or something, and you're still down there, like. And I was like, I had to imagine her in like a whole different. I had to cut off like take off my like anger blockers to look at her. I'm like, wait a minute, she got body. I was like, all right, like I'm telling you, did it like, and then afterwards, immediately like the hate came right back in me. I was like, oh, I don't like this chick at all. And I was like, this is great. That was the best. That was one of the best like situations I ever had. Like it was a girl I didn't get along with at all. But man,
hate sex is amazing. Yeah.
I like to imagine the Kill Bill song, like when you see her, like, dude, that siren song, yeah.
But then she felt the same time. She used to say the same thing all the time. She was like disgusting. She was like, I don't even like we used to be very. I think it created like a beautiful honesty. And the sex, like if you don't like something, like it's not like, oh, I don't want to make them feel bad. Like make her feel bad. Like you can't, like your head is terrible. I'm telling you, it's just not gonna work. Like we have to work on this. Like, but she told me the same thing. She's like, why are you going so fast? Like, what the F is wrong with you? Like, I got better because of her. Like, I got better at sex. Like from someone that could be that honest with me. Shout out to that girl.
That honest feedback.
Yeah, like, it was crazy.
Y'all have heard me say it. I think a lot of women are particularly bad at giving head, and the reason why they're so bad at giving head is because niggas in a lot of situations aren't going to tell them.
Are just happy to get it.
Your head game is whack, right? Because if you were to say something, then she's gonna decide, okay, then I'm not gonna do it anymore. So then it's like, you know what? It's easier for me
mediocre.
just not. Yep, I'll take the mediocre and make it consistent. So you know what?
Nope.
I'm not gonna say a word. That's most men. Tell me that's not true.
Yeah.
Now you always got niggas on panels that'll be like, no, I would say it. Like, shut the hell up. No, you wouldn't.
I've got way more bad.
No. This goes both ways because some of y'all men don't know how to fucking lick pussy, and y'all have not the fucking time to be like,
yeah, but vaginas are hard.
Vaginas are not hard. As someone who is bi. It's not hard.
But you have one. That's like you having a cheat sheet. Right.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie.
We're not having to have a pussy eating off right now. You ain't gonna hit me with the it's really not. I know it's difficult out here. The vaginas is difficult. Here come Mr. Hose. Not for me.
Look, I'm gonna tell you, the thing is, The problem is, this is gross. I think a lot of women don't even know their own bodies, and a vagina is just like literally decidedly more complicated than a penis is. Like literally, pretty much any stimulation we can get there, just as long as it's consistent, right? Whereas women, they do need very, very, very no, that's not true. They need very, very specific, whatever. And I would say this is my own personal experience. I think I've always talked to religiously repressed women, and so as a result of that, they feel almost like nope, the opposite. The really good ones, the ones that like are afraid to explore their sexuality, and then those people typically are very uncomfortable with sex in general and with their own bodies, and so then it's like it's going to take a while, like to even get them to feel comfortable enough to be able to even release in those type of circumstances. It has nothing to do with you. And I used to beat myself up over, because I kind of pride myself in my game, and it'd be like, how is this not crackable? And then I realized, no, this is genuinely has nothing to do with me. This has everything to do with you. Where it's like you don't feel comfortable with your body. There's nothing I can do if you aren't even allowed to allow yourself to explore, to get comfortable with your sexuality. Nothing I can do can get you there.
It's a mental state that you have to go into.
Everything that we have said everything that we have just said so far just proves that the whole thing of like don't have sex until marriage doesn't work, because then you might end up with someone who you're nowhere near sexually compatible with at all.
I don't believe.
There's also some men who like in some places who have been like, trained to be like, women don't even like sex as it is. It's only really for you. Like the woman's just supposed to lay there and take it.
Just missionary. She is a log, and you give it to her.
Sure. No.
I thought that every time that we're doing this, we're looking for a standing ovation after everything's over and done with. Like, we're trying to hit those boards.
Yeah.
We're not trying to get bad reviews. We're trying to get the best review possible.
Well, here's the thing. Like, I think you should go into it with that mindset that, like, I'm going to do my best here. But, like, you should understand that, like, what Fanatic was saying, he's just spitting facts. That, like, there were situations where I thought, like, man, like, I walked out there like, well, what happened? Like, I know this, like, this should have worked out. I did the move, right? But then you realize that, like, this is other person, and they just have either they're in a certain mental state, and that's fine, or they just don't like that thing that you did, right? And that's okay. It's not that you're bad at anything. You shouldn't take it personally. It's like, oh, okay, maybe we're like sexually incompatible, right? And once you're okay with that, if okay with saying that someone is sexually incompatible, then it makes everything so much easier. Now, there are times, like, it happens, everyone, right, where you drop the ball. It happens, right? Like, it just wasn't working out, all right?
Oh, yeah, you don't have the time where you know.
No, like you zigged when you should have zagged. That should happen.
You weren't your best work. Yeah,
it wasn't your best work, right? But I can lie to everyone else. I don't lie to myself. Like, I keep it real with me, right? So when I walk out of there, what's going through my head, that's what happened.
When you lay your head on that pillow at night, just know I gave y'all a hand.
Exactly. So, like, I think about that, and, but it made things easier, knowing that, like, there's just some people who are either incompatible, or they got some sort of hang-ups, or that just wasn't their day, and that's all right. You just go with it. But, fuck, there was something else that Fanatic said I wanted to respond to that you guys were talking about. Fuck.
I know vaginas are like. I know like.
There it is, vaginas. Okay. So I disagree with what Fanatic said previously, because I don't think penises are simple. I think that every guy. Well, I don't know if there's as much variance in men as there is with women, but there is variance. And that guys want different things. And there are some guys, believe it or not, I know them, I've talked to them, who don't like blowjobs, right? Like,
okay, listen, that's because some people are broken.
That's because they hang got good ones.
Cool, give me their number.
See, she know. Listen, no, I'm live. All right, so I think there are some people that I think that they're broken from porn, and then like they've like what do they call it? There's a phrase for it.
Desensitized.
but there's a different but yes, desensitized is what it is.
Yeah.
From death grip and all that nonsense, right? And so then it's
Yeah.
like in those kinds of situations, that was the word I was looking for. In those kinds of situations, it's like, that's not that you can't put that on a woman. Like, yeah, man, you're really not satisfying me. It's like, that's not the problem here. The problem is you've beaten it till it's not a thing anymore.
Okay, hold on. So I'm gonna respond to this. So if there's anyone who's watched Hard Point, that'd be me. Like a ton. Well, sorry, I shouldn't speak for everyone else. I'll just speak for myself. That hasn't stopped me. However, like I think that people are built differently. Some just people who are right out of the gate, who are virginal, right? People are going to have different lengths that they can last, right? Like just there's some guys who are premature ejaculators, and this is not an attempt to shame or anything like that, but just that they exist, right? And then some who are it's the opposite. It's like not
endurance runners, I guess.
I have that problem, and it's not fun. It's not fun, even though it sounds like it would be. Like I legitimately have that problem.
That's called delayed ejaculation. Remember what I said earlier about like women with like repressed sexualness and all that kind of stuff? Yeah, I'm on that. I'm on the other end. I'm a male from that environment that was like, so it's particularly hard for me to kind of just let go. And so it takes me extremely long. Well, it used to take me extremely long to like finish because there was all this guilt associated with it. Because it's like I know I'm fornicating and I don't believe in fornication.
My girl likes it, so it gives her plenty of time, but whatever,
Nope.
It's not even necessarily just finishing. Like there's a time of like there's like where you're like medium there, like you're there, like you can get it in, but it's like you're not rock solid where you need to be. Like I don't know, all of those things. Like I have I definitely have issues with that. Like it's just not a great situation overall. But the thing that makes vaginas different is like with penises, it's like there's some guys like it sloppy, some guys don't. I don't trust those guys, but I understand some people don't. And there's like difference in the speeds of what they want, but that's about all you got to worry about. With the girls, some girls like clitoral stimulation, some girls don't like clitoral stimulation. Some and it doesn't want it. Some girls want it directly on it, some girls want it around it. Some girls don't like penetration. Some girls can only finish from penetration. I
know exactly what you're talking about, but there are differences in guys. There's more than that, right? There's a whole list of differences. And here's the thing. So here's what I wanted to say, right? Because it was sparked by something that Fanatic had said previously. It's these variances. Oh fuck! Did I just lose what I was about to say? God damn it! My brain is not where it needs to be. Fuck. Fuck.
I'm trying to cut you off again. That'll seem to help you remember.
I gotta.
Yes, everyone's brain is becoming.
Yeah, some girls like fingers. Some girls hate fingers.
No. Here's a point that.
No. I know what it is.
I told you. Just try to cut him off. He remembers.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, and I've said this before. I've made this argument very vociferously. Okay. They're straight people, right? People who have sex of the opposite gender don't know what their gender wants. So straight women don't know what other women want, right? They don't have a concept of that. Straight men also don't have a concept of the likes of other men. Right? We internalize these things and we project it out, right? We assume that everyone else is like us when that's not the case. So we had this conversation. I remember it was freaking Stardust came on here, right? Talking about what women want and what women are like. And all the men on the panel were like, that's absolutely not the case. Because we've dealt with it. We've dealt with different women. If you've been lucky enough to be with a few women, right? You see the differences in what they want, obviously, right? You'll know that you can do a thing, right, in bed, a move. You can do a move, and 9 out of 10 women will love this shit, right? And they'll be like, you're amazing, you're fantastic. The 10th woman would be like, why would you ever do that to a lady, right? No woman would ever want that. What's wrong with you? And look at you with a little disgust in her eyes. And I as I was saying before, I don't take that personally now, but I understand that straight women have no idea what other straight women want. And I imagine the same thing is true for men.
I
So
think
if you
girls are a
think
little.
that
I
all
think girls know
penises
more
are
than
the
guys.
same, I think that's what
Yeah,
you're
because we
displaying.
talk about it.
Girls got the group
Like
chat.
women talk
Girls
about
mention
it
a
a
little
lot.
bit about like, oh, he did this thing. Like, how was that? I think girls are more communicative.
I'm
I
telling
think
you, they don't
dudes,
Yes.
know.
dudes, when we talk about
They don't
highlights, we
know.
kind of just talk about what happened to us. Like, bro, got some head, hit it from the back, like, but we don't really know. We don't know like
Women don't
what he
know
I
really
don't
did.
shit.
talk about it
Women don't know
normally.
shit. They assume just like anyone else. I've talked to enough women to understand this.
Yep. What I was gonna say is one of the things that like blows my mind is the amount of women who literally don't know themselves and can't tell you, but will tell you like I want this because they've like heard this is what women want, or because like they've read it in whatever magazines or whatever the freak,
They
and then
watched
their
it at
minds,
50 Shades of Grey.
right. So they're like, this is what I want. And it's like, I don't think you want that. Like, I
You haven't got
don't
the vagina for
actually.
that.
And
know.
then you do what you're doing, and then you finally get to a point where you just go ahead and disregard what they're saying. Like, you're saying what you want. I'm gonna do what I think. This session's gonna be about me. And then they're just like, oh yeah, this is the best it's ever been. And it's like, yeah, I thought you didn't like that. Well, I guess I do. Yeah, you don't know. And I think I'm telling you, the amount of women who don't know their own bodies, that don't know that cannot, they just, again, sexual repression is a real thing. And I think the grossest part about it is that those same women will put the onus on you as a man that you're supposed to figure out their body. You're supposed to perform. They can give whack head and can't learn anything and just be awful, and it doesn't matter because you're the one that's responsible. You got to be the one putting it in.
I want to say one more thing, and then I want to spend at least like 10 minutes having a mini conversation about something completely different. But I think the same is true. I think let's use a big word. I think patriarchy and like the expectations we place on ourselves in society. I know it sounds gross. Have impacted men in what they want. I think there's a lot of guys.
Yes.
I think there's a lot of guys who, at least as far as in bedroom, would enjoy a take charge woman, but they can't say that because like that sounds like beta
That they're
male.
weak.
Like,
yeah.
like
Yeah.
because a lot of girls.
100% that, yeah.
Because some girls actually like a guy that like takes charge, and some girls don't want to think because thinking in the bedroom is hard. Like having to come up to what we're doing next, having to come up with the move. So girls like, oh,
Okay,
I'm more
position, gotta get you
submissive.
moved over here.
No, you're lazy. Like some girls really like it, and other girls are like, no, you're lazy, and you don't feel like thinking about it. But as a guy, like I think that, like I said, a guy that would, like if a girl go in the room and she was like threw him down, like, and really was aggressive with him, I think that there's a lot of guys who would respond really well to that, but they can't ever say that.
There's a
because,
lot of women that also won't respect a man that wants that.
yeah, exactly. So that's why they could.
Again,
Most
thanks
women.
to-
No.
Let's say it.
Don't say it. Don't just say a lot. Most women. I'm saying it.
No, not even most women. Let's be real.
I'm saying
Like the
Oh.
patriarchy does have stuff to do with it, but like I think that it's important when you're gonna have sex with someone, or even after you've had sex with someone, to like really discuss like what happened, what you liked, what you don't like. If you want to be like adventurous with this person and try new things, you have to like be open and communicative about that. But
Oh, the
I
after
don't look
session cuddles,
I don't look bad on men who want like a more dominant female in the bedroom. Like if that's what
But
you like,
you're not most
that's
women.
what you like.
But you're
The
not
after
most
session-
women.
After
But
session
listen,
cuddles are
I'm
amazing,
a
and it'll
woman.
help
I'm a
people figure
woman,
things
and
out.
I've had these
You're not most
conversations with
women.
other women.
Yeah, but let me tell you about the conversations that men will have with you, where they will explain to you that women don't know what the hell they want, and women will tell you, "Oh, I really want you to be
That's what I
emotional. I
want.
really want you to be open with me. I want all of those things." But what they won't tell you, because a lot of times they don't know, because women are just about as confused about their feelings as men are, is that what they don't realize is that if you show vulnerability, if you show that emotion and that weakness, then at that point, a lot of women actually will lose attraction to you, because guess what? Their security is wrapped up in your emotional security. I mean, it is in your security. If you're the guy that's supposed to be protecting, et cetera, when you are stoic and don't show that emotion, that to them shows this is a person who's in control. This is a person I can depend on, and so on and so forth. Once you show vulnerability and weakness, their direct security is now challenged. And so for a lot of women, they actually lose attraction to you if you give them the emotion that they claim that they want, because they've been told that they want emotion, and they've been told that emotion emotions are important, and they know that they get that from their women, and so they say that they want it, and they believe that they want it, but what they don't realize is that literally psychologically, the second they get it, that immediately dries up the well. I'm just saying, and
No,
women will tell you
no,
they
no.
know because I'm
Not
a
all-
woman, and I can. If you
No,
got,
I
Not
want
all-
the
and most men,
vulnerability. If I
most
don't have the
men, let me.
vulnerability, then I
Yeah,
can't
not
do this
all.
shit with you.
Most
not
I
men,
all.
cannot
again,
do
again,
this.
you're special, but I'm
Not
saying
all.
most.
Listen,
I never said all. I never
no.
said all. But what I will say is
No,
most men.
no, women
One second,
want
one
to
second, one
see
second, one
the
second, one second,
vulnerability because it
second.
can't be
One
one-sided.
second. One
Sorry.
second. Fanatic, finish your sentence, and then we'll go straight to you, DQ.
Right. So what most men will tell you, if they've ever who have had this experience, is that yes, upon showing that type of vulnerability, women do tend to lose attraction to you. This is why nice guys finish last. We see this one in heavy relationships in established relationships and in relationships during the courting phase. The more vulnerable, the more weak you are, the less women are attracted to you in most cases. Now, there are always exceptions to the rule. There are broken women that want to lead, but that doesn't mean that's not the same as saying that that's average. That's all I'm saying.
Oh my God,
I
DQ.
want to respond after
No.
DQ.
No, because women, it's not fair for women to show all the vulnerability and then expect us to be vulnerable. And then men aren't fucking vulnerable with what they want, how their feelings and all that too. That shit goes right back onto men too. And again, that's your expectation of what it is supposed to be a man and what it is that you're not supposed to show vulnerability and emotions and any of that stuff. That goes directly into the patriarchy. You're literally playing right into the patriarchy.
You can
Yep.
say that I am, and I don't mind admitting that. But what I'm saying, I'm not even talking about what I do and who I am and what my goals and my desires are. What I'm saying is this is what the norm is. This is how women
thanks to the
generally
patriarchy, yeah.
respond. And you can say the patriarchy caused it. And whatever the cause is, because I don't really care to get into that, I'm saying this is the state of things. Women do respond typically to that. And yes, probably a lot of that masculinity and all that protection and all those things could be found by the patriarchy. I'm not disagreeing with that. What I'm saying is it is a thing, it is an existence, and women respond that way to it.
I think that there's truth to both sides. So there's a reality, but I think this is true of all people, but I guess especially men. If you're meeting a new person and you're getting to know them, the first thing you want to show them is like positivity and strength. You want to show that like I've got things in control. But as you get deeper into a relationship, a girl really responds well. Now it can't be something like, oh no, like I lost in this video game or something. But like if something really happens, like oh my best friend got shot 17 times in a tragic clown accident. I don't know, just something like when something big happens, like and you shed like that big tear, that like those like thug tears with them, and then you give them a hug, like that means everything to a girl. Like oh okay, he had this moment with me. He showed me these emotions that he doesn't typically show to other people. Like I have something unique and special with him. Now, but that's just from being emotionally secure. Like there's nothing wrong with crying. There's something wrong with coming off as someone who's unstable, who cries all the time, who's like, oh okay, they're not safe. They don't feel safe. They don't feel like they're in control. So I like women feel like they can't like maybe I can't trust this person to make decisions because they're not my rock right now. Like. But that doesn't mean you can't cry ever. Like, because I think a relationship where a guy never shows anything and even makes efforts to hide his vulnerability, I think a girl will like feel rejected by that. She'll be like, oh okay, like I don't want.
He don't feel nothing.
but-
What is it? He didn't
Yeah,
feel anything
because
for
they're
me. That kind of thought.
Yeah, that's because they're twisted. Because yes, they will feel so. They'll feel rejected by that, and they'll feel like, oh my gosh, this dude is like so. He show whatever, and he didn't show me that. I'm not saying that they don't want it, because they do want it. I'm just saying
just don't.
psychologically, once they get it, the second they get it, they lose attraction and the well dries up. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that they're healed and healthy and whole people that know exactly what the freak that they want. I'm not making that statement. I'm saying they're broken, and that
No.
brokenness shows itself in that way.
I think I don't know. Like I said, I think if you showed like a longevity, like showed a sense of strength, you showed that you're in control, and something happens to you, you have an emotion. I think girls like it more. I think they feel
Oh,
like,
sure.
wow, we have something like because it's gonna come up in the next time. Like yo, like we cried together, we did this together. I was there for you. Like you know what I'm saying? Like they want to be able to say that like they shared this side of you. Like they have something special with you.
I believe it. I mean, I think yeah. In if you've like shown like an insane track record in super duper healthy committed relationships in which you've been that stoic person for that amount of time, then yeah, then they don't mind it as much. But
Because it
until
makes them feel
like that,
special.
but that has to be extremely long into the relationship after they've all like fully committed, etc. If at all there's any sort of doubt at any point in the relationship during the time when you're showing that type of emotion, yeah, you can trust and believe she's starting to look for other partners.
Okay, it's 10 minutes. So this is completely. This is. I actually really enjoyed this, but this is something else I wanted to bring up just because it's relevant. Have any of y'all kept up with the recent news related to the Lizzo story?
Yeah, the
I
Lizzo
have
This is
heard
what
a
I
situation.
was
small
hoping we'd be
amount of
talking
it.
A
about.
little bit, a little
Mhm.
bit. I thought that
You
would be
know,
the second topic.
it's been found that Lizzo sent these dancers down to the other side of New York just for a slice of cheesecake, all the way down for
She
one
pulled a Puff
slice of
Daddy.
cheesecake, and then
She
walked away back.
she pulled a Puffy.
Well, I mean,
No, I'm
I mean,
just
for
kidding.
people, I'm sure the
Yeah.
chat
I'm
doesn't know.
memeing. I'm memeing.
Okay,
No,
yeah. So Bam, summarize
yeah.
it for people.
So yeah, summarize it for the people in chat. Like, so Lizzo is, if you should know her, she's a pop artist. She's plus size woman. You know, she's pretty musically talented, I would say. But people hate her because she's fat and happy, by her own words. Like, but now she's having some of her former dancers, like 3 former dancers, have come out and filed a lawsuit against her, saying that she created like difficult working conditions and that she was body shaming the girls. Like, she has like all plus size like dance team, but she was like body shaming the girls on saying that like you know, if you're lacking dedication, like, oh, if you gain weight on tour, like you can't get replaced. And that she was also apparently had made deals, like she was paying people bonuses in videos for like eating a banana out of stripper coochie.
I was
Uh,
about to say, mention the
Or
banana
yeah,
thing.
going to the
That's
strip
it.
club,
mm,
like, stuff that wasn't quote unquote mandatory,
mm.
and like, yeah, like you have to go to the strip club with us, and yeah, you have to eat a banana
Well, you
from
don't
this
have to, but
stripper's thing.
you're
But
paying
like,
extra.
well,
You get
oh, well,
bonuses to do it.
that falls into have to. If you want that money, then you have to do that. So like,
Okay.
let's be real there.
So just to be clear for the chat, all of these are allegations that are
True.
unsubstantiated by any information. And in the interviews in which the girls went there, and the interviewer directly asked them, "Did she ever directly tell you you had to do any of these things, or that any of this was required?" And all of their answers were, "No, we just had this general feeling that if we didn't do it, that we wouldn't be liked as much." This is the
Mhm.
equivalent of being at a job, and the job throws a company picnic, and you believe, without any evidence and without any demonstrations or statements from any person, that if I don't go to this picnic, I won't be getting promoted. And then you decide eventually, when you're fired, by the way, after you're fired, then you go and you say, "I believe the reason why I was fired was because I didn't do these bonus things." As opposed to it being more realistically, the more time you spend with someone, the closer you get, and then the more relationship you're going to have. So if Lizzo is spending a bunch of time with these people, and they're developing and they're becoming closer and things like that, and then some of you never spend that time, yeah, you can count on the idea that you're probably not going to be as
Smooth
well
in the back chat.
received. Huh?
I was just saying, letting Prime know Smooth was in the back chat. So probably
Okay,
don't
so
know.
yeah, you're not going to probably be well received at. You're not going to. You're probably not going to be as close. I've made that mistake at jobs before because I'm like, yo, I thought they cared about my performance. No, they care about your culture as well. And so in that sense, it's like, yeah, I don't believe that she actually forced anybody to do anything. I don't think she even coerced these people to do anything. If you heard their arguments, if it was true coercion, they would have mentioned any kind of statement. Your response to, "Were you ever told any of this?" wouldn't be, "No, we just felt that way. We both just felt that way." They're both spurned employees, and I'm not accepting this until we see some sort of evidence whatsoever. And it's laughable that someone like Lizzo would be body shaming someone else when all of her dancers are fat and everything. You freak out of here, bro. It is hard for me to even accept any of it. It just sounds like complete nonsense.
That's
Just like
what I
the
say.
major
People are
situation.
like, people are really quick to like, because like I said, people have like a beef with Lizzo. They're like quick to like which it kind of says something about. It says something about people's character, kind of like knowing that at least a lot of men. I've seen how quick men were to come to Jonathan Major's defense, rightfully so in my mind. But like, oh yeah, I don't believe nothing they're saying. But then when this Lizzo situation came out, like, dang, Lizzo, I knew it the whole time. Lizzo was body shaming. Why she out here doing? I'm like, you believe in this at face value? Like, I thought, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just doesn't sound. It doesn't feel like any type of consistency. And even if you read the article,
Can I tell you why?
so you wanted them niggas
Tell me.
because that,
No.
that's-
So why is because Lizzo dug her own grave with this, okay? Because no. But hear me out. The ideology and the thought process is no matter what the circumstance is, you believe the women of their accusations.
Did she say
And
that?
Yes, she's been part of that culture. She's been on that
think
wave
Lizzo
and
kind
that
of is to
bandwagon.
some degree.
Therefore, in her own, she dug her own grave. She'd empowered her own audience to believe that way. Therefore, her own fans were the first to turn on her.
Nah,
No
that's what I was
one's
gonna say.
turning on her.
Nah,
Oh,
some
no,
people
no,
did.
plenty of people have
Some
turned
people
on her.
did.
What?
They did.
Yeah, she
They
getting
turned
OD
hard on her.
backlash. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Because I actually I wouldn't go that far. I would say that she's not necessarily in the public, although that's something too. I would say internally in the people she's brought around her. Like, I feel like if you surround yourself with, and this is gonna be the most conservative thing I ever said in my life. If you surround yourself with people who are kind of more like sensitive and PC and like, like, fat phobia is a real thing, body dysmorphia, like all these things are like if you like inspire everyone you work with like to have that type of personality, and these are the type of people you hire, it's not going to be shocking that those people may, like, you being in the position of power, it's not going to be shocking that those people are eventually going to use those same like type of shots against you, because she's kind of surrounded herself with, I would say, a sensitive crowd, like
listen,
the type of person that are like likely to make those type of accusations.
I don't know any of that because I don't follow Lizzo. I only know like probably one or two of her songs, so I don't know her like that. But I'm gonna say it for the record: if she was one of those people of the, like that was part of that cancel nonsense and immediately believe all women and all that kind of nonsense, if that was her, and now she's like getting her just desserts, yeah, I'm gonna feel good about it, like legitimately. I don't like the injustice, but I like people getting a taste of their own medicine so that they can grow the freak up and stop and realize how absolutely ridiculous it is to just instantly believe people.
Yep.
But if you read the article on what was actually said, like, because I was like, did she actually call somebody big? Now again, more statements have came out regarding the thing about the cheesecake and the thing about the dancers
Banana?
getting baked. But the original accusation made by the girl, which I feel like your first accusation should be your strongest one, like the strongest one you can prove. But this is seem otherwise. The original accusation was like Lizzo was telling one of the dancers who wasn't showing up to practice, I don't feel like you have a commitment to, like, I don't feel like you're committed to this job. And the dancer said that she interpreted that as a form of like calling her like lazy and fat. Like it was like and I was like, wait a minute, that's not the same thing at all.
That's
You're
a
not
reach.
showing up to practice. You're not showing up to practice. She's like, well, are you calling me fat? Like, yeah. So that was the first accusation. I was like, this is weak sauce. But nobody reads articles. Everybody reads headlines. So, but yeah, like I said, so that was my second thought was exactly what Smooth was. I was like, this is probably the people that Lizzo hired are probably the type of people who do this because this is kind of her alley.
Yep.
Yeah.
Body.
Yeah.
Body
Yeah. So
positivity.
I would say, like, just in totality, do I think that this is like all true? No, but I do think they probably had a wild night in Germany that involved eating a banana out of a stripper.
Yeah, I don't think she made that up.
And
Yeah, I was like,
I don't think they made that up. That, like, it was so specific.
Yeah.
That she probably said that, like, "Ooh, I'm gonna give you $1,000 if you do it." Like she was drunk in the club.
I don't know the context around it. Like, I feel like everybody was really fucking drunk or on whatever drugs they were doing.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I also find that really hard. Listen, you a full grown adult. You're a grown adult, and you're telling me right now that because niggas started chanting "do it, do it, do it," that you decided to eat a banana out of somebody's snatch, and that's their fault? I don't know.
Peer
bro.
pressure.
It's
Well, I think the girls.
hard.
Do it.
The argument was
hard.
the girls.
No,
It was the argument wasn't that the girls that got fired did it. The argument was some other girl did it, and like she was saying that, like, oh, the other girls were doing crazy stuff, and the ones that did were receiving like crazy bonuses. But like I said, I think Lizzo was just like, I think she was just drunk, and like with her friends, like, "Ooh, and she got money. Like, I give you $5,000 if you eat a banana out of coochie. Like, I bet you won't." And then she's like, "Girl, I do it." And then the other girls are kind of hating, like, "Ooh, she getting $5,000. Like, a boss probably
Yeah.
shouldn't be doing this." But like, it probably wasn't in a professional setting.
Right,
So,
right. It was all after the
Mhm.
dance. It was like for fun, like let's go to the strip club, let's have a good time. I definitely can get behind what Bam is saying,
But the
completely.
argument
Like,
in the entertainment industry, like Lizzo would always be their boss. Like, that's the kind of the argument they're making. Like, does she get to turn it off? Like, as an entertainer, like, does it ever become not professional?
I mean,
The-
but it's hard because again, like
No.
hold on. It's hard to call what's professional, what's not when we're talking about these kinds of settings, because like this isn't like an office setting. Like, for example, Drake, as part of his job, like literally a tax write-off is to go to the strip club and make it rain for $20,000. Like, it's part of his promotions, all sorts of nonsense, right? So like, yeah, like he gets paid to do this. So then it is professional to take his entourage and do these things with them. I think it'd be laughable to be like, yeah, Drake is out here. I think to hold him to the same professional standards during moments like that sounds crazy to me. So could she have possibly done something like that? Yeah, maybe. Again, I'm not just completely dismissing it, but it's just the idea that we're gonna judge her and say that her being in a strip club with these people is unprofessional is crazy, right? Like, you could be in a strip club, like there's nothing wrong, especially you're just talking about your dancers. You don't have to have the type of professional relationship with your dancers that says, "Oh, by the way, we only interact on stage." That's just not the way things work. Now, if an entire audience of people are encouraging someone to do something, and then the person decides to do it, that's on them. Like, you can't sit there and say, "Well, she made her do it," unless you can show like a pattern where it's like, "Oh, she routinely does this," and the people who don't put out are the ones who get fired. Unless you can prove something like that, yeah, you got nothing. There's just no there. I don't know, man. But yeah, again, this is saying all this with the idea that if she's that cancel culture monster, get this work. I need that.
She really has been like the whole like the body positivity isn't necessarily a bad thing, but all those cultural things are like tied into each other. So she's now in with those crowds. So
Right.
she's
Now you're saying
done
that she's just in with those crowds rather than
she's produced. No, she said that message. She's
So
promoted that message.
can you give me an
do you got
example?
do you got facts of like these like pictures?
So you want
of,
me to
like,
go? You want me to go
But
find her?
I'm sure she said believe all
you
women.
just said
I can
that.
talk
You
about
just
it.
said
Wait a
that she
minute.
sent
No.
the message,
I'm
so that's
saying
why I'm
she
asking.
said it, but I'm saying, I'm asking what burden of proof do you want? What I'm asking you. So you want me to go find the tweets from of old?
Yeah, go ahead. Like if
Okay.
this is the case, then that's one thing. Like,
So just keep the
if she
conversation going. I'll
has
go find it.
believed, if it was like, okay, if she like was one of the types that believed what's her face over Johnny
Amber
Depp.
Heard?
Like, yeah, there you
Yep.
go. Beat me to it. Like, if she was the type was like, well, she definitely was in the right, he definitely was in the wrong. All right. That's something. That's something to say.
Yep,
Or
and catch that work.
yeah. Okay. Fanatic.
Fanatic, question. You said that you like saw a video of the girls getting interviewed. Can you like post that in the Discord or like
Oh yeah, where
find
did
the
I see
video?
it?
Because like I do want to watch that video real quick.
It's
It
on
was
Instagram,
earlier
on
today.
the Shade Room. It's on TMZ. Yeah, I
Yeah,
think they were
I don't
interviewed
remember
by
where I
TMZ.
saw it, to be honest.
Interviewed by TMZ. I think you can just go to their website.
Yeah, it was on TMZ. It was on TMZ for sure.
Yeah,
I'm positive. I don't know
Which
where it is.
Which video is this?
It's the girls being interviewed, talking about Lizzo. Let me just see.
Okay.
Lizzo accusers.
I haven't seen
Yeah, here I found it. Yeah, on TMZ. Here, I'll
Yeah.
post it.
it. Okay.
Perfect. Yeah, we could watch that together, y'all. Like, I'm just saying, listen to their response, and it doesn't sound like a "yo, we got her dead to rights. She did this." It sounds more like a "yeah, it's just kind of like a feeling and a culture that maybe it seemed like it could possibly be that." And it's like, wait, hold up. So y'all don't even have an accusation. You just have like your feelings, and I don't trust women's feelings because they don't trust their own feelings. Nah, we ain't doing that.
It's
Okay,
all
I might have gone a
vibes
little
out.
hard there, but
It's all vibes out like a dog pile, but in the end, there's a culture in dancers or backup dancers or in support staff in the entertainment industry where you feel like if you don't do certain things, you're going to get overlooked or possibly even just forgotten about for future jobs. That's on you if you want to acquiesce to whatever it is going on and be treated that way without trying to find something else. But if you feel like working for Lizzo is the best thing that could ever happen for you, that may be some impetus as to why they're doing the thing that they're doing. Still
100%.
doesn't mean
I
that
agree.
she is in the wrong in any way.
Um,
Because you remember what Natalie King Cole said? She said, if you didn't do cocaine, she wouldn't hire you. Do y'all remember that? She said that she said that in an interview. And it's like, yo, that's so foul to the niggas that work for you. You don't know what their like
Yeah.
living situations are. Like you've just basically put them on blast, which is crazy. So I mean, I get it. Like it's a foul thing. And I mean, I can understand why some people could feel that way. But I think there's just we got a little bit more of a burden of proof when it comes to feelings as opposed to yes, no, I was truly
Right.
like done this way. You know,
hey,
Yeah, it
that's hard.
says
When you get the law involved.
so it says at the end, as for the reasons why they're no longer working with Lizzo, Crystal says she was drinking before performances. Ariana claims Lizzo body shamed her for gaining weight. And she claims Lizzo used an admission of an eating disorder to justify firing her. But
Yeah, so it
but
sounds
I'm
like
gonna
they got
listen.
fired
I'm
for
gonna
legitimate
listen to the
reasons.
video here. It's only it's 5 minutes, but hi Key, can we all watch it together?
Yes,
uh,
you can
Hey.
you can stream it. You can stream it on here on the StreamYard Prime.
yeah. But like, it's always a pain for me. Hey,
Wait, what?
one second. Bam, could you stream this within the Discord? And we'll listen to it. Like the rest of the audience, you can listen to the video. You don't have to see the people. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, he could share it in StreamYard, and you could just share his screen. You could just present his screen instead of yours.
Hey, he said
No,
it's a pain.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's a complete pain. I can assure you. For me, my computer doesn't like it when I do it on stream, like while I'm streaming.
Do you want me to try it?
No, Bam's got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do I?
But what'd you say?
Hold on, I'm pulling it up. Sorry, or somebody shoot me the link. But whichever one's faster.
Oh, the link is in the group DM.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, I wasn't looking at DMs. My bad.
Yeah.
Gotcha. TMZ.
Yeah. Anyway, like while we're waiting, everyone, if you've been enjoying the conversation so far, hit that follow button in case you haven't done so yet. And subscribe to us if you're on YouTube. Remember, super chats and hype chats get read. So if you have something you want to say to the panel, we'd love to hear from you. Consider supporting us by super chats or hype chats. Depending on which platform you're on, they're all the fucking same. But if you're on Twitch, of course, you can subscribe to Channel Get Bits for gift subs. That's a big help. So consider helping us out that way. All right. Let's see.
Got it.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hold on. It closed for me. Could you reopen it? Does everyone else see it?
I don't
No,
see. He's down. He's down. You got to stream again, Bam.
Oh, this whole stream is down. Hold on, let me cut off this camera StreamYard for a second.
No. You don't have to do that. I'm just saying you just have to stream.
I mean, I hit it and it went down, but I think it's because I have two cameras up. 1 second. I literally hit it.
That shouldn't be the case, but
Okay,
all right,
stream on
whatever.
Discord.
Yes, you stream the application.
Yeah.
Okay. 1 second,
Got it.
audience.
Is it up?
Nope.
No,
You know how to do this?
I heard the sound the first
I
time.
literally
but
hit
then
the
nothing.
stream and it.
I didn't even hear anything.
Okay,
Share
I got it. Don't worry.
Okay.
Don't trip. I got y'all. Dang,
Okay.
my nigga, what's
I
going
literally
on?
Thank you.
I hit it like 5 times. It's not going.
All right, let me see. Hold on. All right, hold on. Let me stream it. We're gonna hit the share screen. Okay.
The stream has ended. Cricket noise.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, that was
there we
Bam's.
are.
Oh, that was Bam's. Yeah.
Is
Okay,
what I'm doing?
y'all
It says
ready?
it's kicking you out, and then it says sit
Yeah.
tight. We're patching you back in.
Wait, can y'all get into my stream?
It
share it?
opens and closes.
I know
Oh,
that was
then
Bam.
I'm watching
That was
it
Bam.
happen.
I haven't seen Fanatics pop up yet.
I saw, you know, that's
mine's
what I
not
said. I
popping up.
saw
Okay,
Fnatic
yeah,
do
yeah.
that.
Go to Bams. Go to Bams if his is open. That means
No,
it's probably a
that's the
setup.
thing. It opened. No, that's what's happening. It's opening and then immediately closing. I'm seeing it pop in and then it immediately stops like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that means it's a problem with your setting on your server, Prime.
Maybe. Hold on. Oh, maybe.
Definitely. So look, why don't we
Wait,
just 3, 2, 1
where's
y'all?
where's the video?
It's okay. Let's just. Oh, it's in the group chat. Why don't we just 3, 2,
Is it
1
the
it?
second or the first one that
Here.
debate?
Oh,
The very
yeah,
bottom
okay.
link. Very bottom link.
Yeah.
Why don't we just 3, 2,
Yeah.
1 it?
Okay.
I've already watched this, so I'm good.
Here, I can.
Okay. And Bam, turn off your camera.
Oh, the
and-
what we went through.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's not working there. Bam,
Oh,
just
okay.
yeah.
Got you.
Put your...
I'm coming back.
Okay, 1 second. When Bam comes in, sorry everyone, we're just managing this. You know what? I might have actually blocked people from doing that because we were.
Oh,
opening
okay.
streams. I don't know if I did. I might have.
Yeah,
but
no, it would make sense. If you didn't,
Yeah.
someone else should have. If they didn't, then that's failure on their part because otherwise people come in and just instantly masturbate on camera once they get there. You know,
Yeah.
Hold on.
that's a thing. People are
That
weird.
is a thing.
I
Oh,
would
no.
hope not.
What? Okay. Anyway,
Hold
so
on.
let's. We're gonna go to the thing, and audience, you're gonna hear the thing. I'll share the link. I'll share the link as well. So I'll put it in chat. So there you go, and I'll put it in YouTube chat. So there you go. All right.
Y'all treat me like I was technically challenged. I knew it wasn't me.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I'm seeing it.
So-
Yeah, it's definitely an issue.
Okay. All right. So we're hitting the video. 3, 2, 1, go.
Were these
Oh, wait, we watching it?
demands or suggestions made by Lizzo, as you say? Were they direct?
Who's
Where
running
they
the
said,
audio?
I really want you to do it? Or was it more, I'm afraid if I don't, I might get fired?
Yeah, I think for
we
both
wait,
of us, there was like this always looming feeling of thinking that if you didn't do something or you didn't adhere to certain suggestions or demands that your job could be in jeopardy. I mean, there have been
word?
specific
Hold on.
instances, for example,
Okay, I'ma
whenever
post
we
this in my community
were
thing.
in contact with our
We're watching the
agents and
video.
we were trying to negotiate receiving a retainer while we were working with the team, things kind of started being more tense in the work environment, more hostile. So right off the bat, we kind of already felt like the energy was shifting. And after negotiations for retainers began, we got an email before one of
I
the
hit the
shows,
girl on the right.
basically
ain't
from
playing.
her, somebody from her management team,
Yeah, one of the
saying that the way that we have been acting was unprofessional and the attitudes that we were exhibiting on the job was unacceptable and that it could be grounds for termination. And that's just one specific instance that we went through in regards to working with the team.
There is so many instances where dancers who did, have fun with her and, go along with like what she was doing and, be down for anything that they were favored. They were hired for more shows. They were invited on, like private jets and to do cool things and, could hang out with her in like tropical settings like Hawaii and stuff like that. Some of our coworkers, it's just like there was no line between professionalism and personal. And so we had in our minds that if we weren't, down for anything, that we would then be ostracized later. It was this unspoken thing in the camp that if you weren't super fun, like if you like skipped out on all of the like outings and all that stuff, that you wouldn't be seen in good favor from Lizzo, and that you would then not be considered like one of the people that is like cool and down for anything, and then therefore not be booked for as many jobs.
You mentioned that there was some kind of a dispute over a retainer. When you parted company with Lizzo, when both of you parted company with Lizzo, was it just kind of happened? Were you terminated? Did you quit? How did the separation go?
Yeah, for me, my situation was a little bit different than Ari's. There was a meeting that Lizzo had. It was a more well, all of our meetings were pretty intense, but this one was a more intense meeting with her, just emphasizing the fact that she wasn't pleased with our performing and that we still weren't dancing up to, her standards. And basically this was after the intense re-audition that we went through after, having hours of rehearsal, to which she then brought up the allegations of us drinking before shows. I raised my hand to speak. She allowed me to speak. And in that moment, I let her know that, we never partook in those activities and that we would never put ourselves, her, or the show or our jobs in jeopardy. And days later, one of her tour managers terminated me in a hotel lobby.
What goes into my termination is that I had felt for a really long time that they were questioning my abilities due to weight gain. It was never explicitly said, hey, you're gaining weight. Your job is in jeopardy. It was never that. It was very nuanced. It was very under the rug. And I think that language was used to keep from being canceled. Previously, she had said, she was worried about me at South by Southwest. And when I was at South by Southwest, that was the first time I had showed up to a Lizzo event or gig, noticeably having gained weight. There was nothing different about me. My performance skills were the same. My demeanor was the same. My energy was the same. The only thing that was different about me was my weight. And in this meeting, she stated as well that, dancers get fired for gaining weight. And then she kind of paused and looked at me, and I still don't know if she really meant to single me out in that moment. But when she looked at me and she said that, I was kind of like, so she's really concerned about my weight. And then, when we had that private meeting, when I was kind of cornered, they kind of wouldn't let me, get away with not telling them something personal. So, and a reason why something was wrong with me. So I ended up telling them that I struggle with, anxiety and depression, and that I'm in recovery from an eating disorder. And as soon as I said eating disorder, they immediately were like, oh, like in their head, it was making sense as to why I was gaining weight, because it had something to do with an eating disorder problem.
Okay, I'm done. I'm not sure if I'll leave it.
Okay, I feel like that's been covered. Everyone else good?
Okay, mine's done too.
Okay.
More than good.
All right. So audience, I know you heard it.
This.
Okay, hold on. I got something to say.
And Fanatic, we can't see you. We can't see you, so I don't know what's going on.
Oh.
No, Fanatic.
No, he's a Fanatic, not you, Queen.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, DQ.
It seems like she talked about this whole banana incident years ago. And so now she's just being sued. But it's just like these women, like this, especially towards the end when the woman was like, she maybe didn't directly like single me out, but it felt that way. And I was just like, so you mad that she singled you out, but like, at the end of the day, she didn't like maybe mean to single you out. Okay. Like, that's great. I feel bad that she has like an eating disorder and shit, but like, damn.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I think that it's. I understand why Lizzo can't do it, but I understand it's reasonable. Like the girl can say, like, "Oh, my dancing skills weren't impacted at all," but that's like this seems like a biased perspective on your dancing and whatnot. Like I don't know. It when it comes to entertainment and stuff like that, though, these feel like some of the most at will type of jobs you're ever gonna get. Like the justifications are gonna be kind of on personal perspective. But I understand why Lizzo, of all people, would get beef if it seems to be anything related to, like, say, the concept of like body shaming or creating hostile work environments, because that seems to be the opposite of what our brand is.
Yeah, I personally feel like a lot of these people, in one way or another, they tried to corner her. You know what I'm saying? Basically, like, okay, we got, you know what I'm saying, 3 allegations. We got a pretty good team of whatever going, and basically we'll get her into settling. I'm saying that's That's what I got from this. Was like they wanted her to settle, she didn't. So then they hit the emergency eject button, and now they're just hoping that people don't dig deeper into it. And guess what? Most people are not. They're not going to dig deeper into it. The media machine has already done its course. Twitter has already ran its course. And I wanted to say, in regards to that banana thing, yes, she mentioned it back. I forget what show
In
she was on.
2009
Yeah.
on the radio show.
It wasn't 2009.
Yeah, that's from February 2009 is when she made the comment about going to Amsterdam and the banana situation. That was 3-4 years ago.
Well, that's 2019.
Yeah, 2019. That's what I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm
Oh,
trying.
yeah, I was like
2019. Sorry.
2009. I'm like,
I'm sorry.
yeah,
Yeah, 2019. Sorry. Thank
yeah.
you.
Okay. Now, okay, we're on the same page now. We're on the
Yes.
same page now.
Yes.
Okay, because I was like, wait, yeah, that's the only thing I wanted to clear up was the year. I was like, it was 2019. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Sorry
Cool.
about that.
We're on the same page now. Okay.
Okay, so Fanatic, are you having trouble? Fanatic, you still there?
Get my camera to work. You hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, we can hear you. Why don't you try leaving the StreamYard, coming back in? Anyway.
I can't get my camera to work else.
Yeah. I'm trying. Can you hear us? Like,
I think I'm pretty sure you can. He's responding to you.
yeah. Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Leave StreamYard and come back in. Okay, so he's working on that. Anyway, so while he's doing that, I think that all these cases are tough, especially if they don't have evidence, right? Like, then it's just one person's testimony versus someone else's testimony. It's difficult. Like, maybe they do. Maybe they have something, and I'm unaware of it, right? So I'm not following this case that closely. But it doesn't seem like if they had something, I think they would have brought it up. Okay, like we have audio of Lizzo saying these things, right? Or there was like a email that were saying these things. It doesn't seem.
I mean,
like
do any of these things seem unreasonable or unbelievable?
I feel like
it's not. No. It's no. It's not that it's unbelievable. Right? These things absolutely could have happened. But like, what is Lizzo's response to them if there is no evidence on either side, right? Like, I didn't record all my meetings with my dancers. What she can do is get other dancers.
No, I'm just saying none of these things are like protected classes is what I'm saying. Like the idea of like, oh, if this is like, if they could prove this, does it make it worse? And I'm like, I don't know if it does. Like, I don't know if it makes it worse to say that, like, oh, okay, like, I'll let this girl go from my job because it seemed like she had an eating disorder, or I heard that this one girl may have been drinking before shows. Like, even if they had like video evidence of that, I don't think that it makes it worse.
So that's a separate thing. So I'm just talking about like whether the allegations are true, but separately, I do want to talk about what you brought up. Like, what's Lizzo going to do to respond? Is she just going to show another like get other dancers that currently work for her to join in to give testimony? Because then people will say, well, they work for you and they have a reason to want to keep their jobs or whatever, right? They want to avoid retaliation. Like, what is, like, when you're trying to mount a defense, even if it's a public defense, right? Because part of this is being adjudicated in the public. What does Lizzo actually do in this situation when there's no proof on either side? But
do you want to know?
Absolutely nothing.
Smooth.
The only thing she can do is expedite this to court and win. That's her only play. That's her only play at this point. That's literally it. There's nothing she can vocalize the public sphere that is going to save her at this point, because she waited, number one, way too long to craft a response. If you let this go for 24 hours, people have now made up more stuff. More people come forward, like that director. You know what I'm saying? Like, you've allowed it to snowball. Now you either have to let the snowball melt it yourself when you go into court. Because court is fire. Like, it's gonna melt, everything's gonna come out in the fire. Like, court's gonna get you right. So she just has to go to court, get some good lawyers, and win. That's it.
And
I
I
didn't
feel
know
like
where.
That was
the
easy,
reason
but
why she's not saying anything is probably because her lawyer told her not to say jack
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
So
You
she's
know, and
already
I
made a
wouldn't
statement.
say
She already
I
put out a
wouldn't.
statement.
Did she make a statement? I didn't see it. I'll look
Yeah, it's on
on
Twitter.
Twitter.
It's on Twitter on her own Twitter page. She put
I,
out her own statement. It
that
was too,
was
number one, her statement was way too long. People don't read all of that. They skim through. It was
TLDR ain't reading all that.
four separate images. It was 4 separate images. So it was the wrong approach. She should have just wrote it in one long tweet. Honestly, she
No,
should have
that
just
sounds
broke it
about
into
right.
paragraph because she did 4 photos. Like that's trying to set her up for failure. And it was too late. Like she did it too late. Like it was the 24 hours have already passed and more stuff had already came out. Like you gotta just not say nothing.
I don't know.
Or
Everyone,
you keep it very simple when you do
I don't know.
come out.
Everyone's got an opinion. As a person who has gone through a public situation, literally everyone's got an opinion on how what is the perfect way to respond, right? And all those opinions are mutually exclusive, right? They like everyone is sure of it, right? And someone will say, "Well, you did a great job." Other people are like, "Well, it was a terrible job. If I was in your situation, I'd do it completely differently, and that would be perfect." I don't know if there is like some perfect
Can I
playbook to
read her
handle this.
tweets?
So, yeah, sure.
These last few days have been gut-wrenchingly difficult and overwhelmingly disappointing. My work ethic, morals, and respectfulness have been questioned. My character has been criticized. Usually, I choose not to respond to false allegations, but these are unbelievable as they sound and too outrageous to not be addressed. These sensationalized stories are coming from former employees who have already publicly admitted that they were told their behavior on tour was inappropriate and unprofessional. Let me go to the next one. As an artist, I have always been very passionate about what I do. I take my music and performances seriously because at the end of the day, I only want to put out the best art that represents me and my fans. With passion comes hard work and high standards. Sometimes I have to make hard decisions. That is never my intention to make anyone feel uncomfortable or like they aren't valued as an important part of the team. I am not here to be looked at as the victim, but I also know that I am not the villain that people in the media portrayed me to be these last few days. I'm very open with my sexuality and expressing myself, but I cannot accept or allow people to use that openness to make me out to be something I am not. This is nothing I take more seriously than the respect we deserve as women in the world. I know what it feels like to be body shamed on a daily basis and would absolutely never criticize or terminate an employee because of their weight. I am hurt, but I will not let the good work I've done in the world be overshadowed by this. I want to thank everyone who has reached out in support to lift me up during this difficult time. This is on August 3rd
Okay.
It feels like
at
mostly after.
5:22 in the morning.
15 hours, yeah.
So today.
I took
Yeah.
down notes when we listened.
Buddy, we're not hearing
You're
you at
very
all.
quiet.
Yeah.
You're very quiet.
Yeah, we can see you now.
Gosh.
There you go.
Okay, hold on.
Well, you
I don't know.
know,
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it feels outside of her saying I wouldn't fire someone because of their weight. It seems like everything else, like it was kind of word salad. Like, how could you do this to me? I respect people, but like it didn't seem like it was a direct addressing of anything. It was just, it was very like PC rolled out.
Exactly.
Wait,
Which is
but
exactly what
hold
she's
on.
got to do. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, why wouldn't she be very picky about it?
No,
What was the
I'm
direct
not saying
request?
she shouldn't, but I'm just saying like reading it out. I'm saying that didn't give us like more information. Like,
well, yeah, because
What
she's
did you
supposed to
expect?
keep tight lipped. Like she just addressed it, like the
I'm not
general
shaming her
feeling, but
response.
you
No, I
know,
got you. What type of information would you be expecting?
Or do you think saying that mean that what she said was wrong? I was pointing out that reading that didn't add any information to the game. I'm
I
saying
got you. I heard what you said. Stop assuming what I think you're saying and just respond to the question I just asked you.
I expected
What?
that. I expected what she put out.
I know I'm saying what.
So again, that's what I'm asking.
Never mind. You're right.
Maybe-
You're right.
maybe
Never
hold
mind.
on.
Never mind. Never mind. Never mind.
We
never
might
mind.
not have heard
I'm-
your question. We might not have heard your question. So
It's
please.
okay. It's not important.
He
I-
thought
Okay.
he thought that I was complaining about what she said.
No, that was,
Okay, sorry.
Okay, so
That was
Go
his
ahead.
assumption.
yeah. So the thing that like I said, that having written it down, when they asked directly, did this come from a direct statement or anything like that? And she says, nah, it was more like a looming feeling of thinking that if we didn't do this right, like that's what she was saying, right? Then she said, during negotiations, these got more tense, which obviously get negotiations.
I can't really hear you.
Son of an N-word.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So yeah, we heard part of that. And we'll let you know.
I can't even understand. Like everything sounds fine. Like it seems
Like
on my end. Oh no! I know what I got to do.
Is there a part of your mic that's off?
No. I got it. Program.
Okay.
Now you guys can hear me.
Oh yeah.
Very loud.
Yeah.
Hello.
There's like 4 different things. I got to turn the mic directly up in Windows, and I got to turn up this Logitech G voice or whatever, and then Discord. I have to. There's 4 different things. All right. So anyway, so she said after negotiation, that's when they were told that their attitudes were unprofessional. This doesn't seem like it's anything related to their weight or anything like that. It sounds like you guys had some rough negotiations, and maybe something was spurned during those negotiations. I don't know how you can fire a person over that because you didn't like the way that they negotiated. I mean, I don't know how you can like cancel a person because they negotiated, and after the negotiations, due to the intensity, you guys lost some points. And it also sounds like you guys were also kind of standoffish and refusing to actually be part of the culture within the job. So then it made you a lot more expendable. Seems like those were the 2 cases there. Doesn't sound like cancelable behavior. Now, then she said, dancers who did have fun with her were favored and were hired for more shows. And I think that makes all the sense in the world.
Got to go to Hawaii on a
Yes.
jet plane, like a private jet. Hey.
In what universe? Right. In what universe would I not hire people whom I get along with more for more activities? Because anyone who's ever done any kind of shows on the road knows that the show might last 3-4 hours, but the travel time and the amount of time that you're spending in the location and all those things is going to be significantly longer. You might go and spend a weekend at a place for a single show. Right? Mm-hmm. So we get there on Thursday or Friday, and now we're there all of Friday, and show is Saturday night, so all of Saturday. After the show, we spend all of Sunday before we head back home. That happens all the time. So then that means now that I'm going to be around this person for over 48 hours for this 5-hour show. And I think 5 hours is a long time. A lot of shows are only like 2-3 hours, right? But if that's the case, then now I probably want people who I'm closer to. That just sounds like reasonable things there. And they knew it. Yeah, it seemed like the people that were more fun, that she had fun with, were the people that she hired more and that she would actually take on a private jet. If I'm on a private jet with limited capacity, am I going to take the person whom I don't know whatsoever, who I've never had a personal relationship with, or am I going to take the person I'm closer with? Sounds like reasonable things to me. Then she said there was no line between professional and personal. So we had in our minds, if we weren't down for anything, we'd be ostracized later. Notice what she said here. So we had in our minds, if we weren't down for anything, we'd be ostracized later. Then she says it was this unspoken thing in the camp that if you were, and then she listed like, oh, if you weren't really like social, if you didn't go out, whatever, you wouldn't be considered cool. That sounds like everything. It sounds like basic high school, like any social dynamic. If you don't get along with the people socially, you're not likely to be considered like in the cool crowd, right?
I think that's legit. That could arguably be legitimate. Like,
no, but not legitimately fireable, not legitimately cancelable. There's nothing against a person saying we don't want to keep you on in an optional employment because of the fact that you weren't particularly social and didn't get along.
No, I think there are legal cases that have happened related to like the idea of. Wait. It just depends on. I'm responding directly to this. I'm saying the idea of like jobs asking you to come to like company picnics and things like that. And if like, I think there's legitimately, there's been lawsuits about like, oh, okay, I'm not being advanced in my employment because I'm not playing around with the boys.
Show me a single one of those. That's not true.
Wait, now, here's the thing. You're talking about in those cases, those are W-2 employees. Those are employees that you're actually like employing and they work for your company. These dancers are 1099 independent contractors. They picked up 4 gigs, 4 jobs. Therefore, you can get fired at any point. They can say, "No, we no longer."
On top of the fact that the original thing he was saying was hogwash anyway.
Independent contractors. They work per gig.
Yep.
Per gig.
You don't think there's been lawsuits related to like company biases? Like
No,
on being.
you're an
So now you're gonna
independent
be as
contractor.
generic
You don't
and
work
broad
for
as
the
No,
company.
I'm just saying.
possible.
No, I'm not being
You don't
generic
work
and
for the
broad.
company.
Yes, you are. We said very specifically. You gave a very specific thing, which I said was hogwash, and then you got as generic and broad as you could possibly be, and said you don't think people have ever been fired for company biases.
No.
Of course, people have been fired for company biases. Do I think people are being fired because they're saying that I never did anything in the social work, and then the company didn't advance my career, and then they actually had a reasonable lawsuit from that? No, I don't think that's ever happened. But I behoove you, since you're the one that introduced it. We're right here on Google. We haven't started the actual panel yet. Go ahead and look it up. Find me a single example of that happening. I think you just made that up off the top of your head. All right, and now the other thing that she said there was a meeting after re-audition, which were intense, and there were allegations of her drinking before shows, and she said Lizzo brought up these allegations, and it sounded like those allegations happened not directly from Lizzo, but that Lizzo was responding to the allegation that they had and told them, hey, we're not really happy with your performance. So it sounds like they were underperforming, and maybe they weren't underperforming. Maybe they were great dancers. But guess what? You had a culture of people who all were sitting there and saying, we don't like you, or because they're not social, then we consider you standoffish. And so then that makes you more terminable. That doesn't sound like, oh, someone's being fat shaming. It sounds like you didn't really vibe with the culture there, and those people ostracized you. That's not even a Lizzo thing. Then they were terminated by Lizzo's tour manager, not even directly by Lizzo. So again, I'm still yet to see how Lizzo can be canceled in any of this thing. And then finally, the last note that I had, it says, Ari said, I had felt that they had questioned my abilities due to weight gain. She felt like they questioned her ability due to weight gain. She said they never said anything. It was all under the rug because they knew that they didn't want to be canceled. So then they told me this and that. So then eventually there was a pressure, and I told them they had an eating disorder. So yet again, she's saying they never said in any capacity it was because of her weight gain or any of those things. You don't have an actionable case, ma'am, number one. And number two, the idea that we're going to cancel a person based off of someone's feelings who is obviously a spurned employee who is going on the record and saying I was never directly told any of these things. There was never any of these things, and I wasn't particularly social. I had known for a long time, we had been feeling for months that we were going to be ostracized because we refused to be social with the rest of them, and we didn't really get along, and all of that, and now we're going to come away with the conclusion that, nah, she was forcing y'all to do sex work. Freak out of here, bro. It's just another one of those cases. But all that to say, I hope Lizzo gets burned. If you're one of those believe all women, everybody should be canceled, all that nonsense, you were one of those people that was like siding with Amber Heard and all that nonsense, I hope you get canceled. I hope that they end your career so that you understand the damage that you do to people when you have zero evidence and you take away their livelihoods. It's disgusting.
Wait a minute, hold on. That's going to be a separate thing. So let's put that part aside, because I got something that I want to deal with smooth later. Yeah, I know you did, and I'm going to deal with that later, right? Like, don't worry, I'm coming for you. But, but like, I think, so with the Lizzo thing, I'm inclined to Fanatic's side on it. Like, I'm not so vociferously, but like I'm inclined to his side of this argument. Especially since I don't know like how Lizzo is supposed to even defend herself from like what you thought in your head, right? Like I don't know how you do that. But beyond that, like how is it falsifiable is what I'm saying. Like also the thing about being fired for being overweight, at least their thoughts, right? Like, but you're dancers, and within I like within like the beauty industry or whatever, right? Like you have to fit some a certain aesthetic, right? And that doesn't change if Lizzo is overweight herself, right? That like if they are looking for dancers within a certain weight, like maybe they're fine with plus size dancers, but not like plus size dancers, you know? And so if they are gaining weight, then that actually might be a fireable offense. I don't actually know. I wish I was a lawyer, or at least I had a lawyer to ask about that. But like, I feel like in some jobs, like your appearance is fine, is something that you're okay with discriminating against. So.
Well, So, I don't know. I mean, I think all of that just it really boils down to you ain't got no evidence. It sounds like all of it was literally in your head, and your emotions and your feelings were the ones that told you that you guys were going to be canceled for all of this stuff, and you just didn't vibe with the social environment. And there were rumors actually out there that you guys were drinking on the job, and the other dancers were probably snitching on you guys for drinking before you did the performances, and y'all weren't actually putting out, and you guys weren't able to perform, and you got really insecure because you gained a whole bunch of weight, and then when she was saying that people could be fired for certain things like that, you took it completely personal, and you guys already felt intense because the negotiations weren't going so well, and you guys had agents, and they probably got way more intense than it needed to because you guys were really trying to fight for the thing that you wanted. And so then after you guys got canceled, you then decided that you were going to make an excuse and say that somebody forced you into sex work and all sorts of nonsense, and it's not even you. You weren't the one made to lick the banana. You're just going to say somebody else had to lick a banana, and you're going to start clinging on to any sort of information. So you're grasping for straws. You're finding some story that she talked about in 2019, using that to try to rope it in here so you can make these accusations about some sort of sex work because you want to really be the victim, even though you have no evidence of the victimhood, and it sounds like you guys were just socially awkward, refusing to be part of the freaking group, and then now as a result of it, once you got fired, you wanted something else to cling on to so you could still try to get some money because your negotiations didn't go well. That's exactly what the freak happened here. I don't even know why we're entertaining this. Lizzo's free. I don't think she's gonna get canceled for this, although I hope she do.
No, I hope she doesn't. I hope she does not. Okay.
Okay, well, then we'll deal with the other side of this. And Bam, Fanatic's right. You got to pull up a U.S. court case. You can't.
Wait, what is that relevant? That wasn't.
We arguing that. Like,
we weren't even talking. That wasn't even
I'm
relevant.
not
That
even
wasn't
relevant.
relevant to the thing he asked. He said it doesn't happen, and that's even it does happen.
It happens.
Does it happen in the
In
state?
France.
Now
Okay.
I can bring up the U.S. He's like, well, did it happen in the same state? Did it happen in the same?
No,
county?
no,
So
huh?
this is really funny. Hold on. Now that since you said it publicly, I wasn't gonna say anything publicly, but I'll go ahead and say it publicly. This is why I don't get into long-term arguments with Bam. If I have to explain to you that when we're talking about the legal implications of these court cases, and I have to tell you that we're talking about the United States, and you want to start going to, well, in Indonesia, they off the person, like, I don't give a fat fly.
This is a third world country.
You know exactly what the freak we were talking about, and it shouldn't take Prime to say it. It shouldn't take me to say it. Everyone understands we were talking about the U.S., obviously, going to some obscure Western European country to
Obscure?
say, see, it has happened before. I'm sorry, some obscure case in some Western European country to say, well, it has happened at least once. When you can't find a single case in the U.S. proves exactly my freaking point. Why are we even having this conversation? No, it's not. Why are we having this conversation? I'm not having this conversation. You got it, buddy. You're right. It happens. People get fired for not going to company picnics, and the only example you got is from France.
That was just one
France.
Google search.
Fine.
Well,
no,
I asked you to find another one, and you refused to do so. I don't know
You
why we're
said-
having
you
this
said 2 seconds
conversation.
later, don't.
You win, buddy.
You know what? Got it.
You win.
No,
Yeah, you're right. I did say
Bam,
2 seconds
I'm not-
later, don't, because when I told you
No, I'm
to
doing
get
it.
the U.S., I told you to get the U.S. example, and your immediate response was, "Why would that matter?" As if you need to, as if I have to explain to you why when we're talking about these cases, it would be about the U.S. Freak
Nah,
out of here, nigga. That's why I don't talk to you like that. Freak out of here. The rest of us can continue having a conversation.
I got it. No, I'm gonna
So,
pull up
so to
30
your credit, Bam, there's
Crazy.
a thing
Boy,
in
I
Japan
miss
that's
that.
called a black company.
Crazy.
And if you don't do certain things, they will pretty much either fire you or give you everybody's work until you burn out or quit.
Wait, where's
Yeah,
this?
that's a
What happened
Japanese
This is
thing.
in Japan.
Yeah.
there?
But
Oh, yeah.
It's here too,
huge
but-
there. You have
Yeah.
to go to their social
You
function.
have to go to
They-
the social events.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
really, really gross.
and I'm
And they
not a
want you to
joiner.
get wasted too while you're at it.
I'm not a joiner, and I'm not a drinker, so I wouldn't do well there. So, like, yeah.
100%. Same.
I mean, yeah, I'm not really a drinker, but I definitely would have joined going to the strip club. That's for sure.
So I'm gonna start a fight. I'm gonna point a shotgun at my man Smooth here, right? But
Sure, why not?
Fanatic is gonna be right there to defend his friend. Like it's gonna happen.
Let's
So-
see.
Our friend Smooth in our group DM showed us a tweet from Lizzo, and
I had 2 of 'em. I dropped another one now.
oh, I didn't see the
Yeah,
second
another
one.
one.
So let me check the second one before I say
Yeah, I
anything.
only got one.
Hey, Prime, why you dead naming Twitter?
is
Prime, you need to hurry up and join Blue Sky. Otherwise, I'm gonna give that code away. So you got till tonight to use it. Otherwise, the next
Okay.
person on the list is gonna get it.
You don't
So
use social media as is. It's weird. You're gonna add another one.
I represent
you
I'm in-
know,
what
Have I
Right,
not
the Blue
followed you?
Sky?
I'm in Blue Sky now, so
Oh,
So-
you're in Blue Sky, so okay, I don't have to send you a link anymore. All right.
Yeah, I'm all good.
Okay.
Cool.
All right. Thank you.
I'll probably get kicked out of
Um,
Blue Sky. I might not want to
So let's get to it. So I didn't read the second one, so I'm going to read the second one quickly. Maybe I'll change my mind. I represent Black people. This is what Liz was saying. I represent Black people, Black women, feminism, intersectional feminism, big girls, big Black girls on a daily basis. It's a tough job, and honestly, this wave of backlash gave me some insight, and I'm going to keep to myself. Okay, all right,
This
whatever.
is
I don't
from
know what it has to do.
2018.
I have no
Why?
idea
What
what
does
that
this
has
have
to
to
do.
do with anything?
And
Like
then-
she's
and then-
facts. Those are facts about her.
So hold on. Let me, because it has nothing to do with anything. But I'll give him time to make the case. The first tweet they sent us was from Lizzo again, and she says retweet for Black women. Favorite, like the tweet for Black women. For believe Black women. Sorry, for believe Black women, and favorite for believe Black women. Sorry, I didn't mean to leave that out. So literally nothing wrong with this tweet, right? Literally nothing wrong. So like, and I've explained this to Fanatic before, but he chooses not to believe it. But don't worry, I'll do it again. So the original phrase was "believe women." Right? Not believe all women. That came after. People add that in. Like the other side, conservative side, added that in. Oh, you mean believe all women? No, it's just believe women. And then other people just took on that, like, and they thought like that was a phrase. But it's believe women, right? And what does that phrase mean? That phrase simply means is that when an accusation is made, don't dismiss it out of hand. Like investigate it. That's real. That's literally what it means. Is that
so
don't
you're using
dismiss
proprietary definitions?
It's not proprietary definition. That's literally
so-
what it means.
So can we read the definition of belief really quick? Because it's to me what the word believe actually means, according to Merriam-Webster, is to consider to be true or honest. So that means we're accepting it as truth. That's what that means. Or to accept the word or evidence of. Those are the definitions of believe.
I didn't come up with the phrase, right? I'm talking about the phrase believe women.
So the phrase believe women has two words in it, and you're saying one of the words has a different definition?
This is like this is defund police all over again, right? Where you can say, look at the definition, right? That means like drain all the funds from the police, right? You want to empty out the police. You want to effectively fire all the police because you're not paying the police. No, some people might believe that, but that's not what many people in the movement believe, right? That wasn't what they were going to do. It was basically just redirect funds. I didn't come up with the phrase. But the
word defund means just to withdraw funds from. So any withdrawal of funds, 50% of the funds, 20% of the funds is defunding. So then that would fall within the definition. Yet again, I don't mind using the words. I'm not lying about a definition in order to make a point. You're lying about a definition to make your point.
I'm not lying about any definition. No, hold on. What did I say? I said not what. I didn't say, well, what do the words mean? I said, what does the phrase mean?
The phrase is made up of two words.
Oh my God, no.
Oh my God.
There are phrases that like exist within a context, right? Like Black Lives Matter is a phrase that exists within a context.
And it's very literal. Black Lives Matter. If you look up those three words, if you're a foreign speaker and you just look up those three words, then you would know exactly what the freak we're saying. We're saying Black, the people who are Black raced, lives, their lives, and whatever that lives means, matter, means something,
but
are
without
important.
The context,
it means exactly what the freak it says.
Understood, yeah. But without the context of the larger movement, it's like, what the fuck are all these people talking about? I can understand the individual words, Black Lives Matter. I get it, but why is this happening, right? I'm a foreigner. I don't understand American racism, and so like I don't get why are these people? Why are white people saying Black Lives Matter? I mean I guess sure whatever.
Yeah, but
the meaning of the phrase, the true meaning, right, only comes into fruition within the context of American racism.
Oh, a deeper meaning. Or no. I'm sorry. No, the true meaning doesn't change. The context changes. The meaning can be derived directly from the definition of the words. The context changes when you do that. Now, what you're asking me to do is not give it context to understand. You're asking me to belie the definitions of the words. I wouldn't ask you to belie the definition of the word for defund the police. Defund just means to withdraw funds. So when I say defund the police, withdraw portions of those funds and apply them to social service programs and other drug prevention programs, etc. That fits perfectly from the denotation of the word. Now, when you ask me what Black Lives Matter Black Lives Matter means, from the denotation of the word, we could be able to come exactly to the conclusion of exactly what I'm communicating, and I can give you extra context to make you understand why I'm using these words exactly as they're defined. Now, when you want to start going to believe women, and now you're asking me, don't use the denotation of the word, use the connotation of the word, because we're not saying to accept as true as the definition says. We're saying just don't dismiss. That's totally different. I don't subscribe to proprietary definitions. That word has a meaning, and then to expect everyone else who saw this slogan going to immediately know that some of these people are just choosing to use a different definition for belief is unfounded, it's unfair, it's unrealistic, and to juxtapose that against these other phrases is not consistent.
Wait, what about all lives matter?
All lives matter can only be derived from the context, specifically in direct direct opposition to the phrase Black Lives Matter. Of course, we all believe all lives matter, but the purpose and context of Black Lives Matter was that Black lives were in danger. So when you say all lives matter, which is a true statement, all lives do matter, Black Lives Matter was specifically with the intent of bringing attention directly to Black lives, which were being damaged and disparaged. And so then as a result of that, to then be dismissive of the point of signaling that Black lives matter and then saying, hey, no, all these other things matter is absolutely ridiculous. It'd be the same thing if someone said, I want to focus specifically on breast cancer. And then I said, no, all cancers matter. No, we're talking about prostate cancer.
Exactly.
Like,
great.
no,
So
that would be unfair.
I'm glad that you could add all that context into that discussion, and it was very useful. Thank you. I understand the situation better now. Anyway, once again, so what happens with Fanatic, right? And I love my man Fanatic. I think Fanatic is great, but he does this all the time, right? He gets like, oh boy, this is gonna start a fight. I almost say it because he's gonna get real mad at me. He gets definition brained, right? He gets dictionary brained, and he thinks that like if I go to the dictionary and I point and I read it, read what it says there, that ends the discussion. That I win this discussion, and then like no one else cares about the context, right? No one can understand a larger context. I just read a definition, and then that's it, and so I guess I win, but you don't. So look. You don't there's no reason to yell at me, right? Like if I created the phrase believe women, then I think you could have a case. You could yell at me, you could say, hey Prime, you did a really shitty job designing this, and here's the reasons why, right? And I will listen to you. That's a good point, Fanatic, but I didn't design the phrase. So any which way, like I was saying, within the context of the movement, that means like that like you said, don't dismiss women, right? Simply don't dismiss them. So understanding that, like with when other crimes happen, right? Like we understand that there's when a victim who's saying they were victimized, we don't say that whatever comes out of their mouth was absolutely true. We investigate it, right? We don't immediately start undermining this individual. If we had literally no idea. We're outside of the situation. We don't know the context. We don't immediately start undermining this individual.
So then we don't actually believe them.
Yes, right? But in any case,
so we don't actually believe them, but we're using the phrase "believe them."
Yeah. What did I say? Fanatic. You were so far up your own ass. What did I say before? I know the definition. I didn't come up with the phrase. Don't argue with me about the phrase. I don't give a shit about the phrase, right? Like
that's the whole conversation right now. We're saying that the conversation that phrase is disgusting and dismissive and disparaging and harmful to men.
It's not. How is black women disparaging? How's it disparaging?
Black women as a black woman.
Because here's what it is, right? Here's what it is, and I'm done. Because then I'll DQ if you want to jump in. It's fine. Because what you attach to it is immediately don't believe men. Right? That's what you guys hear. Immediately after, don't believe men. And if that's
don't believe the men who are accused, for sure.
Yeah, and if anyone on that side, right, the timeout side, if anyone is on that route, they are wrong, right? I condemn them. Obviously, that's a terrible idea, right? And I wouldn't want to push that out as well. But simply believe black women does not mean that we don't believe black men or whoever perpetrates against black women, right? That's not what that phrase in itself means. That's why specifically when I asked when it's Smooth, right? When I specifically talked to him, I'm like, you got to give me an example of her disbelieving a man. Right, so we brought up Amber Heard and we brought up
Whoa,
Johnny
whoa,
Depp,
wait,
right?
No,
Wait, hold on. Can I please
I
finish?
no, wait, fanatic. When I was
What if we're
originally
gonna
asked
switch the
this,
topic?
I said, "What is y'all's burden of proof?" You said, "Give me a tweet where she said she's believing women." That's what y'all. That's what y'all.
That's not what I
asked,
said.
And
Hold on. Did I not bring up Amber Heard and Johnny Depp?
That's what Queen said. That's what Queen said.
Oh,
somebody said.
I never said that.
I'm pretty sure somebody said it too.
No. We're gonna go back.
We can check
Somebody
the
can
tape.
go back and find it. Y'all, that's what y'all asked for, and I literally went there.
Sorry, that's not what. That's not y'all asked for. Maybe someone else did. Maybe someone else did.
Yeah,
but that's not what I asked for. So maybe there's a miscommunication.
Again, with her own tweet there saying, "Believe black women." If you believe black women, the accusations are they're coming from black women. Therefore, I would assume by her own mindset, I'm supposed to believe them. I'm supposed to put faith and stock into what they are saying and believe it to be somewhat true.
Yeah.
If not all the way true.
Of course.
No. You believe them. You believe them, and the way you believe that,
like
like
you said a bunch. Let me get back to what you said,
statement.
because you said I get definition braid, and I think that you're 100% accurate. That's why I'm such an eloquent nigga, because I happen to use words the way they're supposed to be. If you look at the video I just recently uploaded, where I was talking to Tommy Sotomayor, and that dude didn't want to use the word entitlement right, saying, well, it's not entitlement unless it's legal. Nah, nigga, entitlement has two different portions to it in denotation and connotation. So the fact of the matter is, when you keep saying, no, we're not going to immediately accept it as true, this is why I feel like it's very dishonest to try to compare believe women to any of these other phrases. Because again, with all of those phrases, I can show you by the dictionary why these words are the proper words to be using. Now, what you're telling me is, I know you didn't come up with the phrase, and I know that you believe in the idea of just trusting women, but that's not what this thing just said. This thing says believe, and we've seen it play out that way. We've seen the number of cases in which people have immediately been accused and immediately canceled with literally no evidence, meaning that they did hold it as true as the definition said. If the actions did line up with the thing that you're suggesting, that it just meant we won't dismiss, then at that point I could say, well, maybe, yeah, there's just a miscommunication about the phrasing and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But when the actions directly correspond with the direct denotation, then that means that it's exactly the way I'm saying it, and people believe it the way I'm saying it, have accepted it the way I've said it, meant it the way I'm saying it, use it the way I'm saying it, and that's exactly the problem. Because if you immediately believe women who are making accusations against another person, then to believe them would to be dismiss the idea of innocent until proven guilty. That's why we have a problem. This isn't just an issue of semantics. We've seen it play out. Prime, in your own personal experience, you've literally seen when people immediately believed women and had to cancel you until White Zaddy, White Savior Destiny came in there, and I also had played a part in helping to try to exonerate your name. So you understand this isn't just a matter of phrasing. People actually cancel people and ruin people's lives off of accusations, whether they're unfounded or not. Cosby, to this day, is about to start another case trial. You knew it was coming up. I wouldn't have this conversation without mentioning that nigga, because that nigga's the truth. Cosby is going through another case to this day where there's literally no evidence besides the testimony of an individual whom we're going to believe, and that person has nothing else to support it and has lied on their testimony. So the idea that we're not genuinely believing these women is just false.
Okay, so I will respond to, but I want to get to DQ. So DQ, please.
Yeah, we often don't believe women in what we say and what we've gone through and like our own lived experience on a constant basis. Men just have like no idea what it's like to be a woman. And especially being a Black woman, we know that the lowest woman on the totem pole is the Black woman, and the most unprotected woman is the Black woman. And that's what she's trying to get through. It's not necessarily believe women in these senses. Like you have like fanatic, you've gone way over the border there when the point's over here. You know,
the words.
That it's not about the words. It's about what it's not. It's
about
not
the
about
message.
the words. It's about the message, the underlying the message of what it means, not necessarily the definitions of the words, but in a larger context of socially, what does that mean for Black
but DQ,
women?
I went
Because
into all that.
Black women are always usually not believed, okay,
but
compared to
DQ, I
white
went into
women.
so then you would be okay with us believing, right? I'm using the
I'd be okay with what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
You'd be okay with us just believing women, believing Black women when they make accusations. You would be okay with that.
Believing that they said believing what they're saying and looking into it. Like they have this particular thought and then we look into it.
No, we've moved past
We
that
believe
because
that they're
again,
saying
as I've
it,
explained to you, what the definition means, and again, I keep pointing out to you again.
Yeah,
the
but you're
actions,
talking about in a larger context of
No,
like
no,
the
no, no.
law. We're
But I
not even
didn't
talking
stop
about the
there.
law. We're
I
just
didn't
talking
start it.
socially in the
Right, but
context. Socially,
Well,
that's
because
it.
yes, because as
Socially.
we can see, all of the vast majority of these claims are extra legal. These things are happening in the judicial system. We have a judicial system that says innocent until proven guilty. Unfortunately, within the court of public opinion, that's not the way things go. If they were going through the
Because
legal
it's the
system,
court of public opinion. That doesn't
absolutely. So then
mean
at this
shit.
point, then
It
so
doesn't
then
mean
socially.
shit.
no,
But
excuse me, that's a lie. To sit there and try to
can
lie
you
and say it
not
doesn't
talk
mean anything.
over me as a
I
as a
got you.
woman? I mean,
Yeah,
you
sure.
know,
I'm
that would
I'm
be
sorry.
great.
I am the wrong
Well-
nigga to try to make the appeal that just because you're female, I'm gonna give you some special concessions. I give equal equality here. I'm gonna treat you with the respect that I treat the other rest of these
Halfway
niggas,
would
which
be
means
And
I'm
that
gonna
means
talk when I
zero.
want to talk. And
That
if you're
means
talking,
zero.
no, it ain't zero respect. You interrupted me the same way. If you want to, if you wanted to get into some decorum, we can get there. And neither one of us will interrupt each other anymore. But I'm not going to give you special privileges because you're a female. I'm sorry, it doesn't work that way. What I will say
It sure
is, and
does
you
work
all,
that way because it's a common thing for
Right.
men, especially
well, so
on
here you are
panels that
yet
I'm on
again. I
motherfucking
got you,
on
and now you're
to do
interrupting
it.
me. So you're not. So
Hey,
you're asking for special
hey, you
respect while interrupting
asked my
me.
opinion, and I'm just
I
trying to
did it,
give
but
you
I
what the
wasn't
fucking
done
facts
answering.
are. You
But I
know,
wasn't done asking your opinion. Well,
it
okay, so
sounded
now you
like you
got
were
it.
done.
So
Yeah, we
now
having
you
like a male
understand you will
conversation.
not be
We're not
getting
even
any
doing a
special
conversation.
treatment. Now I'm gonna treat you like the rest of the niggas since you act like the rest of the niggas and try to talk over me. So now, anyway, the point that I was making was we do know that within these things, I already provided the context, and everyone else in this panel agreed that within these circumstances, we've seen on countless occasions that people do immediately accept the information as true and cancel people. To make the statement that canceling people and so the court of public opinion has no actual rights or has no actual impact, as if people aren't losing their jobs because they are being brigaded by people on the internet, as if my channel hasn't been impacted in that way, as if literally you don't have to put down in your applications what your name is. In some jobs literally require you to put in your social media things in order for you to get the dang job, and then they're going to be doing researches and looking for you. I've known people who have been canceled who can't even get therapists because therapists won't deal with them knowing that they've been canceled. So the idea that the social implications have no ramifications in the actual real world is absolutely unfounded. Furthermore, lastly, I'm sorry, I provided several contexts that is not just talking about the denotation. We're also going into the social implications and the actions of the individuals using the phrase where they're canceling these people, indicating that they're not meaning it just to be verifying or just to be looking and investigating. If they were using it just for investigation, we wouldn't have a problem. We've seen people lose their lives and their livelihoods specifically because of this cancel culture nonsense. So it's not the way you guys are claiming it is. We've seen it play out in action exactly to the denotation of the word. Try again.
DQ.
So
Where is Joe Lewis when you need him?
Okay. The water kaiju.
Joe Lewis would agree
So,
with me. That's my
here's the
nigga.
deal.
I highly doubt that, but you know, I
Fanatic
think he
is
would probably be
correct.
more on my side. But you know, go
Look,
ahead, love.
Fanatic is correct. Definitionally, he is correct. The statement,
Definitionally.
what we should understand right now is that the left is really trash at creating slogans. So it should have been take women seriously.
And don't look good on
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
That would be
Yeah, that
an
would've worked.
accurate statement.
Yes.
I don't think so. I don't like that.
But you know what? It
But
wouldn't
if you
be
look at the
accurate. You
word
know
believe-
why? But it wouldn't be accurate. You know why, Lethy? Because they don't want to just take women seriously. What they want to do is instantly believe them, as we've seen when they instantly cancel a nigga with no evidence. The slogan was true to form and captured the very essence of what these sick psychos wanted to do and are doing.
They wanted to weaponize.
Wait, we didn't even get into
they?
the
That's what I want to know.
Cancel
Who is
culture.
they?
I got you. Cancel culture, quarter of opinion, social media idiots that are going to call your actual job the second they get information and make you lose. That's who they is.
I mean, the woman who was actually here in one of the targets that I actually shop at, here in Colorado decided to perform blackface. Okay, yeah, that bitch is crazy, and yeah, that bitch should lose her fucking job because I don't know, she's fucking crazy and having a fucking mental breakdown. Like, yeah, that's your own damn fault if you get caught on camera and you get canceled. You fucked around and you motherfucking found out. That's your own goddamn fault.
Ouch. DQ, I 100% agree with you. Now, what about the cases where there are people who have been falsely accused, have still been canceled, and have lost their jobs, despite the fact that there's no evidence to the accusations made against them? What would you say about those? It's not their fault, yet cancel culture responds the same to them as the places where we have video evidence. That's the problem.
So I want to.
Can she respond to that?
Okay, sure. You can respond, but after that, I do want to get Watercott and Bandman. Oh, and
DQ?
DQ.
Repeat that question. Sorry.
I said what the problem is. Yes, when you do something and you're on video and you're doing something heinous, I do believe that you deserve to lose your job or get punished, and etc. The problem is that cancel culture will respond to accusations to the same way, whether there's actual evidence or not. We've seen cases in which people have been falsely accused, and the same brigade, the same mechanism functions against them and works against them and makes them lose their job and their livelihoods in the same way. That's where the problem is. If there was the case where they were only believing things where there were evidence, then it wouldn't be a problem. But what do you say to the men who have been canceled over false accusations? What about them?
What I gotta say to the men that had false accusations? Well, that wasn't my entire life fault. You can't fault all fucking women and blame fucking women for that shit, right?
We're
But
not. I
like,
didn't.
you're kind of implying it.
I'm not. I'm trying to imply that cancel culture still functions
But
the
see,
same whether there's evidence or
cancel
not.
culture at the end of this day doesn't fucking matter. It really
It does to the men.
doesn't.
It does to the men.
Doesn't.
But it does
It
to the men.
doesn't.
Okay,
It doesn't.
tell that to the
Because
person who
you
lost
have to
their
think about that.
livelihood. Tell that to the
You have to
person
think about that.
who can't
That
work a
this has
job,
been
who can't get a
doing. This has
therapist
been
because of a
doing.
false
This
accusation.
has
Yeah.
been a fucking thing for forever. Okay, it just has now come online, but cancel culture has been around for a while, right? So
I'm
if we have the
sorry, it's-
person who was doing some shit in a town, they would fucking cancel that person in that town because they know that they don't want to fuck with that person. So
But there's
yeah,
a difference here.
it's
Because
not.
no,
It's the same exact
it is
thing.
not the
Whether
exact
it's
same mechanisms
online
because
or
the difference
offline,
is
exactly the
There's a
same.
bit of
we
a
are in the
difference.
information. We are in the information age, which allows people unprecedented access into your job, your employment, your livelihood, your family members, all sorts of things. That's why you can have incidents like Sarah Comrie, City by Karen, to the rest of you guys, who can sit there and try to railroad these young black boys, and then immediately people know, oh yeah, you privated your social media, but we knew who your husband was, and we still got access to you, and we found you, and now you got all of these issues. That stuff wasn't happening before. There wasn't the video evidence to be able to demonstrate it. You didn't have the people who had access to all of the information online to be able to research and find out who the freak you were. There wasn't all these social media so that people could do reverse Google image searches, all those kinds of things. So no, these things weren't the same. We are in an unprecedented time, and I think it's a beautiful thing for some of it. We are in unprecedented times. Harvey Weinstein finally got to prison, right? Because we had actual evidence of this dude's crimes, and now cancel culture actually did its job and put the pressure until the actual courts found that man guilty. That's a benefit. That's a difference, because that wasn't happening before. That was the whole reason for the Me Too movement. If you remember, Me Too was started by black women, specifically talking about how people didn't believe how accurate it was or how frequent the occurrence of molestation and rape was. That was the whole purpose of that, because there was this disbelief that these incidents were happening at the rate that they were. So now we do have people who are significantly more sensitive and responding in unprecedented ways to these things. So to say that it's happening the same as it's always happening is dismissive of the entire goal of that movement. Now, what the problem is, it has gone too far. And yet again, you are lying by making the statement that this thing has no actual impacts in the real world, because we've seen people who have lost their livelihoods, who do not have a job, specifically because of false accusations. So to say it doesn't exist or that it doesn't matter in light of those kinds of cases is ridiculous.
But I'm saying,
Okay,
but
yeah.
Me Too, like as a words on a T-shirt, as a slogan, don't contextually give you anything to believe or not believe in. Like I don't know. It feels really weird to say that like we're being hyper niche on like in this case like okay the exact words are the only thing that matters, and in other cases like well it's the broader context of the of the history of the movement, what they're actually fighting for.
I'm sorry.
What the
What's
fuck
wrong with
are
the
you
denotation
talking
of Me
about?
Too? Yeah, what are you talking about? What's wrong with the denotation of Me Too?
I'm saying Me Too as its own. The two words don't tell you anything. You need them. You need the broader context.
Oh my God! Listen, I'm just gonna say it really quick. I'm gonna say it really quickly for you, Bam, so you can stop being lost and you can catch up with the rest of the class.
Gotcha.
The phrase "Me Too" is we can just follow the denotation. Me meaning myself, too meaning also. That literally
Also what?
No one's asking you. No one's asking you to belie the definition of the word. That's the thing that makes it different. Yes, there can be greater context, but it's just saying me as well. Now, if you were going to say the phrase was me too, but in reality, what they're really saying is these are all the people, you know, and came up with something only me. When they say me too, they're saying just me, myself. Then I would be like, that doesn't make any freaking sense. That literally belies the word too. That's the difference. When you're saying believe women, but you're saying no, we don't believe them. We're saying we take it serious enough to investigate. Then that means you're saying right. So if your phrase is believe women, but you're saying no, we do not believe women. There's a problem. When the phrase is me too, but it's saying no, me not me too, then we'd have a problem. When we're saying defund, but we're saying no, completely abolish, we would have a problem. When we're saying whatever phrase,
I'm saying
always
I'm saying
line up within the denotation so that we're not lying to ourselves within the phrase. Within the phrase.
Sure,
That's why this thing is
I'm
not
saying
inconsistent. If you can't follow, please don't respond.
Cool, I'm gonna respond. What you're saying is, what you're saying is being hyper because just because you laugh when Fanatic talk fast doesn't mean you're saying anything of value. Like just because you say that like believe
It's the
women doesn't make
disrespect,
sense.
not the talk.
You have to add the level of like context, like because the word believe women is a factually correct statement. Are women worthy of being believed?
No, we don't immediately believe them.
I'm not talking about women brought up sexual
I'm
assault.
answering the question. You asked the question. I'm answering. No,
Can women be believed?
No, I'm answering the question as you asked it. No, they're not immediately worthy of being believed. What we should do is we should consider it, we should investigate it, and believe the evidence. The only
Evidence
person.
of what?
So what's a better slogan?
Wait,
than
the
that?
evidence isn't what?
The evidence. I'm responding. The evidence of the claim. If someone makes a claim, or an accusation against a person, if someone makes a claim or an accusation against a person, then they should have evidence to support it, and then we will believe that evidence. I will not immediately believe the woman. The only
immediately
person,
wasn't in the word. Immediately wasn't in it.
Well, I'm not going to. Okay, then I got you. I'm not going to eventually believe the woman. I will never believe the woman. What I will believe is the evidence. The only exception I will make for that believe woman thing, I believe my family. I believe people who I have a known and trusted relationship with. Those people I believe because we have a relationship that has clearly demonstrated I should trust you beyond evidence. I don't need my mother to tell me here's the proof or the facts or whatever happened. You tell me what went down.
But I'm saying none of that matters.
That's a belief.
You're adding
random strangers and
okay,
cancel culture
adding a
does
whole
believe
lot of
that to
irrelevant
random
context.
strangers, and that's where the problem comes in.
You're adding so much irrelevant context. The only thing that believe women says,
everybody with a working brain.
the only thing that believe women says that women can be believed. It doesn't say sometimes. It doesn't mean all of the time. It doesn't mean
can be. It's believe. It is a declarative.
That doesn't mean that everything a woman says. If I have to wait a minute, I'm talking. It doesn't. If you have to be spoon fed to believe that the statement "believe women" means that every word that comes out of every single word that comes out of a woman's mouth is taken at face value, then you shouldn't be part of this conversation.
Now you're adding unnecessary context
because all it says is believe women. I'm just taking
the sentence did not. The sentence believe women is a directive. It is a directive, so it's telling you what to do and the action that you should do.
When do you do it?
When it says believe
that doesn't mean always. It doesn't mean immediately. It's not telling you when to do it.
So okay, I got you. I got you. That's my fault. I'm sorry.
Yes, it is your fault.
You're right. I got you.
You're correct.
Sorry. You're right. I'm sorry. I missed the part in the sentence where it said sometimes believe women. No,
it can be inferred.
As we're seeing, when they say believe women, they mean it and they apply it, and it's happening almost every freaking time, regardless of evidence or not. As we've already indicated by the fact that there are false accusations in which people have been canceled and reap those consequences, which means that they are believing them all the
So you're
time.
adding
And so then if
context.
that's the case,
That has nothing to
if
do with the
that's the
phrase,
case,
the
then it's a
wording.
problem. It has everything to do with the phrase because there's nowhere in the phrase where it's indicated that it should be done judiciously, that it should be done sometimes. So if it's not indicated within the phrase that it should be done judiciously, then one would only accept the
No one has to only
directive to
accept
mean
that.
consistently.
No,
That's
it
the only
doesn't.
way we can take
No,
it.
nigga, that's your own words.
You're adding on something specific for a directive of judicious behavior, and that's not included in the original directive. Freak out of here.
Again,
nigga.
that's not included in All Lives Matter.
Sorry, I'm
But
not
we
going back
understand
and forth
All Lives
with
Matter.
you.
I
You get the
don't,
last
I don't
word, nigga.
understand.
Get the last word.
Absolutely,
Get the last
I will.
word. I'm
I'm
done.
going to. Thanks. Be quiet. Black. Where you take all of these phrases and then we immediately use our big boy brains, we put them on and understand that they mean context. The reason we have an issue with all lives matter, as you said earlier, is a correct statement, but we don't take phrases at face value for anything else in the entire world. We look into the context of what they're actually speak to. All lives matter it comes in response to Black Lives Matter, and all lives matter doesn't actually mean all lives matter, even though it says all lives matter. All lives matter means it means that Black lives don't matter, or it means that Black lives don't matter. That's how that phrase has been used out in the world. So we don't care about the words on what the words on the T-shirt say. We care about how it's being implemented in society. That's what you use for Me Too. That's what you use for what you just said about Believe Women. You don't care about the words on the shirt, so stop saying you care about that. You care about how it's implemented in society. And I also think that it's selfish and ridiculous for you to sit up and whine about, well, I know some men that have lost their job. They just seem like, I don't know, that feels fake. We can't talk about concepts related to like racism or women's health because everyone can pull up an exceptional case where somebody ended up having something bad that happened to them. Like, well, white supremacy is real. I know a white guy that lost his job one time because Black people are being mean to him. Or I know cities that are burned down because of violence of Black Lives Matter protests. Like, you're pulling on these exceptional things and you say that like, well, there's a broader thing that we're speaking to. And you're saying that doesn't matter to the guy who lost his job because he couldn't get to work because the Black Lives Matter protest blocked off the street. It doesn't matter to him. So if you don't care about him, like, I don't know, all you're doing is whining. And don't respond.
I want to point out really quickly. Listen,
no, I thought you wanted to respond. So you're a liar.
I'm not responding.
He's a
saying,
liar.
I am okay. Yeah, you're right. I'm a liar. Now listen. Here's what's happening. It's so funny because the more I talk, the more eloquent I sound, and the more intelligible my argument is, and the more you get the point that I'm making. The more this nigga talk, the more you realize how vacuous and retarded he is. So let's move on to the next point, y'all. He got the last word on it. I'm not gonna respond to the point he made. Y'all heard it. Can we just go ahead and let's let the more intelligent people speak now?
So I'm gonna talk to. But I just want to respond to that. And I'll just Fanatic. I agree with you in terms of like how those words were used, right? Like, and how people.
Context.
There's always a
Not the
smart
words
person
themselves.
here. Thank you, Prime.
Appreciate that, Brian.
You're the only one.
It wasn't the words themselves. It was the context of how they were.
Yeah,
used,
the context. Yeah. But I'm just saying that, like, talking about the real life ramifications, like clearly,
the
like,
important part, right? Not the words on the T-shirt.
Yes, but
I'm
sorry, Bam.
let Bam
You
talk.
keep interrupting him, but
God.
you're missing the point that he's making. The point he's making agrees with Fanatic, as he said in his introduction. He literally started it with, "I agree with Fanatic." You want to say that he don't believe it because you want somebody. Prime.
You got
Please
it.
just go.
Go ahead,
Can you agree? Prime, can you agree with Bam so that he don't feel like he's alone on this iceberg like by himself?
So
agree with Bam.
That's right.
Argue
Agree
against
with
me, please.
Agree with me.
He needs somebody out there.
need it.
Don't leave him out there to drive by
Absolutely.
himself.
Okay. Look, I actually do agree with you both, right? But on different things, right? So like on different contexts here, right? Like, so I like the thing that the Bam was talking about and looking at the greater context of words. I'm on that, right? But I was that's not what I was addressing. I was talking about what Fanatic had previously said, talking about the ramifications, the real life ramifications, and like men being canceled because the women were immediately believed, and it's like, well, this man's dead to me, you know. So I hear you, and I don't think it's an illogical argument to say that this phrase has contributed to that, right? Like,
Thank you,
so
man.
I won't fight you on that one. But my previous pushback still applies. But okay. But that's why it's smooth, right? I understand there must have been some sort of miscommunication, right? That's why I was asking you for an example. So when I said before, right, like long before, that if Lizzo was on that like cancel men shit the moment a woman speaks, then like fuck her, right? Like, I'm not with her. Like, I basically kept repeating what Fnatic had said, right? I'm on that bandwagon if she has done that, right? But when you said to me, just this tweet, believe black women, that doesn't tell me this, right? Like, she could be on the malicious side of this. It's a possibility. I don't know Lizzo. I don't follow Lizzo. Like, Fnatic said he knows 2 of her songs. I know none of her songs, right? I don't know anything about this woman that she jumps in the news all the time. But so I can believe that might be the case, Smooth, but I'm looking for an example. If, for example, she was like, fuck Johnny Depp, right? When this first broke out, fuck Johnny Depp, Amber Heard is completely right, then that's an example of a person with a malicious mindset to me. So that's why I specifically look for that, because then that's that we know what's in her head, rather than having to judge, which Fnatic has done a good job of pointing out, like an unclear phrase that different people look at differently. There you go.
Okay. So the reason I picked that one was because in the time period that it's in, and it's rough because that's 2018, to find exactly what happened right then when she made that statement, it was in support of a particular person, like, or something that was going on. It was in support of something. That wasn't a statement that was just made in just a random day. But I again, like, it would take me much longer, and I would actually have to do that on my computer. And when I do search it on Twitter, I can't actually, like, do that on and still talk. Like, I can't. It literally mutes my audio.
Okay.
I can find that later, but right now in this content, all I can provide is that tweet. I can find the context around it later. But that's why I pulled just particularly that tweet, because I remember it like it was yesterday. Like, I'm on there. Well, I was on there. I took my retweet and my heart back. But yeah, like, I was on there as somebody that retweeted it and hearted it.
Yeah.
Once,
So, but
again, like,
and when you read, hold on. But then let me ask you then. When you retweeted it and when you favored that tweet, right? Were you in your mind thinking, you know what, fuck all men? The moment a woman says anything against a man, right, you put him in the ground.
So for context sake, I was a bit in that camp, like, yeah, let's support these black women. Let's get this going. You know what I'm saying? Blah blah blah. These are terrible. Till I got hit by some stuff myself, and I went, you know what? There's something wrong with this fundamentally. This is not logical. So then I said, you know what? All right, cool. Let me back up off of this, because, like, now people are just leaving whomever for whatever reason, and it is not conducive actual a good society. Like, nobody's even asking me what happened. Nobody's even asking me. I don't even get an opinion. I just get looked at as trash. Like, that's not good. It's not good at all. Like, you know what I'm saying? So once I felt like, okay, they don't support me, so I'm like, why do I support them? So then I just backed away. I'm like, how could I be here right next to you and this is what you support, and this is what I get hit with?
Overall, I do like Lizzo, though. I think that she's she doesn't, I mean, she speaks to, she's not really anti-male negative or anti anybody else. She just seems to support the things she supports, which is black women, especially, like, plus size. So I don't, like I said, yeah, though, while some people hate her, yeah, I don't think that it's warranted.
I think there's so people keep saying that, like, oh yeah, man, people hate.
We can't hear you. I can't hear you at all now.
Your mic is doing that thing again.
Oh my gosh, bro, this is so garbage. You know what? I genuinely can't stop it.
You were good for like 20, 30 minutes.
I got you. Here we go.
Yeah.
All right. So
It's
yeah,
fine.
I think that there's a reason why people dislike her, and it's not just because
You didn't do the fourth thing. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, let's see. Hold on.
It seems like when you get, like, I mean, I know it's not, but it feels like there's a part of your mic that, like, that isn't active.
That's what it used to be.
Okay,
I'm not
but
sure if
here's
it's
the
the
fourth
same
thing. Is it now?
Okay, it's better now. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I did it, but sometimes I guess I have to exit the program and then reopen it. It's this Blue Voice program. Gross. Anyway, what I was gonna say was that I think that there is something generally harmful about some of the way that she's like talking about.
God don't want you to say whatever you trying to
Because
say.
wait, it's doing it again.
Yeah. Sorry. Hold on. Okay. Let me do this. Let me do this. Right. So, you think it's StreamYard or Streamlabs that's causing this problem? Is it
You may
StreamYard or
have different
StreamYard.
programs.
StreamYards? Okay. Why don't we go into Discord, right? So we turn off, everyone turns off StreamYard, we'll go into Discord, we'll turn our video there, and that solves the problem, hopefully. Okay, so we're
But is it better now? Is it better now?
it
Or
is,
too
but
late?
like
Everybody's
it's
already
gonna
leaving?
switch again, so we're already leaving, yeah.
Okay, listen, I love
Um,
you. Thank you. This is
All right.
freaking amazing.
Yeah. Okay.
See you later.
Much prefer this any day of the week. Thank God, because
Okay.
I can't stop it.
Okay.
I don't know why is this gonna change the audio? That's weird.
It's
I don't know
because
why
all of the
audio.
it's because all of the other audio programs, they all include things in them that will automatically adjust, and so it's like you can turn it off. Like, okay, no, don't automatically adjust my mic volume. But there's something about like just the combination of them that I can't. So I'll go to like the actual like program itself and say don't do it. But then Chrome is doing it itself. Then I'll tell Chrome not to do it. And then Windows is doing it. So like I tell Windows not to do it. And it's still happening. Like and the only program it seems like that will actually listen to you because it like has enough authority or whatever is Discord. Discord won't. Discord when you tell it, because Discord can auto adjust your mic volume. Discord won't though. Like it'll actually listen to what you're asking.
I mean, you do sound better already, I guess. Well, it hasn't went out yet, but
yeah, it'll never happen. It never ever happens unless so anytime I do therapy, then it happens. And I did therapy. That could have been it. I did therapy earlier today, and I'm pretty sure that program, because it's online, so I have to talk into the.
We already knew. We could tell the effects. You were super calm today, so.
I was originally, and then I interacted with Bam too long.
Hey, that's what I'm here for. I keep that life in you.
Wait, why is my camera ain't starting? Hold on.
Did you close StreamYard?
Yes, I did. Was this? That's
there you go.
Okay.
Hey.
All right. So what I was gonna say was
I'm here.
I think that people dislike Lizzo, and I think that it's not just because of the fact that I think it has more so to do with.
Oh, there it goes again. Fuck's sake.
It's the statement. Just don't say the words that you're saying. It happens exactly in the words that you're saying. Like God disagrees.
Lizzo's amazing. Everything she does,
and we hear it clearly.
I didn't change anything.
Yeah, well,
speak louder.
Speak at the volume you do. Speak at the volume you do when Bam annoys you, right? So just do that.
I don't know. I'm so terrible at performing. Okay, all right, hold on. Let me see. I think now that I did this, let me close this, and I think
she said.
Bam,
we're back here.
Bam, tell Fanatic about your day. That'll set him off at some point.
I can say something more correct. I need to pick up my Jet Beauty of the Week. Actually, I got to do that too.
So we're not going to talk about Jonathan Majors after we went through all this Me Too.
We kind of have
10:30 at this point.
It's 11.
Okay, we can do it in the open, but I would like to
stay
on.
I would like to.
This is straight up exact. Like he bring. Go ahead.
I would like to bring up the fact that we got to this point from the point of me talking about a dead family member and abusive families. That's where this originally started, and it eventually tangented into here.
No, it didn't. This is
no. This is a different one.
Topic. Yeah.
It must have flowed perfectly because I didn't catch it.
I mean, I distinctly, it was a big change point. I asked like, "Hey, have y'all heard about the Lizzo?"
Yeah. 10 minutes now.
And when we got to the Believe All Women thing, it literally proved Fanatic right in the idea of what happened to Jonathan Majors, and they're still questioning, even after the video, the evidence, everything else has come out, whether or not they're going to replace him. And Disney's like, yeah, no, we're really not good. And people are like, well, who could replace Jonathan Majors?
Well, based on what they're doing for Loki 2 season 2, it seems like they're not going to replace.
He was already filmed. It was already filmed. Yeah. Like
you don't know that?
No, I do know that.
They literally said it was.
It was filmed. They filmed Loki season 2 like 2 years ago because this Jonathan Majors
sometimes they do. Miss Marvel, the one with Kamala Khan, was filmed like 2 years before it actually produced. That's exactly what happened.
Wait, were the Jonathan Majors?
Not 2 years. I'm exaggerating. But it's been like at least 6 months. It's been.
Bro, before Jonathan Majors was canceled, this was already shot. The only thing they were working on was special effects.
Yeah,
how do you Google that? You can go on the IMDb.
But I feel like they would have changed that in post. if they
Bro,
were
Bro,
you
thinking
can
about
go,
cutting.
bro. You can go
It's
on
not
the
like there was real statues of
IMDb and
Jonathan
see.
Majors.
No, listen. Go on the IMDb and see when the fuck they started shooting.
But I'm
Yeah,
saying that all of
absolutely.
these are CGI things. I'm saying that
Wait,
if you
wait,
wanted,
wait, 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 wait. Bam. Right now, you have a bunch of people telling you that
it was already filmed.
that the studios themselves said out of their own freaking mouths that they were done filming, and you're arguing with the studios.
I'm not saying I'm not even talking about filming anymore. I'm saying that we're talking about CGI statues. That's the
no,
totality.
he's in it. He's in it. He's in
What are
it.
you saying?
He's in it.
I've only seen CGI statues. Sorry.
He's in
There
it.
you go. That's a
Right?
different
There's
thing.
no reason to believe that he's not. And in fact, like no, I know because
They
I
have a
saw
trailer
it
with
said
him in
it's- Yeah,
In the
it's
trailer, I only seen CGI statues.
Okay,
I'm sorry. Gotcha.
no problem. Okay, fair enough.
There's a whole different
Fair
thing.
enough.
That was what I was thinking. I was like, because I was acting like I was like, you can change a CGI statue in post.
Fair
but,
enough. Fair enough.
I
Okay,
understand
but
you're saying you've seen him. Got it.
yeah. Okay.
That's nothing to
Alright.
laugh about, nigga. That's just a difference in context.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, so
Doesn't
listen,
matter.
the thing that
Fanatic looks like he's in pain.
I was. I can't. This nigga just likes to argue, bro. It's crazy.
What you trying? Y'all are
no,
idiots.
This ain't even that
You're right.
serious.
We're the ones arguing with the niggas in the studios and direct
I
statements.
I wouldn't even argue it wasn't filmed. I
No,
never said that
Oh,
was.
yeah, you're right.
This is how,
You're right.
Bam. This is how I can prove you don't listen. I said, I seen him. He's in it. They're done shooting. I said all of that. And then you said, all I seen was a CGI statue.
I said
don't
all
give a
I
damn.
did
I
that-
seen
did-
the
did
nigga
I say
on
smooth?
stage
You
with an
didn't see that?
afro.
I said all
No,
I
said I
seen.
seen him on a stage with an
But who
What
cares
did I
about
do?
all you seen in response to a person saying that they already finished shooting him and that they couldn't replace him? It doesn't matter that all you saw was statues when we're saying they can't replace him. They already shot him, and he said that he was in it.
I'm saying I didn't see that he was in it. That was why I was saying why I'm adding why I was saying what I was saying.
Okay, we got it.
No, we
got
get it. We get it. Moving past that. Listen, the reason why people don't like Lizzo and I don't like Bam. No, I'm kidding. The reason why people don't like Lizzo is because of the fact that it's not just that hey, I'm proud of my body. There is a movement in which people are going out of their way to like encourage obesity and things that are not healthy, right? Because yes, you can be proud of your body, you can be proud of your weight, you can be proud of like who you are, and that I don't believe that we should be like trying to like hold to the insane beauty standards that are found in different like different media and things like that. I think that stuff is unhealthy, but I think there's a difference between that and embracing unhealthy lifestyles. You cannot tell me that Lizzo don't got high cholesterol and high blood pressure, etc. You can't.
You know
just
how
can't.
hard that woman
I
works.
mean, she might not. I mean, she does
But,
work
like-
really
Yeah,
hard. She does a lot of cardio.
Yeah. Right,
those aren't
right,
related.
exactly. You're just saying just because she looks fat, then she must have something wrong with her,
Not because
Okay,
she
which is a
looks
large
fat, she
part of
is
our
fat.
society too.
let's just be quite frank here. I'm gonna be the
Keep
bad
it
guy.
buck.
Bruh, she's overweight. Like just straight up.
She's
Like, it's
obese.
fact.
Oh wow, he's
It's
so
a
brave.
fact.
He's so
I'm
brave.
considered obese.
You're so
Like,
brave.
what?
Thank
I'm
you
sorry,
for
is she
that.
not obese?
I'm
Is she not obese?
I'm not trying
No,
to be a bad
he's
guy. I'm not
he's
trying to be
acting
a
like
bad guy, but-
he's like revealing some great truth. No, you're not. Like we understand that she knows it. Don't worry, people have been telling her that in her entire life. She hasn't
Okay.
forgotten
Thank you.
about it. Don't worry.
Right.
No,
Like,
literally
but,
says
but,
that.
no,
Thank
no.
you.
Prime.
Smooth
I
is
know
going to
it's
say
really
straight
nice.
up.
So
He's just
I'm
going to say
trying.
it, right? He's going to be the brave guy. He's just going to say it
Oh.
straight up. She's obese. Oh, good work.
Like,
But I'm just, I
Okay.
think it's dumb to make the argument like, oh, she can like, she does a lot of cardio for her shows. Like being able to run a long time, actually, like it's correlative, but it doesn't mean you're healthy just because you're like athletic. People can have heart attacks.
I
They
was
can-
joking, Bam.
No, I think what you
But
know.
I mean, she does eat healthy. I think she's vegan. If I'm
last
not
I checked-
right.
You think-
Isn't a
you
vegan
think- wait,
Then
person
hold
I
on.
can't
die?
stand her. Then I can't
You
stand
can't-
her. Fuck that.
wait, no, for sure, because she's gonna tell everybody about it. But you can't just assume that because a person is vegan that they're eating healthy. You can eat incredibly unhealthy with all sorts of nonsense, like as a vegan person. Typically,
Not really.
She also
Yes,
orders
you
some wings.
definitely
She is
can.
vegan.
Got in trouble
She
with,
is vegan.
typically vegan people are going to be healthier than their non-vegan counterparts, and the reason is because when you're eating vegan you have to be particularly judicious about what you're eating, and that in and of itself is going to cause you to be more considerate about what you're putting into your body, and therefore you're going to probably eat healthier. If we're always having to make conscious decisions about what's available and really plan out our meals as vegans have to do, then you're probably going to be a little bit healthier. But you would have to do that with anything. Anytime you have to put more attention into something, it's probably going to result in more healthy. Vegetarians live on average 8 years longer than their non-vegetarians. parts, right? Because yes, again, you have to be judicious. It's not just that, oh, eating this whatever is, it's because you're actually planning. It's the same reason why like people on a budget tend to do better financially than other people. Not because the budget changes the money, but once you have to start making conscious decisions about everything you're spending, then you tend to regard your money more and make better decisions. In the same sense, it's going to be that way with your diet. Now, with all that being said, everyone, any healthcare professional will tell you 100% that there are all sorts of greater issues associated with obesity. That it's just a greater strain on the body. The idea. Now, I don't know all of her health stuff, but I can say with certainty that level of BMI is absolutely unhealthy. We can all say that like unequivocally. So if she's at that unhealthy body weight, to then encourage people to be happy and content and encouraged to be that is a problem. And she recognized that it was a problem and decided to start losing weight. And when she went on that venture trying to lose that weight, all of a sudden she got all sorts of backlash from her fat fans because she was losing her body weight and they were saying, oh, then she was betraying them. And I think that's disgusting. And I think she's being used as an emblem to encourage and uphold unhealthy lifestyles and unhealthy lifestyle choices. I think
But you don't
good
put that blame
BMI.
on her, right?
I am going to put it on her if she's having a particularly large platform and is using the platform to do something like that. You are responsible for your messaging as a successful artist and as an icon. And people do look at her as an icon, and she is intentionally using her platform to spread that message just as much as I would hold myself responsible if I was using my platform to spread a message like the Bam it shouldn't be taken seriously and people started disrespecting him. If I did that, that would be really disgusting. And so I don't go out of my way to do that. It might happen like accidentally through a conversation, but in reality, I would never personally choose to like make people believe that Bam shouldn't be taken seriously at all. I would never do
Isn't
that.
the message just like to be comfortable, like be
I love
comfortable in
you,
your own
Bam.
body? Like, because I remember,
Yes, that's exactly it.
because she has told Vanity Fair back in 2022 that she is vegan. She said so. She was a vegetarian for 7 years before before 2020, and then in 2022 she says, I'm not vegan to lose weight. I just feel better when I eat plants. It's so like she is like just saying like, yeah, I'm fat and happy, and she's saying like you don't have to be that. I'm pretty sure she's just trying to spread the message of be happy with who you are, but she's not saying like make.
But being
look
fat is not
and
who
be
you
happy.
are. Being fat is not who you are, and that's
Apparently,
not. And
it is
she's
for
not.
her. But that's fine for
no,
her.
no, no, no.
She's not
It's
telling
an
everyone else to do
aspect.
this.
Her fatness is not who she is. Her fatness is just a way with the way that she's managing her body. Listen, I can say with certainty, I got lucky in my genes because I eat horribly, and the way that I've like carry myself, I just happen to be not lucky. I call it blessed. I believe God gave me really, really good health, so I've never had any health scares. Especially being a nigga that doesn't believe in like healthcare and stuff. Never being to a doctor, it'd be absolutely ridiculous if I had all sorts of stuff going wrong with my body. It'd be nuts. So I have to thank God for my health. But my point being, to encourage people to say, hey, this is who you are. You are not your weight. You are not your weight. You are not your attitude. You are not those things. Your character is who you are. So I'm
But
fine
society
with
tells you those things.
I'm fine with people telling you be who you are and be happy with who you are. What I'm not fine with is people telling you be things that you can change. And be happy and content with things that you can change that are harmful and dangerous to your body. The same way I have a problem with all those people who be like, yeah, so what, I smoke and I drink and so on and so forth. This is just who I am, and this is what I'm always going to do. When artists are using their platforms to encourage young people to go ahead and continue to drink and continue to live in these ways that are unhealthy for successful lifestyles, when people are encouraging that type of behavior or encouraging OD promiscuity and things like that, I'm not a fan of that. I don't like The Weeknd because he used to sing only about sex and drugs, and I'm not a fan of that. So I never supported his music in that regard, even though he's crazily talented and does some of the same style of music that I do. Check out Retro Future. So if that's the case, I'm not going to then give a pass to Lizzo just because she's a fat woman. Freak out of here. Just because you're a female, I'm not giving you any special privileges. It's disgusting and it's harmful to society to encourage obesity in other people. And that's what you're doing when you are obese and saying, I'm comfortable with this body and I have no desire to change it.
Sure,
So
I think
the
you're
reality
exceptional
is,
with that.
in the statement, the reality is in the statement is that you can be like me and be shredded, and you can still have horrible health problems, or you can be obese and still have health problems, or you could be healthy. Your vitals could be good being at a certain weight. That doesn't mean everybody at that weight is going to have good vitals. You could have high blood pressure because of being obese. You may not. You just don't know. So take care of yourself as best you can and be well.
Yeah, well, I think
Yeah,
there's a
and, you
difference
know,
between like I think that for that I think your position is exceptional in like and I mean except not as good exceptional as in like the by the word whatever like exceptional in
yeah,
the idea of like I think it's rare that people are consistent. I don't believe the average person is concerned about Lizzo's health or any like larger person's health. I don't think it's coming from a place of like well-being. I think it comes from a place of like aesthetic. One like being more pleasing aesthetic, and number two, like I don't know. People have like a unique hatred towards people being okay being fat. Like, there's like okay with all other types of vices, like you said, smoking, drinking, etc.
Oh,
Like
oh,
these
come
people
on,
don't
man.
really judge.
Oh,
Come on, man. There are so many dudes that just like big women.
But
I
no,
mean,
no,
That's
no,
sure,
all they
no.
real,
like.
but
Yeah,
that's
real,
yeah. But
real.
what he's saying, no,
I'm just
I know what you're saying. He's saying that people and Lizzo, from my understanding, has like said this herself, right? People want fat individuals to feel shame, to feel bad about themselves. Now, I don't think that's what our friend Fanatic was trying to do. To be very clear, right? I think, and maybe I'm just putting words in his mouth, so I don't want to do that.
I
But
don't
what I
personally think
think
so, but
I think I
but
think
can I?
that
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
no, I'm still
Yeah,
talking.
yeah, yeah.
Let me get
Sorry,
that.
sorry,
No,
sorry.
no
Yeah,
problem, no
go ahead,
problem, no
go ahead,
problem, no
love.
problem. But yeah, but Fanatic, I think he's just saying that like he doesn't like this like body positivity, saying that this is a lifestyle that anyone should um uh find like acceptable, I guess, right?
mhm.
But
But you
like
say that true
other
for any other
people,
vice, any other negative health condition.
yeah, but like this is different because he's like because what you were trying to say, Bam, and I believe it's true, is that people want to shame fat people, right? They want them to feel miserable and to
Mhm,
feel ugly, right? And to see a
mhm,
person who is of that weight and who is like, yeah, I'm cool with it, right? And I don't feel ugly. I don't feel like a terrible person, right? A moral. Some people think being fat is immoral, right? I don't
mhm,
feel immoral for being bigger. Then that drives people up the fucking wall, and they hate
mhm.
her even more for that. So, like, I don't know. Maybe Fanatic can clear up
And they might high
exactly what
five
he
like a
means.
guy in the gym. They might like high five a person, a bigger person in the gym, like
Oh,
who's
this
going and
lady.
trying to lose weight. Like, hey, good job, you're fixing yourself. Which I mean, I'm not saying that's necessarily a bad thing, but I don't think that like most people are legitimately coming from a perspective of actually being concerned about strangers' weights or like
Yeah,
wanting the best for it.
exactly that. I don't
I
think
think it's
most
like
people
it's
give a
just an
shit.
aesthetic thing.
Most people don't give a shit.
Yeah, and then you what all y'all don't really understand, and me being the woman, is that society puts a lot on women on how they look and how they're supposed to appear to the opposite gender, if that's what you're into, right? And it takes a lot because society tells you, especially when you're fat and overweight, like, or big a size as Lizzo is that, yeah, you are not right at all. Like, you need to get skinny, or you need to be like all these other women instead of just being comfortable in your own body, in your own skin, because a lot of women have low self-esteem, low confidence because they're not comfortable in the body that they're in. Now, that doesn't mean that they need to go ahead and fix their body. It just means that they're not comfortable because society tells them constantly that look ugly and that they aren't pleasing to the eye. Go
So
ahead.
may I follow this
So
up?
I
Sorry,
go
go ahead,
ahead,
Kai.
Kai.
Okay, so I think the problem comes down to what we used to get in the 80s, 90s, early 2000s, where every person who's on TV is supposed to be a role model. And so we still believe in our heads that anybody that's out in the public stage is supposed to be a role model. We should have learned a long time ago that celebrities should not be role models. They are horrible human beings in most cases. So the fact that Lizzo putting out this message of body positivity is already presumed to be her endorsing what her body type and lifestyle is. That's
Does
all I
man?
want.
I know he's not.
Wait, okay. No, I don't
Oh, I was
no,
muted.
we
My
nobody
bad.
can hear.
As some people are like, but the problem is that is what she's doing. It's, Backlash pointed out. He was saying it's not even necessarily that she's encouraging people to literally spreading the message that being overweight isn't worth being concerned about is already harmful. And that's the problem, is that you do have a lot of these people that say, oh yeah, I'm
As
fat,
someone
and
who doesn't go to the
So-
hospital, how are you the
so-
one to tell someone that like their body weight is harmful to them when
So-
they're the ones listening to the doctor and you don't even fucking go to the doctor?
Well, let's
So,
talk about
like,
it.
who
I
the
got
fuck
you.
are you
I'll
to
answer.
say
No, she
that
attacked me.
shit?
Let me respond. Sure, I'll answer your question. The way
we
that
gotta
I
get
would deal with
smooth in
me-
there sometime too.
I got
please.
you as soon as I was done, but she made a personal attack. The way I can make those responses is because I decided to get life insurance. And when I got life insurance, in order for them to grade you to determine what the cost of your life insurance is going to be, they ask you a question, a whole bunch of things, and then they give you a physical. And on that physical, I got the absolute highest grade of health that you could possibly get. You also look at things like BMI, which are common knowledge, because those things don't need a doctor. Those things can be ascertained from basic education, and you can find out what your BMI is and find out if you're overweight, find out if you're underweight, find out those kinds of things. Now, there are other greater degrees of health that you can be getting, but I think it takes the most most basic understanding of health to understand that there are greater associations of obesity, of diabetes, high cholesterol, high blood pressure with obesity. These are basic truisms. I don't think it takes a medical degree for someone to know that. So I'm making the statement.
Takes a medical degree to say
I'm making this. I'm making the statement. I'm making the statement that the idea that you would spread the message that generally obese people, it's not a problem, and that you should be okay and content with that when we understand the greater health risks is dangerous. Now, is it going to be true that every person who's obese develops high blood pressure or develops diabetes? No, that's not true. That's not how the human body works. There are people who have smoked for 60 years and never developed cancer. Would I ever encourage people to do that, knowing that there is a greater risk associated with smoking for cancer and emphysema? Obviously not. We can make the idea that there are greater associations of risks with certain behaviors, and one of those behaviors is maintaining obese weight. That's what she's doing. That's what she's encouraging young girls and other women to do, and I think it's absolutely harmful, and we can all say that with or without a medical degree.
No, because you're literally missing. Here's the point, and here's you. You've missed the point completely, which is just be happy. Just be fucking happy.
It's
being
not
you
just
and
be
yourself.
happy.
You're not a fucking woman who
I don't
has
have
to
to be.
fucking live in this goddamn society that
I don't
tells
have
me
to be.
every fucking day that because I'm fat, I'm fucking ugly, and I am not like worthy
Nobody
of
can even
love
see you
or
wearing a
acceptance
veil.
or any of that. Like, I'm just saying in general. I'm saying in general, as a woman in fucking society, that you as a man better shut the fuck up about my weight and my fucking body, because
I'm
at the end of
telling
the day,
you-
it's my body, and if I want to be unhealthy, then that's my fucking problem. It's
It is
not
your
yours.
choice. It is your problem, but
my
it becomes
choice.
a problem
But
for
you're talking
society
about
when
it.
you
It's
use
the
a
fuck
platform
society.
to do that.
Fuck
That's exactly the
society.
problem. When you
Fuck
use your platform
society.
and you're encouraging
Society.
young,
Fuck
impressionable
society.
people to do
Fuck
something like
society.
that, then it becomes a bit of a problem. Now you can make your
It's
decisions
not-
as an
she's-
adult.
it's
You
not.
can make your choice. You can make your choices and your decisions as an adult to ruin your body and be obese and get diabetes and do whatever the freak you
Then
want to.
let
And I
her
wouldn't. I
live
don't
her
carry that.
goddamn
The
life and
problem
shut the
is
fuck
the
up.
problem is when you use that platform where you have young parishioners and you have people who are looking up to you and do elevate you as a role model, and you're being used as an emblem all over the freaking media and all of social media, and everyone's using that to
fucking
encourage,
happy.
and everyone's using that
Just be
for
fucking
young,
happy.
and everyone's using that
Be
to
happy
young
with your
girls,
fucking
and everyone's
self.
using that,
Be
and
happy
everyone's
with
using
yourself.
and everyone's
Okay,
using
okay,
that,
okay,
and
okay,
everyone's
okay,
using
okay,
that,
woman,
and everyone's
okay,
using that,
okay.
and everyone's using that,
Oh
and
my
everyone's
God.
using that to encourage young girls to go ahead and maintain
Yeah.
obesity, because it would be one thing. We have to keep these things in context. We do know that girl, that Lizzo, is obese. So when she decides to go vegan, but decides intentionally
You're the one who doesn't even go to a fucking doctor. You're the one seeing her personally, not even go to a doctor.
when she
You're the one
decides,
fucking
but
doing
when
it.
she
hold on,
decides,
everyone stop.
No,
Everyone stop talking.
don't say everybody.
Everyone-
Mute the person who's interrupting me. I was talking.
No.
I was talking, so I can't finish my point.
Knock it off.
Just
hold
move
on.
into somebody else.
Knock
Move
it
this move.
off. Knock it off. Okay? All right?
Pause.
I'm going to let you finish your point. But when I say
Why would
stop
you say
talking,
everyone then?
but hold on.
Because he's pausing.
Because when I say stop talking, everyone stop talking. I don't care who the fuck is talking. I don't care who's on the right. When I say stop talking, you stop talking. You're not new to this game. All right. Thank you. Okay. Now I'm gonna reset it. I'm gonna let you finish your point. I do want to get to my man Smooth. He's been waiting for so long, and you guys are gonna go back and forth forever. All right. So finish your point quickly so I can get to my man Smooth. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to say for the record, the reason why these things go this way is because you never call out the individual who's actually doing the bad behavior so then it can continue on, like Lizzo's doing. Anyway, the point being, when you sit there and you're using your platform and you're deciding that you're going to go vegan and you decide to specifically mention, I'm not going vegan to lose weight, thereby maintaining your obesity because you need to make sure that it stays in line with your previous message that you don't think that losing weight is important despite the fact that you're obese, not just slightly overweight, obese. When you say that in that context, it obviously encourages other young girls to think that it's okay to be at that weight. The same way Oprah did. Remember when fat Oprah would sell her fatness and then all of a sudden lose all that weight and lose her ratings and then decide to put all the pounds back on and then get the ratings back? And she kept doing that over and over again on a freaking cycle until she finally decided, I'm never caring about this weight again. I'll never lose it again, because she recognized that she recognized that all of that stuff, and what she wasn't doing it, but she wasn't doing it specifically for society. What she was doing it was before for her own health, out of her own admission, and then she decided she didn't care anymore. And the same way Lizzo is doing the exact same thing. I don't have a problem if you want to just eat and do whatever the freak you do and not be healthy and go and do whatever you want your body as an adult. I can't stop you from doing so. What I will take issue with, what I will have a problem with, is when you vocalize it and you use your platform to encourage other young girls who are impressionable to do so. And that's what she's been doing this entire time.
Okay, go ahead, Smooth.
Hold on.
Smooth. So everyone shut up. Everyone shut up.
Go ahead, Smooth.
Everyone, no, I don't care who you're. It is Smooth, please.
All right. So I did want to say two things. I had to try so hard to remember them. One. So to the point of what she's advocating for, she's done numerous covers on magazines advocating for owning your body as is. So that would be advocating for body type. Now, whatever you want to call her body type, she's arguing for that, in support of that, and for people that look like her by the magazine cover alone. And then you can go and read said magazine, kind of says the same thing. You know what I'm saying? It kind of goes along the same lines. Now, will I say like, is there some instances where like, yeah, they attack like women that are just naturally thicker than other women? Yeah, they do get a little outlandish. They do get a little out of hand. By and large, her messaging is for her body type, not for just like, yeah, these subgroups that are getting support, and I'm all for that. But her overall bigger message for being a bit being what she is. I'm just gonna keep it that PG. I'll just say being what she is. Now, however, I do want to say, as far as studies are concerned, studies have proven that if you are overweight, you typically live less years of life. It's just a fact. You live less years of life. You can go through all the countries, and then you go average out all the countries' BMIs, and then you find out outside of so, and I'll just say, like, let's just deal with first world countries, okay? If you deal outside of facts of like war or famine or like natural occurrences of events, that life expectancy, America, we're like down at the bottom, and guess what? We're the highest in obesity. Like that just is what it is. Fact, and the studies have proven it. No, the studies have proven it. Like if you want to go argue against the actual science and the people that actually did it over and over from all these other countries and they peer reviewed it, that's fine. But I'm not gonna argue with it because you see it play out in real life.
But I don't think that you care.
Yeah, no, I think it is this. Listen, I'm 200 pounds, right? I don't necessarily look 200 pounds, but it's like I'm considered obese. Point blank and period. I don't really care about my weight. I'm going to listen to my doctor. I'm not going to sit here and pretend to know what Lizzo's struggle is, as I'm not her doctor, and who the fuck am I? Like, listen, all I'm here for is a positive message, which she's giving. And which is just be comfortable with who you are, because society for Black women and women in general, or people who are considered obese or even a little bit like underweight, because let's be real, let's talk about that too. Like you are considered like trash. You know, like none like I keep saying, none of y'all are women.
I
You
don't think that's
guys don't
nearly as important.
understand.
It has nothing to do with
Y'all do not understand
weight.
what society
Weight is
does
a
to woman
universal.
as a general. It is
It-
not fun. It is something that it can be 100% detrimental to your health. And if you do this stuff, like you can end up like the girl who was on the who's trying to sue Lizzo with getting an eating disorder. That's how all of that affects you. You keep trying to tell black women or women like fat women to lose weight, they're gonna get a fucking eating disorder. And then what? Now you really fucked them up more mentally, and now they've got to struggle with that shit.
Okay.
Let's just let doctors handle individual patients, and let's not all sit here and play doctor and play like we know other people's lives and their fucking health struggles when we fucking do not.
Okay. Now here's the thing. So here's two more things. One, when we are sitting on these panels, okay, I don't know if you have. But if you took anything that we have said thus far personally, I want to apologize to you
has.
because we are not talking directly to you. We are talking in the broad general sense of the ideas that we are talking about. It's just like, for instance, when we have different commentators on and they have a different ideology than us. We we may disagree, but at the end, when we stop, when the camera goes off and we're just chilling, we're all talking and everything is good because
Maybe
we are
personal to me.
here talk. It's nothing personal. We're it's a debate. It's nothing personal. Okay. So
Personal
I
with
just
Bam.
want to. I no, it's not even personal with Bam. Bam's my guy. Bam's my guy. I fuck with him.
I'm kidding.
But I will. You know what? I don't even remember my second point, so I'll just end right there. It's nothing personal, okay?
Of course, it
And
ain't
I want
personal,
you to know that.
but I think
Wow.
there's a problem, and I think that a lot of these things were being taken personal. Now I understand why we weren't able to get anywhere in the conversation because I was not attacking you. I have no idea what the freak you look like. You're like wearing a veil and stuff. Like I can't see your body here. All I can see is your upper body. So I have no idea what the freak. But what I am saying is I don't have to play doctor again. Just like in the same sense, I don't have to be a lawyer to sit there and tell you you should probably follow the laws. I don't have to be a doctor or a freaking I don't have to be anything in order to tell people that obesity is dangerous. Obesity is dangerous for the body. I understand that sometimes it's a ramification of medications you can take. It could be thyroid issues and so on and so forth. All of those things are not positive things. I think it is very, very healthy and normal to tell people, hey, it is okay. Like while your weight doesn't represent who you are, and I believe that obviously we should be able to sell the message that beauty is absolutely on the inside, but that the outside absolutely can generate attraction. And I think that the idea that you're going to just maintain an obese body weight and that's going to be healthy is just unfounded for the vast majority of people.
Sure,
Might
but
there be some?
I
Might there
remember
be some?
I remember my second point real fast,
Okay.
real fast. So my second point was that the weight issue is universal, and I wanted to point out that overweight men are also looked at as absolute garbage as
Mhm.
well.
I think it's a
That
little bit different for
no,
women.
they
but
get a lot
it
of they
definitely
get a
matters.
lot
How
of
about
hell
Bert Kreischer?
in their personal life. They get a lot of hell too.
Mm.
I'm not saying it's more than women. I'm just saying they also suffer too. In addition to your suffering, they also suffer as well because
Yeah.
that being overweight issue is a universal.
So
It's a universal.
and I'm gonna jump before Razor. Did you have something to say? I thought you were trying to jump in at some point, and then go to Bam. I do want to respond to all this, but like I'll wait for you guys.
I think Smooth like halfway said what I was going to say when it came to Lizzo and what her messaging is. Because her words are, and I quote, "Do what you want with do the fuck what you want with your body." Like, and I'm not, and of course, I'm not saying that obesity is a good thing, obviously. And even though she herself is saying, like, "I'm fat and I'm happy," like the way that I always heard that being said, because I rarely follow celebrities. When I follow, the only celebrities I follow are streamers, and normal celebrities like almost nothing. Almost I almost know nothing. So when it comes to Lizzo, I have a very passing thing. From the stuff I've recently read and listening to her say like just do what you want with your body is not encouraging people to be fat, but it's just saying like don't let people tell you what to do with your body.
Do you think that there's
I don't think
context
that
because
there's.
she's obese that means that when she's saying do what you want with your body, and especially because she's being completely scrutinized because of
I
her
think when
obesity,
she
that
says
people would
I'm
likely
happy
accept
and
that?
I think when she says I'm happy and like I'm fat and happy, it's her saying, "Yeah, I know I'm obese. I know I have a problem. I don't care. Stop telling me what to do. It's my body. I'll fix it if I want to."
Right. And
And
do you think that that message then would send the message to little children also that they probably shouldn't care if they're obese and don't need to work towards fixing their body?
Okay,
if
okay,
they,
wait, wait,
but
wait,
what do you
wait,
think?
I
that-
was
need to
hold on,
go
hold on,
before
let
anybody
me-
else goes.
I asked
Hold on.
Razor.
I just want
I
him to
asked Razor.
define
I asked
little
Razor.
children.
Go
I
before
asked
anybody else
Razor.
goes.
Queen,
I
Queen,
asked
define
Razor.
little
If he wants,
children.
if he wants that, if he wants that, if he wants that
Queen,
clarification, if
Queen,
he
I
wants
got
that
this. I got
clarification,
this.
he can
I got
get
this,
it.
Queen. Please.
If he wants that clarification, let him ask
Yes,
for it.
I was gonna ask for the clarification. When you do say little kids, what do you mean?
Let's say kids as young as 12 and 13. Do you think that it's
Okay,
what?
so it's like pre-adolescence. Okay.
Sure.
That's I don't think if like a little girl, if like a little pre-adolescent, like a pre-adolescent girl hears Lizzo say that and she sees that she's big and said pre-adolescent girl happens to be big herself, um, I feel like it's a somewhat okay message to be okay with your body because like yes, she is.
No, no,
She
no. That's not
is.
what I asked. That's not
Oh,
what I
sorry.
asked.
Please, can you ask it again real quick? I may have missed it.
Right. Do you think that that adolescent child that's 13 years old would take from that while she's obese, it's okay and she should be happy with her obesity as well, and that she doesn't need to fix it the same way that Lizzo feels? Is that likely for her to accept it in that way?
In that way, I don't think so. I
You're
don't
not
think the
being
kid
honest.
would. I don't think the kid would take it. Would take it in that way in particular. Like she's saying, like, oh, she's happy with her body, and that
Despite
kid can say they're
obesity.
happy with theirs. That kid can say
Okay.
they're happy with theirs if they wish it, and if they. But they could also say like, oh, I don't like my body. I'll do what I want with it. Like Lizzo says, do what you want with your body and she'll fix it herself. Like
You're
she'll
not
probably
being
listen to
honest,
the actual
man.
message. No, that's what I feel. I thought that's legitimately how I think she think. That's legit how I think most kids would take it.
I do want to
Crazy.
get Bam
Okay,
in
well
here.
then we just disagree. It's fine.
Okay. So, Hanatic, this is
I'm
this is a
not trying to lie when I say
legitimate.
that.
This is a legitimate yes or no. Like, okay, do you care whether people's concerns are legitimate or not? Like, or as long as it works toward the greater good. Like, if you could factually prove that like 95% of the people that talk to her actually just hate fat women. They just hate like that she looks fat. They want her to look hotter. Like, but
Wait, who are you
but the, but
asking?
they're no, I'm asking for that. Like, but if it still like because of that they side with you towards the greater good, does that like matter to you? Like on them being honest or consistent?
I don't think I normally put a lot of stock into other people's motive.
Well, speak
Put a
louder.
stock into-
Don't do the quiet thing. Speak louder. Speak louder.
Oh God, it's doing it again. I don't
Well,
put a
it's
lot
just
of
because you're not talking loud enough. Like,
Okay. I don't put a lot of stock into people's motivations. What I put most of my stock into is like, what is the message? If the message is accurate, if the message is something that would reasonably be understood by most people, that's what I care about. Like, I can't put motivation. What about the atheists who are? I don't think that way. I just think
Okay.
about what is being stated, what makes the most sense, and if what's being stated can accurately be retrieved from the words being stated. That's what I'm going to be.
okay, I got you. Because I think that I understand that. I think that's super valid. I think in most cases, I'm not living up to the consistency of like caring about other people's health. So I don't want to pick this place where I act like I'm concerned about it. Like Joe Rogan hates Lizzo. He feels like Lizzo's like like disgusting like message to the youth. But Joe Rogan and a lot of other like these manifest type people love David Goggins. David Goggins is like, if anybody knows, David Goggins is like mental toughness. He runs like 150 miles a week. He does like ultra running, like super. He does all these things, but his body is terrible. He's in he's in absolutely terrible health, and he's like mentally pushing those through it. But every doctor in the world tells him like, oh God, David Goggins could like fall over and die any day now because of like he wrecks his body from like exercise. Like he's kind of the opposite extreme of it. But people don't care about David Goggins' health because what he does sounds cool and tough, and it's like what we typically would describe as like being healthy. And I think that And then, like I said, you can look at any other vice, whether it be, like I said, sex, alcohol consumption, other people's eating habits who don't gain weight. Like if a guy's like, oh, I like a girl that can eat, but they don't want her to like actually, they like the idea that she says she eats a lot, but like then if the pounds, she has a high metabolism, it doesn't go anywhere. Like, so I don't pretend to concern myself with Lizzo's message because it doesn't. Because I don't like I said, I don't hold it accountable across the board, and I don't respect other people's opinions who I also see don't hold that position across the board.
I wanted to jump in and say that like I remember being 12 and 13 and like what that does to you. That's about the age where like you really like are developing and things of that sort. So that's really kind of like when the sexual like assaults and stuff like kind of happen in the sense of like words and like will be like, oh hey, like you're fat or like you're this, or you'll remark on someone's big tits and stuff. Like those are all things that are misogynistic towards women. We're continuously, and I will continue to beat on this, that men will tell women that they are ugly because they're fat. And this is also too that we also don't think about this, that it's not just a broader society. You're thinking like this person's telling children, preteens, that they should be okay with their bodies, which you should, because at that age is also too when you start to realize that society's really putting shit on you. You want to like be able to fit in with other kids and other people your age, right? And if I had heard that message at 13, I think I would have taken that in. I would have been like, you're right. I don't need to wear makeup, or I don't need to do this to impress people. I should be happy with myself and be concerned with what I'm doing. I shouldn't be worried about like how society wants to view me, because societal matters don't mean shit. And I think that's really what Gen Z is like really working on right now, is dismantling those facts. But yeah, like it's empowering because, oh, that's what I was trying to say, is that family members too can be fat phobic. And when you're a young kid, we're saying younger than 12, right? There are people in people's families who will tell you you're fat, you're ugly, you're this, you're that. And you've had to hear that your whole life. Then you get to be 12, right? And you discover fucking Lizzo. And Lizzo's like, be happy with yourself. Do you? That's a life-changing statement for a young girl or young man. Let's be real, because men can be obese too, and we don't talk about that either. Like that, oh shit, I can be okay and be who I am and be okay. That's not what we're telling young women in society. We're telling young women in society, you need to do this to be beautiful, you need to do this, you need to do this, and you need to do this. We don't ever say, it's okay to be you and
It-
look the way that you do.
we probably have to. It's probably just a healthier balance somewhere. Like the argument being made is like Lizzo was on like the complete opposite end of the spectrum. Like you probably shouldn't hate yourself like because of the way that you look. Like that like
Yeah.
because mental health is important is physical health. So he's saying like like you
Yeah.
shouldn't go into depression because of the way you look.
So
But
I
that
want.
doesn't mean
Yeah,
I just
go
wanted to
ahead.
make a one other quote that I heard a girl say that like kind of stuck out to me. Like it was a girl saying that she said she had grew up big her whole life, and she said her like since she was like 14 she had always imagined like eventually she was gonna be like skinny and everyone was gonna treat her better and she was gonna be more loved, and like she imagined like everything in her life would get better. The weight was the problem, and then she said the scariest part about it was when she got I think she like 25 she lost the weight. And she said the scary part about it, she actually realized she was right. Like she's like so many people were mean to her, so many people treated her like worse in life, and she thought because she thought the message was gonna be I'm gonna lose this weight. Like I'm wrong. It's like something else. It's internally. Like maybe I'm the wrong. I'm gonna lose this weight. I want to realize I was the same person all along, but actually the world did start treating her better, and she said that it made her feel worse. Like saying that like it wasn't that she would like change as a person. It wasn't that
So I
she
want
was.
to. I want to.
Go
Sorry, I
ahead,
just
bro.
got to get in here.
Yeah.
Fanatic, I got to ask you directly, right? Because I had made a statement previously. I said I didn't want to put words in your mouth. And of course not. There are too many of them in there already. But I I want to ask you directly. Do you think that Lizzo, and maybe by extension other big women, or maybe just Lizzo because she's a performer, I don't know,
Figure.
right? But do you think that she should be ashamed of her weight? I thought you didn't mean that, but now I'm not so sure.
I guess I have to look up the word ashamed. But I think, do I think that she should? Because I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I would think that if it's unhealthy and if it's dangerous and if it's bad and you have the ability to change it, and
We can't. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Audio's
If
ducking.
it's unhealthy,
Mhm.
if it's unhealthy and it's dangerous and it's within your power to change and you choose not to, then yeah, I would say that that's shame. I think.
Okay.
And
So-
I also want to say,
So you're saying yes, she should be ashamed?
unless there's something that's literally within her that's like medically like making it to where she genuinely
Okay.
cannot change it, then yeah, I
Okay.
would say that it
Yeah, see, now that's a problem. Okay, now that I do have a problem because I thought at first that you weren't saying that, right? But like that's awful. Like it's
Should
just
she be proud of her body?
so I think there's more options than proud and ashamed.
Oh, then what would
right?
be the other ones?
Would just be
Content.
okay. Yeah, content. Yeah, contentment is different.
You're saying she should be content with obesity, knowing that
Yes,
it's
actually,
dangerous and all of
I'm
those
saying
things.
yeah, she can be content. She can be. It's okay
be,
that
not
she's not
has to be.
living an optimal life.
Or she should.
Right? It's okay that this woman, Lizzo, this individual, is not living an optimal life, and she can be content with that. People do it all the goddamn time, right?
As long as yeah, but again, as long as it's within her ability, right? Again, because it's not. There are a lot of things that people encounter that are outside of their control. Like you shouldn't be ashamed of your height. You shouldn't be ashamed of your breast size or any of those kinds of things. You have to accept your body for the immutable characteristics that it has. But some things are not immutable. Things like weight. And I would say that yes, for example, when I get overweight, then I change my diet, I change my behaviors, and so that I don't get it. You've seen me. I've been on these panels for God knows how long. You see when my body's fluctuated, when I've gotten a little bit bigger, you see a bit more of a stomach, etc. And you see when I've been particularly slim. It depends, and it normally fluctuates when I see, oh wow, I'm kind of getting a little pudgy here. Okay, then I'm gonna go ahead and change things. And I think that women should do the same thing. I would say everyone should do the same thing. But I'm one that's all about progress. And I think we should be progressive in as many means as possible. So then that would mean that, yes, I think we should be improving our credit score. Yes, we should be improving our income. Yes, we should be improving our lifestyles. We should be improving everything about ourselves. That's just my mentality, period. I do not agree with stagnation. Now, I think we should be content. And I think with content with the things again that are immutable, always, right? I'm never going to shame somebody for something that's outside of their control, including their IQ. That's why, like, ultimately, no, I'm not going to take a shot at Bam. But I'm saying, like, ultimately, I'm saying, like, we
Way up there.
look. I'm saying, like, ultimately, yes, you should be content with the things that you genuinely can't change. I don't think that IQ is unchangeable. So I would say that, yeah, ultimately, like that's just a fact of life, right?
Yeah,
And if
yeah.
some people are very like if you're autistic, don't be ashamed.
But if
about
you're,
that. It's life.
can you be content being a janitor, for instance, right? You have the
course.
ability to.
Middle-class
You
man
can be
with a
content.
You
family.
should be.
Oh,
be.
you should be content, even if you have the skills, right? You know you have the skills to do something more, but you're content. You like your life as it is, and you don't strive for more. Can you do that?
Yeah, you can be content with whatever, as long as it's not negatively impacting you. And I would say that her weight is negatively impacting her because of all of the risks and things associated with it. And I refuse to subscribe to this egocentric view that people should only be concerned with themselves, like we're not a functioning freaking society, as if none of the things that we do have impacts on our neighbors and the people around us. I think that attitude is disgusting, and it seems to have been permeating all of the rest of these idiots. And now that you see it in our driving, where people refuse to use their blinkers, you see it in cancel culture, where people can't have empathy for people who are falsely accused. You see it in all of these other areas, and I don't believe in that. And so ultimately, what I feel is that as a society, we should be considerate of how our actions impact other people, especially and this is just my view, especially those of us who absolutely have platforms, etc.
Yes, I got it.
I don't know. Well, then you don't got to interrupt me then, so I can make the point, especially since we're dealing with contentions. But go ahead.
No, platform. Yes,
What about
I get
Andrew
it.
Tate's
Yes,
cigars?
look, you already
I
said
hate
that.
Andrew Tate. I
No,
think that
I'm
he's
sure it's not a
absolutely
priority.
disgusting.
I'm sure there's like other things on the list, but like, do you think he should be ashamed for like smoking cigars publicly? Like, since he's like a public figure, like clearly influential.
I don't know much about cigars, and I don't know how harmful they are.
Oh, they're extremely harmful.
Let's say they're
well, then,
more
if
harmful than
they are, then
cigarettes.
yeah, I would say that that's a very, very dangerous thing to do that you probably shouldn't
It's
be
just
doing.
as
Even
bad
what if
as-
it was
on
only
your
what
platform.
if it's only kind of harmful? But it's like it's a negative, like it's a bad thing to do. It's like
then
cigarettes,
obviously
they're not good for you.
if it's something that's mildly harmful, but like mildly harmful, but probably gives you some sort of pleasure or benefit to it, then I probably wouldn't have a problem
So
with it.
hold on. I don't. I think you may have a point when it comes to the platform thing. I've been like thinking about this entire time as you guys have been yelling back and forth at each other. Like what I think about when it comes to specifically the platform issue, and I can see both sides as to like how you should responsibly use your platform, or if you even should have to. Right? I can see both sides of that argument. I haven't made up my mind yet, so I'm gonna back off of that one. But like what you said there was that everybody should be concerned with like how their own private decisions affect everyone else. Now, when we make outward actions or direct action to someone else, right? If I'm polluting the water, if I'm polluting the river, then yeah, I should be concerned about my actions and how they affect other people. I'm with you there. But to say that my own body, I have to be concerned how maybe some other kid might decide that, hey, like Primus covered his body head to toe in tattoos, and so I want to do that too, even though that's going to reduce my ability to get a job or whatever the fuck, right? Like,
Prime, I know you know this is reductive. You're being very reductive, and it's not fair.
Hold on. I want to be clear. If I was incorrect as to what you meant, then I'll take it back. But I thought what you said was that like everybody in society, you brought up like people in their blinkers and shit, right? So it sounded like you were talking about the public. But if I was incorrect in that, then I take back my statement.
You're being reductive again, because again, what I'm saying is, I brought up the point of blinkers is because literally that is a necessary thing for us to communicate, for us to be able to drive safely and reduce accidents. So it's an important thing, but a lot of people have gotten to the point where they just don't do it, and that I think is problematic. And we shouldn't be so egocentric and not concerned about how we're impacting those people in society. In
I
the
agree.
same sense, what I would say is when you have a platform to intentionally vocalize all the things that we've stated thus far, knowing for sure the way that that thing would be interpreted by plenty of people, I think that it's dangerous and it's harmful. So yes, I'm going to call you out for your behavior in there. Am I going to sit there and be I think the reason why I'm saying it's reductive is because I'm not just talking about just your random person in society who happens to be fat, like your random Joe Schmo who just is a fat person. It's like, yeah, well, no one's going to look at you like
so
that.
you don't
way.
care if
They're gonna
Lizzo's a
probably look at
private
you with
woman.
shame.
If she's a private
don't-
woman, then it doesn't matter.
I don't care about her as a private woman, and
Okay,
I wouldn't
good.
even I wouldn't even care if she was just an obese celebrity. What I care about is when you're an obese celebrity trying to send the message that I'm perfectly happy with my body despite the dangers of obesity that we all know about. That's what I have a problem with.
I still have a problem with this. Because a person can be happy, right? Yes.
That's
No,
dangerous and disgusting and
No.
it's
Hold on.
selfish.
Saying that you're happy with your body is different from like saying to people, "Hey, you should become fat," right? Or that you shouldn't lose weight if that's something you want to do, right? If that's a goal of yours, that you should abandon that goal, right? She's saying that I'm happy, I'm content with myself. That I'm not going to let people apparently you make me ashamed of my body. I'm not going to be ashamed of who I am or the choices that I made, right? And I can make bad choices in my life, and I'm not going to be ashamed about them, especially if those bad choices affect me, right? My personal body. So no, fuck that. She absolutely has the right to be happy. She has a right to say that she's happy rather than communicating to the world that she's miserable just so that maybe some little girl somewhere, right, doesn't apparently decide, I guess I'm going to eat up this whole ham now because Lizzo's happy.
Can I ask you both a question? So would the better response be on her platform, the better messaging, excuse me, be on her platform? Hey, I'm happy and I accept myself. But you should pursue you should have happiness in yourself or whatever and be happy with who you are in this moment. But you should also make steps to better your health in any way that you can. That be the better statement.
I
I
think
feel like
so.
it's weird for making that like we don't hold anybody else to that message. Why does she have to
I
have like
said this a while ago.
No, but he's only saying
Bam,
that because
Bam,
of the context of her
I'm
actually
asking
having the other
Prime
message.
I'm asking Prime and Fanatic. Is that the better message?
Of course, it's a better message. I don't think anybody would disagree with that. No way.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I was typing in chat. Please repeat. I do apologize.
Okay, so would the better message be happy in yourself and accept yourself as you are, but do things to always improve on your health and well-being?
Yeah. I guess I can't argue with that. First time.
I think that's already goes without saying. I think that's wrapped up in her message. I think that like the semantics is what y'all are getting caught up in, but that's the message that essentially she's sending.
I believe you believe that.
I
I'm
don't
gonna say
think
this,
she
Sean.
talks about anything related to improvement, self-improvement, and not.
And
And
I
I
think
don't
Well,
think
that's-
that's
I
specifically
mean,
related
like,
to weight.
she talks about like, making sure your like mental health is good and stuff like that. But I think that just goes without saying, like, you should improve on yourself if you want to, or like, but like, again,
No,
that's
no,
up to the
that's
individual person, unless you're talking about specifically like,
that's
If
not
you want to, is a different
that's
message.
not
He's saying like
yeah,
you, like
that's
you
a
have a
totally different
moral
message than
ought
what
to
I
improve
said.
on yourself.
Hey, Prime.
Yeah, I said you have a moral what Bam said.
Yeah, but Prime, let me ask you this really quick. Would you say that obesity is a shortcoming?
Is it shortcoming?
Yes.
This has to be you have to accept that as obviously yes. There's negative like it has negative impacts on your life. I mean, socially and physically.
He doesn't want to because he knows what
No,
comes
no,
with
no,
that.
no, no, no. I swear, I'm taking your question very seriously, and I'm trying to consider it. So, like, could you? I'm gonna do what you've done before. Could you define shortcoming? Because I can look at it in multiple ways, and I want to answer your question directly.
A flaw or a lack?
A flaw.
You've never been overweight, have you?
No, but I've been underweight. No, hold on. No, wait a minute. Wait, hold on. This actually, let's get personal, right? Our friend,
Smooth is dead.
Our friend, DQ, got personal. I've been underweight, and society has not treated me well, for that. So, like, yeah, I get that.
Might have been a flaw too. There might have been a shortcoming.
No, I don't. I don't think it's a flaw. No, like, yeah, like if I'm looking at myself, then right, and the way I was treated. No, I don't think I was flawed. Absolutely not. Right?
No, not
I think people treated me.
But there's a difference.
People treated me as defective.
See, man,
But that doesn't mean that I
deviate.
was.
When I ask a question, just let the question rock. I don't need you deviating and ruining the question. Prime, the difference is the reason why these things are not the same, and I wouldn't use underweight, is because obviously I am not aware of any like long-term health risks associated with necessarily being underweight. That, like, as I am with, obviously we understand the wide range of health concerns that come with being overweight.
Huge problems with being underweight as well. Going along
which
with bone
ones?
density, nutrient issues. There are a lot of problems that come along with it.
Wait,
There's a reason why people used to die so young. Like,
Is that for like?
Can you find me a source? No. I'm sorry. That problem isn't necessarily with being overweight. I mean, underweight. That
No,
problem
it
is
doesn't
with,
always.
that problem comes from being underfed and starvation. That's what those problems came from.
That's the
So,
usual
yes.
cause for underweight, so that's why I placed.
But it's not. I got you.
Yeah,
But that's
but
not
a
always
lot
the
of this
cause.
time-
Just hold on.
Correlation is not causation.
Hold on. Just like we wouldn't automatically assume that Lizzo's overweight for overeating, we're not going to do the
I would assume that.
disservice.
I'm agreeing with you 100%.
Wait, okay, so if that's the case, then we're not going to do the disservice of automatically assuming that someone is underweight because of their undereating. We're not. We're
How
going to
could
be
you possibly
charitable.
not assume?
We're gonna be charitable to both sides. We're gonna be charitable to both sides. I don't care. I'm not talking to you. Everyone else who has a working brain. We're gonna be charitable to both sides. We're gonna be charitable to both sides. We're gonna be charitable to both sides. And so then in that case.
But
All right, yo, we can end it. We can end the conversation. We can end the conversation. Let's give our closing statements. Let's give our closing statements.
Let's get real.
Yeah.
Stop repeating when I'm being interrupted. You're right.
He's repeating because you're interrupting him.
Let's give closing statements.
It is
Can we give closing
unreasonable.
statements? I'm ready to. I'm done. I'm already done. We can give closing statements. I'm done.
I mean,
Okay.
the panel's been over.
I got you.
think
So can we get closing statements and be out? That's what I'm saying.
You can
Or
just
do I just
leave.
leave?
Just leave.
Okay. All right. I love you guys. Hey, it was great talking. All right. Peace out.
You're not
All right.
gonna
Wait.
stay.
Yeah, no,
No.
absolutely.
No.
I know
Wait.
anybody finna baby him. Like it's like there was nothing charitable about saying that. Like Lizzo's overweight because she's eating more calories than her body's like consumed.
Oh
Than she
no,
uses.
there are
Yeah.
multiple reasons why you could be overweight.
Sure, but
Yeah,
the
there's
other ones are
reality.
extremely rare. Like we're talking about the 98% and then like the 2% when you're dealing with like people with like thyroid issues and stuff like that. That's not
Right,
the
which is something like
But-
we don't know. Like a lot of the times, like we as like people just can't control our weight. Like this is something that's genetics and shit.
It's
Like
very
it just,
rare.
down to
just
education as
is,
well.
and
It
it
comes down
varies.
to
Like it
education.
varies. It varies.
Understanding what your intake is, understanding serving sizes. This isn't something that's understood in American culture and many other cultures. So in America, obesity is just going to be an issue until you're educated. And once you're educated, it may be a little late for you to start changing the way you look at things.
And overeating isn't necessarily the amount of food. And like there's not a right amount of
No,
food.
it's what you eat.
Yeah, like some things are like a lot of the food that we eat are like super calorically dense, and like so even if you're eating not necessarily large amounts of it, it still can be a lot of calories. And like
Well,
people
bam,
have
I've made the analogy before. What weighs more, 100 pounds of feathers or 100 pounds of rocks?
they're the same. I'll that one.
Exactly. So if
Mhm.
you're getting 100 grams of protein or 100 grams of sugar, you're still getting what you're getting. Like if you're eating your weight in either thing, you're
Mhm.
getting more calories out of the sugar. You're getting more protein and something better for you from the rocks in this case.
Right. So I do want to say that same analogy could be applied to the underweight person, which is why he wanted to make the distinction between being underfed and like making that assumption that they're underfed. No, they could be eating terribly. Like I don't think you're going to gain a lot of weight if what you eat every day is just rice. All I eat every day is just rice. That's how I feel my belly. It's just rice. You're not gonna gain a lot of weight from that. Like you live a full day, productive day, and then you eat is steamed rice. Like, you're probably not gonna gain a lot of weight.
But that's just from the amount
Now
of
you're going to be
calories in it.
malnourished.
Like
But you
how
but you
much-
will be but you
Well,
will be
it's got a lot
underweight
of
because you're malnourished.
calories, but it's just carbohydrates. You're not going to be able to build a lot of muscle off of it. You're not going to be able to do anything with rice.
Right.
There's
So you're
nothing
gonna be
So if you
underweight.
sit around and eat rice, you're going to gain weight, but you're not going to be very healthy from it.
Yeah, for sure.
Whereas if you have a full day, you're going to still also lose weight and be scrawny.
Okay. So,
That's all
what,
that
did you want to
is.
say something, Razor?
Yeah, I was gonna say like I for myself for a long period of time growing up, I actually was considered underweight. I was very close to severely underweight. It can be pretty bad.
It's easy when you're 6'5". Like you can weigh anything.
That is true.
Yeah, I've been on both
Thank,
ends of the
thank
spectrum.
you for the $5 hype chat, STV Philly. And they say, by Fanatics logic, we should shame football players and UFC fighters because of the health outcomes.
Someone, yeah, I was
maybe.
in the chat. I was mentioning with there's of course
Thank you for
sumo
contributing.
wrestlers.
Thank you so much for contributing. But go ahead. What'd you say?
Yeah, with what STV Philly says with his super chat there, or what hype chat, whatever you want to call it. I was mentioning in the chat with people, it's like sumo wrestlers are can be considered obese, but they're like they're quote unquote healthy and athletic as shit. So the weight thing is actually, the weight is a little weird when you're talking about the health of a person, and I understand the difference. Like being obese or highly overweight can mess with joint issues and stuff like that. So I guess it's like nuance. It's like you can't 100% say someone is completely unhealthy and terrible just because they happen to be overweight. They should fix it, but you can't just call them unhealthy immediately because they're overweight.
I would have used sumos. I would have used maybe like NFL linemen. Like they can be 300 pounds with 6-packs, which a lot of them once they stop playing, they end up like a lot of them even end up taking off some of the weight. But it's less to do with like heart, and it like says more to do with like joint stuff. Like it's it's hard to hold on to that type of weight that for that long of a period. But I think sumo wrestlers are actually typically really unhealthy. I think they have like big bombastic careers, but I think a lot of them die super young.
From what I
Yeah.
looked into, because I said it, but it was like that felt like halfway wrong after I said it in the chat. I was like, so I looked into it real quick. They do have lifespans that are about 20 years less than a normal person.
That's a big deal.
Okay. Yeah, so why don't we leave it here? I did want to continue that conversation, but it just oh, what happened?
Happened to
I'm
Jonathan.
sorry.
Did
I'm
we ever
pissed
talk
off.
about Jonathan Majors?
Not
No,
really.
we didn't.
No, we didn't
we
talk
we
about
got
it.
into this topic
God
way too
damn it.
deep.
Yeah.
Damn it,
it-
dog.
it-
Damn
it
it.
is
You
what it
probably
is.
shouldn't invite me to when you invite Fanatic because I bite back. I fight.
No, it's
I'm
no,
sorry.
it's no,
It pisses me off.
no.
I was just trying to have him. I was
No.
rented this. I was just trying to have him like
Listen.
move on. If
Listen.
you even hear the slice
But
thing, just keep going. But
Hold on, no, hold on.
It's-
When you do that, you're literally making it worse. That's what I was trying to say.
I didn't mean
just
to.
like if you interrupt, then he's gonna keep doing that, and
No.
believe me, it's a problem. I've been doing this for him for years. I get it. Go ahead, Smooth. Say what you gotta say.
Oh,
This
so
is my first
all
time with him.
I wanted to say was like this part of the discourse. It is very it's very entertaining. I would not change the formula because it's actually entertaining. That's just all I wanted to say.
Yeah,
It's
it is what it is. And it is what it is. Anyway, thank you all for being here. We might do a panel after this open panel, so stick around for that. Where you may participate. So we can have more content for you. Yeah, guys, if you liked this content, and a lot of you guys have a lot of things to say out there, well, consider supporting the channel, right? This channel only exists if people like you out there who find yourself coming back here again and again, support it. Thank you, Ramobo, for the 300 bits earlier, and thank you, SV Philly, for the $5 hype chat. But yeah, haven't received much support today, but consider helping us out. If you like what we do, then help us keep it going. We need your help to make that happen. So support the channel by, if you're on Twitch, subbing to the channel, or gifting bits or gifting subs. You get our emotes. You'll get ad-free viewing, and you'll be keeping us up and running. So consider that, or use a hype chat because we read your hype chats. So yeah, and if you're on YouTube, then yes, a super chat would be fantastic, and we'll read that out to the panel. All right. Any which way, we're gonna move on. I'll give an outro to all these fine individuals who went a full hour over time, and would have gone more if I didn't stop them. But thank you all for being here. Shout out to we'll start with Smooth. Thank you, Starlight. Hey, Starlight Gaming, Razor's lady, for the 100 bits. Much, very kind of you. Thank you so much. Yeah, go ahead. Smooth. Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, man. Hey, any time that I can, that I'm not traveling or gone somewhere else or doing this other thing, I will gladly be here every time. It is so much fun. I enjoy watching and being a part of this. Great experience. I'm Smooth. I'm homeroom with Smooth wherever you want to type that in at, especially Google. Give you everything.
Okay. All right. That was like a little seductive the way you said that last part, but all right, sure enough, cool.
I wanted
That's
people's
why they
attention.
call him Smooth.
That's why I call him
Yeah,
Smooth.
He got what he was putting
I
down.
got their attention. Yeah, you know.
But okay, thank you so much. And Smooth, a great guy. Doesn't matter when I disagree with him. It's a lot of fun when I disagree with him. Shout out to my man for like always being a kind supporter of this community. Let's go to our friend DQ. DQ, you had a hell of a fight today.
Yeah, today was fun, and I got the iciness in me sometimes, And if you've been enjoying the things I've said, come follow me on Twitch at the Debate Queen. I'm on all social media channels. You can come subscribe to me. I'm trying to get 50 subscribers. We're gonna have a dog stream. So I'm gonna unveil my dog. Everyone's seen my cat, but no one's seen my dog. So I figured we go to like the dog park and do a live stream at the dog park, which would be fun. But yeah, come follow me, come subscribe to me, come help out, fellow Black women streamers, support us. We're cool beans. Oh, and if everyone could high key, low key help me out, get 10 more VIP slots. If everyone wants to slide into like my chat and just type one, I just need 10 random people, consistent chatters, so I can get my 10 extra VIP. I need more VIP slots, y'all. I want a VIP all y'all, so I don't got space for that. So, but if you want to come and just type in, just type random things, 10 people, just random 10 people. I just need
Go say
10
yeet.
people.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Right
So
now.
hold on. So that's why I was trying to. So like, you should put your link in chat so that people can get to you. And everyone, like, please go over to her channel and just type in chat or do something to help her out. So while you're waiting for that, thank you for the kindness, Razor. It's been a real one. Gifting another 5 subs. Gifted 5 subs last week, and the week before, and the week before. Like, thank you, Razor. That's really cool of you. You don't have to, but you always kindly try to support this community. So shout out to you. Yeah.
Hey, you gotta invest in a community to build your own. I'm like super
True.
lazy I'm super lazy right now, and I'm working on old streams to at least create some Hollow Knight highlight videos.
Before you continue,
yeah.
hey, well, I was gonna say someone else, and Bam was kind enough to do it, gifting another 5 subs. Thank you so much. Seriously, really amazing of all of you. To assist the channel that way by gifting subs, and we are at a level. Actually, I don't know because it hasn't cleared up yet. But we are at a level 2 hype train, 53% down, 47% left, 4.5 minutes to the clock. Can we get to level 3 hype train? Consider supporting the channel. Thank you, Starlight, for 45 cents more pocket change, much appreciated. Yeah, we are moving. We're on our way. Yeah, again, if you find yourself coming here and appreciate this channel, consider using your free sub. If you got an Amazon Prime / Prime Gaming, use that free sub here. It's free to you, but it means a lot to us. So it powers the channel. Or use a hype chat if you want to say something to these guys while they're still here. We'd love to hear from you. Put it in the hype chat. That would be helpful. Give bits or give subs like these kind people just did. Shout out to Razor and Bam. Okay, Razor, sorry for interrupting you.
Yeah. But yeah, thank you again for having me. I know for a fact that one of my big issues right now is lack of focus. I'm needing to see if I can get an actual schedule up and running, so I can sit down, force myself to actually edit down some videos, so I can actually content create, and also sit down and actually stream, because I do want to stream like by myself, have some or at least bring on some people randomly, just have conversation with people, play some games, maybe talk about the local news, national news. The problem I'm always having is just time, energy, and lack of focus. So I'm hoping I can force myself to do that, so I can, finally get this ball rolling. And me helping out this community with whatever I can is just I guess sowing the seed. Like, hey, I'm out here, I'm willing to help a brother out, and later on when he gets going, please.
Can
Okay.
I give you some advice?
1 second before you
Please.
do that. We have 2 minutes up on the clock. And Mordecai.
Thank you, Bam, for the 5 gifties.
Hey, shout out to Bam. So I'm doing 2 things, and I'll let you guys go. First, again, help us out. Reach this level 3 hype train, and help out Razor Sharp Gaming by following him. Follow Debate Queen. I put both of the links in chat. She needs 3 more people, so jump in there quickly. I have to read Waterkai's. Hey, $5 hype chat says Wolverine is an adamantium trash can. I disavow that statement. But he made me say it. Thank you, Starlight Gaming, for gifting a sub. Oh, you're really cool. Paying a sub for that she got from her boyfriend Razor Sharp. Thank you so much for 78% of a level 2 hype train. That is 22% left. Can we get to a level 3 hype train? We're getting so close. Sub to the channel, give bits, give subs, or hype chats, so you make me read awful things, right? Like,
All I heard was truth. It's pure
oh,
truth.
we have less than a minute left.
A adamantium paper.
I'm gonna apologize ahead of
Thank you,
time.
Kyle. I appreciate that.
Okay. Razor Sharp Gaming says Green Lantern is mid for $5.
Wait, which one? It depends on.
He said Green
the
Lantern.
original.
Oh, you mean like
the
which one? Which one? Yeah, I don't know. Which one do you mean?
Shots fired.
John Stewart.
I don't.
or-
I just.
Not my black brother.
I don't care. The like Green Lantern's cool, but not as cool. But not as cool as like say Zatanna or Constantine.
We're 7 seconds away. Help us get, or 30 seconds away. Help us get to a level 3 hype train. Almost there. Someone push us over the edge. Thank you for the everyone who's.
And I also
helped out
just
so
wanted
far.
to fuck with you.
Thank you, Starlight Gaming, for being kind. Thank you, Razor, for being kind and awful. All right, so go ahead. Smooth, you're gonna say a thing.
Oh yeah, so look, because you said you want to get to the point where you want to edit, right? This is gonna sound really stupid, but it works. Okay. If you force yourself to sit down in front of your computer for 30 minutes, you're gonna want to do something. Just make yourself be there.
Right.
Be present. You just have to be present in the moment. You'll start to capitalize on those moments. You just have to make time, and you have to consistently make yourself be there. Like here in front of my computer, that's what I did to work for me, to get myself to the point where I was constantly editing, constantly wanting to put out content, was I actually just sat there. Because if you're over there doing something else or you're watching something else, you're not present in the moment with the thing that you want and desire to be.
What if he decides to jerk off to internet porn?
That's what I said. That's what I was like. You're gonna want to do something. I'm like, oh yeah, I want to do something.
I mean, yeah, but you already accomplished the goal of you now spend 30 minutes in front of the computer. Now you can take it to the next step of now I'm opening the editing software. Hopefully,
You'll
I'm
be
not
disgusted
checking
with
all
yourself. What's wrong with me?
There is no shame in this dojo.
No, I do plant and stream. I don't edit anything. I don't do anything.
Dojo.
Plant and stream. It's all good.
That's a house.
Waterkai.
I do need to stream more. I do need to stream more often. The problem I'm having is that I get home from work and I'm so tired, and then when I'm on my days off, then I start that's the days I need to be able to edit. But my actual days after work, I'm just so tired. I don't even think of sitting in front of the computer. I think lay down, and then I wake up at 9 o'clock and I'm like, fuck, I gotta go.
You're going at 4 a.m. What time do you get off?
Share your misery, Razor.
I wake up at 4. I wake up at 4. I wake up at 4 a.m. Take us an hour for me to fully get ready, and then I drive to my job where I then try and get myself as fully woken up before 6 a.m. and then get home by about at the latest I've ever gotten home was 7, and that was after a 13-hour day, and the earliest I've gotten home was about say 2:30 to 3. I'm trying to see if I can get that nice little sweet spot where if I get off at 2 to 3, I'll give myself 2 hours of rest time and then stream 5 to 8 for my
or the afternoon.
We want to talk, guys. We can have this the discussion later.
We can talk about this another time.
So Waterkai, I'm not sure if I said. Oh yeah, I did. I started with you, right? Like Waterkai's cool, right?
Yeah.
Didn't I give you an outro?
Not quite.
Oh, I didn't? Okay, sorry. Then it's your turn. Waterkai, you are cool.
I appreciate it. And thank you for reading that message. That is the truth. I stand by it. And I agree with Prime 100%. His disavowal makes no sense to me. This has been a great panel for a lot of reasons. It was good to have Fanatic back. That was... We got pushed back in every direction we were looking for. That's good.
Probably won't.
And good to watch him leave the way he always does.
Amazing.
I feel bad having that doing it to someone, but at the same time, it's funny.
It's not your fault. Don't worry. But go ahead. You have anything else to say, Waterkai?
Yeah, just watch my panels on Wednesday and come here on Thursday to see ABE, which is the place to be every Thursday. Let's do it.
Thanks so much, man. All right, and then last but not least, one of the best, in my estimation, right? And not everyone's estimation, so they're not fanatics, but one of the best in my estimation. We got my man Bam, who's been sticking with us for a very long time. Very kind individual who helps us out, who helps this channel grow, who helps sends topics to us, trying to find something interesting to talk about during these panels, right? Like sometimes I have a problem, I'm like, maybe we're not gonna have Abe, and like Bam is like, nah, I got you. He's real cool like that. So shout out to my man Bam. I want to make sure he knows how much I appreciate him. Yeah, and thank you for being here.
Absolutely. I want to take my outro time to ask Kyle a very personal question. How many tank tops do you own? I don't think I've ever seen you not sleep. It seems like it's a million. I don't think I've never seen you without your shoulders out. Like I know your
I
shoulders
cycle
well.
them out, but it's too damn hot to have clothes
They're
on.
nice. They're nice
If it was
shoulders.
cool
What do
on
you got a problem?
Primes, I would take this off altogether. I wouldn't be wearing this even.
He's like, yeah, I'll be like, if I can't help it, like I gotta show my washboard abs. It's a little too hot. I can't make it.
Yeah,
I
can't
still
show
have body
nips on
dysmorphia,
Twitch.
but yeah.
I mean, I can start going sleeveless. I got fucking.
Okay,
Hey,
all right.
yo.
That's
Well, now we see why
infatuated.
Starlight's with you.
That's why Starlight came, right?
She came.
Starlight, I didn't mean it that way. I do apologize. I wasn't trying to be weird.
That shit.
I did walk into it, but Starlight, I do apologize that I wasn't trying to be creepy. I'm sorry.
Oh no!
Okay.
If you do follow me on Twitter, if you follow me on Twitter, the amount of times that me and her are flirting is just absurd.
I'm sure.
Don't even worry about it.
I wouldn't want to see it. I'm sure, like I'd be ashamed, like in third person. You probably ooh-wooing at each other.
But we constantly tag each other. We tag each other in memes and everything.
No, yeah, I'm good on that.
Hey, how do you do the highlighted chat?
There should be a thing with the points. Or the hyper thing.
The
hyper chat is it's the bolt.
Oh, is that if you're going to do the hyper chat? Yeah, it's the bolt. Yeah, hyper chats are great. Okay, go ahead, or hype chats. Go ahead, Bam.
I didn't really have to say anything else. I had a great conversation. I hope I didn't I hope I didn't ruin Fanatic Changes' mind, because I was thinking, I was like, should I sit back and maybe take it easy, because I do enjoy having them around, but I was like, nah, this nigga trying me right now. So
There was one more thing I wanted to say in my closing.
Say it.
Prime, this is why you should let the inmates run the asylum more often. We went overtime and we did it gladly. So we're being slaves voluntarily in this case.
And this technically was another non-topic show. I mean, we did topics, but it was
we just
So what you're saying is that slavery provides you for personal benefit.
In this case,
oh my god!
There's some of them.
I hate that.
Don't clip it.
I'm right with this joke.
All right. Well, I do appreciate you all. I'm trying to stall because I think maybe Smooth wants me to say something, and he's working on it through a hype chat.
I don't have the option on my app.
Yeah, you do. It's or maybe you haven't updated the app. I don't know. Maybe you didn't update it. But there is like a lightning bolt type of thing, and
I updated all
right next to your emojis.
Is that on your computer? You can't. Are you on the Twitch page on desktop?
I'm not on. I was on my phone.
I don't know. I don't know. People do it on the phone.
And
but
also be extra kind to Prime tonight because he's wearing the Large Fleece t-shirt, which means greed, and you need to give him money because of that.
Thank you so much.
I noticed that.
Larfles.
You can try on your desktop if you want. That would be helpful. And because giving money helps me out. Okay, anyway, we're gonna go on to our open walkout panel because this is awkward enough. Thanks all for being here. And if people want to join us for open walkout panel, that'd be great. We'd love to have you. But if not, that's okay. Thanks for your time, energy, your knowledge, and your passion for my community. I know they appreciate it just as I do. Have a good one. Bye.
See you later. I'm right over.
All right. Hmm. That's me. All right. Yeah. Anyway, thanks. Shout out to the people who supported, like Starlight Gaming, who apparently didn't take offense to the joke I stumbled into. But I really did not. I didn't. I that wasn't the direction I was going with that. I was you're just happy with your boyfriend. That was all I'm saying. That was all I'm saying. But okay. Anyway. Anyway. I'm a bit creep. It's not, my goal is not creep behavior. Thank you, Gizmo the Fisherman. Hey, for the kind 130 bits. Really kind of you. You're hilarious. Oh, that's really kind of you. Thank you, Starlight Gaming, for the compliment. And Gizmo, thank you for the kind 130 bits. Helping out the channel. Every little bit helps. It all stacks up. So 130 bits, it helps, right? 45 bits, 7 bits there, all that stuff, it helps. Any case. All right. What was I gonna say? Yeah. We can continue our open walk on panel. Especially open chat. Let's that this is an open walk on panel where you, yes, you sing at home and participate. Join the server and go to the robot waiting room to be let in. And this is a link for your convenience. We'd love to have you. Yeah. So jump in if you like. We'll see if you want to join, and then we'll decide from there what we'll do. That be me right there. That's me. Would love to have you. But yeah, I guess I'll talk for a little bit while we're waiting to see if people want to join us. Yeah, so like I wanted to continue that conversation with Fnatic. Maybe I'll do so in private. Because Fnatic only has so much patience with panels. So I just know this is the way it is. The way it is. It's just the way it is. It's just the way it is. But he asked me whether I considered it a flaw to be fat. And I don't know if I can call it a flaw, right? That's a flawed person because they're fat. No, a shortcoming because they're fat. No, they're not a shortcoming, they're fat or they're underweight. And that might be, it could be an issue for them. It could be a problem that they're dealing with. It could be symptomatic of something else that they're dealing with, right? They could be underweight because they got cancer, right? And they're going through fucking chemotherapy, right? Now, Fnatic will say, yes, I understand that that's something external. But what I'm saying is that like that body weight in itself isn't the problem. I think Fnatic would agree with that. But and he would say, well, it's about like what you can change personally. Yeah, maybe she could change it. We don't know how hard it would be for her to do that or not. Like that's depending on her whole health situation. I don't know. But even if she doesn't, is she a flawed person? Is that a sign of some sort of shortcoming? No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so at all. Like, oh, you could be if you were, I could maybe agree if you were literally killing yourself, right? So, for instance, if you were eating yourself to death, which I don't think Lizzo was doing, and like, I mean, you've all seen it, right? Those reality TV shows, like on fucking TLC, that awful channel, of who are like super hyper obese, and they're like literally eating themselves to death. They just never stop. Like, I could, sure, that's a flaw in itself. It's not the weight that's the problem though. It's the action that you're doing. And so, and conversely, if you are eating so little that you're gonna die, that would be the problem. That's the action. But it's not them being overweight or underweight that is some sort of flaw. And I don't know if people out there are understanding the difference there. So I hope I'm being clear. Yeah. So like, because that's what people do. They look at it, and I really need to talk to Fnatic in private about this. Because these are the things I'm going to say to him. that people look at an obese person and they say, yeah, something's wrong with that individual. Right? That's what they do. They don't really care about the action, right? They care that, like, in their line of sight, there's this person who looks a way that they don't like, and that they're allowed to, like, say awful things about. That's what it is. And so, like, so I can't sign on to that being a flaw. It's not how I operate. Yeah. So I'm still waiting if people want to join in. I'll wait for a little bit. If not, then we'll head out. Hit the like button. Hey, thank you, Azzy. Holding it down in YouTube land. So I'll wait a little bit, see if people are going to join in, and then if not, we'll just head out. Yeah, oh, a fat person. You're a flawed person because you're fat. That's it, right? Like, the fanatic didn't, well, in that specific statement, he didn't qualify it. Like, about, even then, just because someone eats more and is holding more weight, they, what? No, I just can't sign on to that. I can't sign on to that at all. No. He thought it was going to be an obvious question for me, like an obvious, like, win for him. But no, the more I think about it, the more I reject it. I think it's, like, disgusting to imply otherwise. The person is flawed. I don't know. All right. Oh, it seems like no one's joining in. All right, that's fine. Doesn't seem like anyone wants to join in. But anyway, guys, thank you all for being here. We'll just head out then. Thank you, everyone who support the channel today, like Raymond LeBeau, Starlight Gaming, and no, Starlight. Oh, I keep calling you Starlight Gaming. That's not your name. Starlight did nothing wrong. Is what you're. Whatever. Dyslexic. Sorry. Razor Sharp Gaming. Bam. Thank you for helping out. Did I say Gizmo? Because I meant to say Gizmo. I don't know why you're. I think I said your name, but Gizmo. Thanks all for being here. I'll send you out then. Let's see who was streaming. Who was streaming? All right. Anyway, Robo Jack, off you go. Have a good time. We'll see you in the future. Via Zane. And we'll do more.